Umpires Michael Burns and Steve O'Shaughnessy. Johnny Bastow leading out Yorkshire.
Good morning, welcome on Sports Extra 3 on the BBC Sport website and app, as well, of course, on the Yorkshire stream. Jonathan Doidge and Martin Emerson to start the day's commentary with you. We've also got Graham Colley for day 2 of Yorkshire versus Durham in this final match of the 2026 season that sees the visitors, who won the toss and decided to bat yesterday, 322 for 7 upon resumption. Ben Rain made a very good 87 not out from 85 balls yesterday, played some cracking shots, and Matthew Potts stuck with him for 42 deliveries of his own for 23 not out before the close of play. There was some good bowling by Yorkshire in the main. You'd have said probably 90% of the day they bowled with discipline. It looks like a good deck. Jack White 2 for 67 as we go into day 2. Matt Milnes 1 for 50. Jordan Thompson 1 for 43. George Hill was probably the pick, 2 for 57, and then 1 for 68 for Don Bess. Only Matthew Revis wicketless, but he turned things around as well from a slightly dodgy start, I think we'd probably say. 7 overs for 32. So still plenty to play for. Yorkshire picked up the 2 bonus points themselves with the ball, and Durham the same with the bat. So the Yorkies know now that if they don't lose this match, they will still be playing Division 1 cricket next year. But still 3 days for lots of things to change. Happy birthday as well, of course, today to Adam Lyth, who's out there at second slip. And the old boy really is taking on the veteran tag now, isn't he? 38 years of age today. So, all the best, Budge. And
Johnny
fingers crossed it'll be a good day for you.
Johnny Bairstow's 36 tomorrow.
He is. But it's Adam Lyth's birthday today.
Yeah.
And it's Matt Milnes who's going to open the bowling at the Howard stand end. And Ben Rain just punches that one out into the covers for the first run from the first ball of the day. Be a little bit dewy out there, I'm sure. There's still that little bit of September nip in the air this morning if you're in the shade. Those down in the Howard stand end will be fairly chilled in a weather sense, I would think, at this point in time, and in fact in the east stand where it's in shadow at the moment. But if you're in the sun, it'll be very pleasant out there.
It's gorgeous in the sunshine. Just been on the balcony to do a video, and it was a lovely warm summer's day. Very nice indeed. Perfect September weather. You try and soak it all in as much as you can be in the last week of the season.
Here's Milnes over the wicket. Ooh, Potts nearly plays on to his first ball of the day, which was played wide of his body. Johnny Bairstow cleaning up. So they've got 3 slips and a ring field is the deal out there at the moment. Looks like Matthew Revis is the man who's down on the boundary edge at long leg, but
this ball is 16.2 overs old. The new ball brought about the wicket of David Beddingham yesterday, 93.
Milnes in, straight delivery. Potts opens the face, runs it to Agarwal, backward a point.
It's a bit skiddy, isn't it, at the minute? Ben Rain, who's on 88, does have a century to his name in first-class cricket. That came when he got 103 not out against Worcestershire at home in 2022. I think that one ended in a draw. And Matty Potts came in as a night watchman last year at Warwickshire and got 149 not out. He was still there the following night.
Here is Milnes again. Passes umpire Burns. And Potts turning that one to Jordan Thompson, who's feeling it mid-on in the early part of the day. No run.
We had a scenario here yesterday where Durham have been struggling for bowlers all season. They started with injuries before the season began. They lost players through pre-season, and then you had a scene yesterday where we were watching Bryden Carson, Ben Stokes bowling on this ground, but just doing some training rather than being able to play in the game.
Yeah, bit of a head scratcher as Milnes is in and Potts defends. We saw a really good knock by Bedingham yesterday, 93 from 195 deliveries, but then he toe-ended an attempted pull shot. As you'll often see with those type of shots, the line of the ball, I think, was probably what he slightly misjudged. Maybe just a little bit too wide to play it, and it went over the top of the slip court, and a really good catch running back, taking it over his shoulder by George Hill, who's just getting into position at first slip as Milnes bowls again. And Potts pushes this one wide of Jordan Thompson. The chase is on for JT, who flicks that back in. But they run quickly between the wickets to get back for 3. Good piece of running. Good bit of fielding from Jordan too. 325 for 7. Just speaking to one of the Yorkshire players last night on the way out. They seemed pretty happy with the day's work, getting 7 wickets. The comment being, 7 wickets on that deck? We'd have to be happy with that. So they obviously think it is still a very good batting track out there, yeah.
Well, Ryan Campbell, the Durham coach, said Durham trained here on Tuesday. There were 2 wickets that had been prepared for this game. One of them was a flat track built for runs and a draw, and the other was a green top. And he said Yorkshire have played on a green top most of the year here, but they've gone for the flat track instead to make sure they don't lose.
Rick Hartley says Yorkshire need to match Durham's first innings score once they get a chance to bat.
Defends this first ball of the second over of the day from White off to backward point.
At Jonathan Doidge, Yorkshire Cricket at bbc.co.uk or jonathan.doidge at bsky social or whatever it is if you want to get in touch on Blue Sky.
Yeah, Marty Cricket on Blue Sky. You can email weircricket at bbc.co.uk. White bounds in, comes in and bowls. That's gone off the pads of Potts. He's set off for a run, and Rain sends him back and says no. Johnny Bairstow, the keeper, was across to that one pretty quickly. It went to a sort of leg gully area. Where's the Moors, Lothersdale? Where's that then? At the Pinnacle Pinner. Do you know where that is?
Lothersdale?
Yeah. It's in Yorkshire somewhere.
Littondale is.
Comes White again, bowls. Slightly over pitch this time, played back to him by Potts. Durham 326 for 7.
All right, yep. So Lothersdale is up beyond Sutton and Craven. So you're getting out towards the Lancs border there, because Earby is just over.
Yeah. Well, Earby switches sides every now and then, doesn't it? I think that was where my wife got her wedding dress from, Earby. On the road over towards Colne.
Yep.
White in again. Defended on off stump this time by Potts, who's on 26. This partnership, a vital 81. 326 for 7 the score. Yeah, I think former Lancashire fast bowler and then became their coach, Glenn Chappell. He was born in Earby.
Used to be members of the Airedale and Wharfdale League. In fact, Headingley Vertu got 10 for Rawdon.
All right. Well, is it in Yorkshire now, or is it in Lancashire now? Because it has moved over the border every now.
It's in Lancs.
It's in Lancs now. White again bowls, and that's right on middle stump, played away by Potts. 1 ball left of this over. You're going over to Old Barnoldswick round there as well, aren't you? Falridge Reservoir on the canal. We're on the flight path again, just in case anybody was wondering. Changed midway through yesterday, because the only planes we heard in the afternoon were planes that had taken off, and they were coming round in a loop from the airport and then heading off towards the south. White comes in again and bowls. Ooh, playing a miss there from Potts to a rising delivery.
I'd heard that they were landing in settle yesterday in a field because they were misdirected by the commentary team at BBC commentary team at Headingley.
Oh, well.
So relatively quiet start. Just 4 from the first couple of overs. Hopefully as well we'll get a bit of company from some of the Yorkshire staff today, so that might give you two an extra little bit of a breather while I've got to go through the chat. See how that develops as things unfold. It's currently Ben Rain on strike on 88. Make that 89 as he punches one firmly out to James Wharton, who's coming in from the cover boundary. 1 run. Ben Rain is one of those players, isn't he? When you trip out that expression, when he hits it, it stays hit. Even his lay on the bat just to punch it out for a single feels like there's a bit of oomph behind it, let alone some of the shots he was playing yesterday. A couple of handy sixes. 89 to him now. Partnership there here for this 8th wicket is so far worth 82 runs. And here is Matt Milnes. Good delivery. There's a bit of nip about it, and Potts falls over it slightly.
Wasn't that an inside edge?
Not sure, but it didn't feel like it was out at any stage. Could have been inside edge, but it felt like it was probably too high first impression as well as angles.
It's drifting down the leg side and was around about the box area.
There was a fair bit of doubt. Potts sets up again then. 3 slips in place. Hill, Lythe and Bean as Milnes bowls. None of them coming into play as he whips that one. That's another good piece of fielding by James Wharton, diving to his left. He was lightning to get down for one of those yesterday. Just one of those features about cricket. Really good to see good ground fielding. We sometimes get the wow factor with catches and all that, and maybe it's just something we come to expect with ground fielding, but still great to see people being tidy when the ball's on the deck like that and saving runs. Here's Milnes in again. Potts plays a lovely shot here off the back foot. He's going to get 4 through the covers. Just a little bit too much width from Matt Milnes, and that was the key. Enabled Matthew Potts to get his hands through that. 30 to him now. 331 for 7, another 19. And Durham will have a 3rd point of the match.
Looking at the bonus points yesterday, Essex got 2, so they are now on 152 points. Sussex bowled Worcestershire out pretty cheaply, so they've got 3, so they've got 153. Durham have got 2 batting points, so they're on 142. Hampshire got 3 bowling points because Surrey were bowled out very cheaply, so they're on 145. And Yorkshire have got a couple of bowling points so far, so they're on 148. Still very tight.
Milnes short ball this time, and an easy sway out of the way for Matthew Potts. Yeah, so well, obviously we've said we know that if Yorkshire draw this game, they're going to be safe because they've got more wins than Durham. Any more points they gain, obviously to their advantage, so long as they don't lose. But that's a long way off just at this stage, and the way that Yorkshire have batted in recent matches, you could definitely see Durham putting some pressure on. These 2 batters out there in the middle at the moment have certainly caused the Yorkies problems with the bat in the past, as Matthew Potts works one out and James Wharton does the fielding at mid-wicket. So no chickens being counted at this early stage of the contest still. 332 for 7 after 99 overs of this Durham first innings, with Rain on 89 and Potts on 31.
Yeah, Durham have to end up after this round of games with 3 more points than what Hampshire get out of their match with Surrey down in Southampton, because Hampshire have got... Actually, Hampshire have got the same wins. Goes on wins then defeats, doesn't it? So Durham have lost more. Is that right? And they count back. They're taking on wins first. Yorkshire
Yep.
have got 3 wins to Durham's 2, so and then it's defeats. So Hampshire have only lost 2, but they've only won 2, drawn 9. So Durham, 2 wins, 5 defeats. Comes White. Oh, and that is the end of Potts for 31. Middle stump has gone. Yorked, I think. That's the end of the partnership as well. 87 they've put on.
That's a beauty, isn't it? I mean, that for a bowler, I don't think there's any finer sight, really, is there, than middle stump but rooted. I'm sure in his own way, Matthew Potts will appreciate that from a bowler's perspective, maybe not in the moment with the bat in his hand, but that's an absolute cracker from Jack White.
Wasn't a Yorker, it's pitched on the length, he's just played right around it.
Yeah, just nipped slightly, and middle stump poleaxed. So Potts gone for 31 off 59 deliveries in 76 minutes of play, during which he managed 4 fours. Durham still 18 short of another batting point, with just now the 2 wickets remaining.
Number 10 for Durham, Daniel Hogg.
Well, Daniel Hogg, 63 runs and a higher score of 18 not out. That was in a defeat against Somerset in May. Durham just need him to hang around and provide assistance so that Rain can keep going at the other end, get to 3 figures and nudge Durham towards that next batting point, which is 18 runs away. In terms of the final man to come out to bat, we are in the unknown, really, in Shafiqullah Ghaffari, who's an Afghan under-19. He's played first-class cricket in the Afghan system, but the last 3 years he's been playing for Richmondshire in the North Yorkshire South Durham League. So he has got 800 runs in that time and more than 200 wickets. So White has still got a full over to go here. That was his first ball. Durham 332 for 8. Bowls to Hogg. Hogg forward to this one, pushes it up to mid-off, no run there. Hogg's been playing his club cricket for Newcastle in the North East Premier League this year. Burnett Field in the same league last year. He's a tall player. He must be about 6'6", 6'7". In terms of bowling, he's got 17 wickets in 8 first-class matches, including 7 for 66 on his debut in a Durham home win against Nottinghamshire last year, which are the best figures on debut by a Durham player. White comes in again, bowls. Hogg forward to this one, plays it into the stumps at the bowler's end. Dot ball. Steve O'Shaughnessy, the umpire, puts the bails back in place.
Jack White now with 3 for 67 in midway through his 19th over. Another excellent return for him.
So is this the 4th over of the day? Yeah, 4th over of the day. White comes in again, bowls. Hogg plays this to short, mid-wicket, no run there.
Yeah, they're just looking at giving him a single here. Don Bess has disappeared off into the deep on the leg side. Matthew Revis has done the same. Backward of point in the offside. James Wharton also giving him 1 if he wants to take it here, Hogg, so they can have another go at him from the other end. That's provided, of course, that they don't get him out in the next 2 balls anyway.
Next wicket brings Yorkshire their 3rd and final bowling point. And we've still got another 10 overs for bonus points to go after this over. White comes in. Hogg's bowled. Hogg goes for a 4th ball duck. There's the bowling point. So Yorkshire have taken 3 bowling points out of this game, and Durham are 18 runs away from their next batting point, and it looks like Ben Rain could get marooned here. Hogg departs, bowled for none, and Rain is leaning on his bat at the non-striker's end, staring at the ground.
Another beauty from Jack White, who's on the cusp of a first 5 foot for Yorkshire. Hasn't taken one yet. 4 for 67, and twice in and over he's cleaned up a batter and taken the stump out of the ground. As I said when Matthew Potts was out earlier in the over, from a bowler's point of view, no finer sight, I don't think, than when you hit the furniture and when you completely demolish it like that. And we're going to see it again for those who can. Jack White, well, that's an even better delivery arguably than the one that Matthew Potts played all round earlier in the over, because this time it's angled in, and whereas the other one maybe nipped in slightly on Potts, this just holds its line, doesn't it?
Yeah, played inside the line, isn't
yeah, takes out off stump. Cracking delivery, superb over by Jack White. 332 for 9.
Got a feel for Ben Rain here if he ends up not out on 89 and Durham so close to a third batting point. So there's one ball of this over left, so Shafiqullah Ghaffari is the new man. In 13 first-class matches, he's got 293 runs and a highest score of 69 for Kabul against Miss Ainak in 2019. He's also played for Select Strikers in the Bangladesh Premier League and Ammo region. But really, we are into the unknown here in terms of what he can do in this game. As White comes into bowl, and he's left it alone. It was just slightly too wide of off stump, so he survives, and that brings Rain back onto strike. Now how does Rain play this? Does he go on the attack, or double wicket made in that as well, wasn't it?
Yep, good delivery to finish. Not entirely sure he was leaving it. We're going to see Milnes bowl again from the Howard stand end. So Ben Rain does at least have strike now. He's not been anchored on 89 not out while he's completely run out of partners, and he's probably going to have to try and dictate the way things go here. So we might just see a change in the momentum of things. Will he squeeze his foot on the pedal, or will he just knock it around a bit towards the back end of an over and try and keep this, try and frustrate Yorkshire? And they, like a lot of teams these days, there'll often be a stand towards the end. Obviously there was a very good stand for the 8th wicket anyway. Can they wrap up the tail quickly now, or can Durham add further frustration, because they still need that 18 runs for a third batting bonus point, which right at this moment in time I guess is more vital to them than anything. That was punched out square on the offside. Finlay Bean's been sent back to the east side boundary at a deep backward point. So Yorkshire, with everybody out barring Adam Lyth at slip, to offer Ben Rain the single, and he didn't take it. I think we've got our answer just in one delivery there as to what he might be about in this next passage of play. 89 then to Ben Rain. Ghaffari obviously faced just that one delivery from Jack White so far, yet to score. It's the 100 over point in this innings, and Rain has got scooped that one over the top of Johnny Bairstow. It's not going to make it to the boundary. Matthew Revis has got round to field, and they've come back for 2.
Wow, I didn't expect to see a shot like that in these circumstances, but
no, so
takes
we're
him on
going
to 91.
to have a bit of fun in that respect. Bit of adaptation and improvisation to come by the looks of things from Ben Rain. Revis is fairly fine at third man. Jack White's fairly fine at fine leg as well. Long on and long off are out. A couple of people set back in the leg side, and 2 sweepers out on the offside as well. That was wide of off stump, and just had a little push at it, did Ben Rain. On its way through to Johnny Bairstow's gloves. 334 for 9. Yorkshire versus Durham on BBC Sports Extra 3 on BBC Sounds, as well as on the BBC Sport website and app. 2 wickets in 1 over for Jack White. Matthew Potts for 31. Daniel Hogg without scoring in the previous over, and now Matthew Milnes trying to finish off the Durham innings, but that delivery down the leg side, swish and a miss from Rain, and that's prompted Johnny Bairstow, as is often the way of things, to get on his bike and ride down to speak to the bowler. The field begins to move in. Well, some of them do. Johnny thinking here. 2 balls to go in the 101st over. Rain on 91. The hold-up is because Johnny was wanting to impart some knowledge, or maybe some request or will on his bowler, Matt Milnes.
He's come up with a cunning plan.
Yeah, so he wants his leg side fielders to go round, meaning Jack White finer, Dom Best square on the boundary edge. The fielders otherwise are in a ring, closing in quite close, and Rain tries to hit it over the top through the leg side this next delivery and misses it. So that's wrapped him on the pad. So this next delivery becomes a little bit more vital from Yorkshire's point of view, because they want to keep him down there. And they'll not mind, I guess, too much if it goes for a boundary, as long as they can have another bowl at Ghaffari. Yeah, but there's obviously a couple of things at play here, particularly with Rain in the 90s. Now Matthew Revis has been sent down to 3rd man, and Rain has got this one away aerially for 6. Dom Best was interested for a moment or two, but he's flicked that one away beautifully off his legs.
It's his 5th 6.
And
takes him on to 97.
Yeah,
but
he's
off
on the
strike. Oh, we've lost the ball, have we? Where's it gone?
Bess has got it back in his hand. So 97 for Rain. We'll let Marty do the honours on that front. He's got the next over anyway. 340 for 9, but Ghaffari is on strike against a bowler with his tail up, sniffing a first 5 for Yorkshire, Jack White.
Mike Burns, as he was walking off to square leg, has just been indicating to the ground staff that Yorkshire want the small roller when this innings comes to an end. They would have had the bigger roller on this morning, wouldn't they? I would imagine. I didn't look. I wasn't paying attention.
To be fair, nor did I. Yeah. Too busy.
Here's White then to Ghaffari. He bowls, and Ghaffari turns this up to mid-on and goes for a single. Oh, he's got there, and the ball's nearly hit him. He's collided with Steve O'Shaughnessy. The throw coming in from Jordan Thompson, sort of wide-ish mid-on. Going for the stumps, it bounced quite high. Ghaffari then collided with the umpire. I think the ball might have hit him in the back, but he's got off strike. So Rain is on 97. Durham are 9 away from a batting point, a 3rd batting point. Remember, here in 2006, they managed to draw at the end of the season, and they stayed up by just half a point as Notts and Middlesex went down instead. So every point absolutely crucial. Fielders drop out of the boundary. One slip, and the keeper and the bowler and everyone else is on the boundary. As White comes round the wicket to Rain. Rain plays the ball up to Jordan Thompson, who's long off. He's not going to take a run. Tells Ghaffari to stay where he is. There's a massive wasp just appeared on the camera scaffolding in front of us there. It stays outside. It's gone inside the pipe. I hope there's not a wasp's nest in there. I'm suddenly going to be bombarded by wasps. Beautiful sunny day here in Leeds. White round the wicket to Rain. Rain plays that back to him. No run there. This is looking like a private jet coming in now rather than a big passenger plane. It's quite small. Vapour trails as far as the eye can see in all kinds of different directions.
Yeah, 2 pretty close up there, way to our left. Be able to wave to each other, they're so close, going in one direction and the other.
Yeah. Coming up towards the first half hour of play here as White bowls to Rain. Rain plays that out into the covers, and he's not going to go for a run. Could have got a single there. He stays on 97. Durham 341 for 9. And Bairstow's spotted something else he wants to impart to his bowler, so he's run all the way up the other end to talk to White. 2 balls left of this over.
Jack, right, there's 3 pieces of wood at the end where I'm wicket keeping. If you could please just hit one of them again,
yeah,
that would be good. Thanks, pal.
So 2 balls left of this 102nd over. Rain on 97. He's faced 95 balls. He drives this. Oh, he's dropped there. I think that was a catching chance. I have to see it again. I think that was a catching chance, judging by the fact White has got his hands on his head there. Was hammered in towards the covers. Who was that? Who stopped it?
Don Bess.
Don Bess. Did this get... Was this off the ground?
Full
yeah,
toss.
It was a low full toss, and he slammed it at Bess, and Bess has put it down. Sometimes it's difficult with the shadow to work out what you're looking at, which one's the ball and which one's the shadow, but that was a low full toss.
It's a great catch if he takes it, to be fair.
It was going like a shell. Last ball of the over. Rain tries to clip that off his legs. Ghaffari's coming through. Ooh, and he gets through as well. Rain keeps strike. Throw at the stumps from close in on the leg side, and it went over the top of the target, and Ghaffari got there. He's now absolutely covered in dust.
Yeah, it's one of those things, isn't it, about fielding. James Wharton, we give him plenty of praise, and he was in quickly again then. But when you pick the ball off the ground, and it's one of those, it's a foot race between yourself and the batter, you don't want to drag the ball on the ground, so you sort of naturally let go of it on the up quite often, and it will go over the top of the stumps as it did on that occasion. I think in terms of the weight of the throw and all that, it would have been interesting had he hit direct.
Well, Rain is on strike, and I've got to go and do an update in a couple of minutes, but see if you can get the 3 figures before I have to do my bulletin. Round the wicket comes the bowler, and he's played that back past him, but he's not going to go for a run. Milnes turns and heads back to his marker. Ball's gone down to the shadows at the far end of the ground. News has just started. I think I'm going to have to head off in a sec. Milnes in again to Rain. Rain plays that out towards deep point. He's not going to take a run here either.
Cat and mouse in that respect going on.
Got fielders at long off, long on, deep extra cover, deep point. Third man's on the boundary. Long leg, deep square leg, deep mid wicket. Do you have a slip in place? Milnes then round the wicket from the football stand end, bowls, and that's turned by Rain out towards deep mid wicket. Is he going to come back for a second? He is. Is he going to get to his 100? Ghaffari goes down the far end and nearly collides with Milnes, and Rain has got there. He punches the air in delight. What a performance from Ben Rain. This has been 100 runs. It's come roughly 100 balls, 10 fours and 5 sixes. Well done, Ben Rain.
Yeah, 101 balls to be precise. 137 minutes of batting. Talented player, as we know. 500 first-class wickets, and now a second first-class ton to go with it. Marty will have a breather, and Graham Colley going to come and sit in alongside. Good to have Graham back alongside. It's been a little while. And while he's settling in, Matt Milnes is on his way in to bowl end to Rain. A ball short of length and wide of off stump, and wided by umpire Michael Burns. So having got there, we'll see if there's any change. Or I don't see why he would want to change the way he's operating out there. Just keep knocking it around towards the back end of an over. If he can pick up a boundary at any other point, fine. And he'll definitely frustrate the hosts if that's the case. It keeps Ghaffari off strike, barring the odd ball. 3:45 for 9, then halfway through the 103rd over. And will fill that off his own bowling. Pushed back down the pitch. Good morning, Graham Colley.
Morning, JD. What a glorious scene.
It is.
Bright sunshine. Many of the spectators in the east stand in the shade. Others are in the bright sunshine. I think there's maybe the third game.
The build-up job pull at deep back leg, so the ball at Ghaffari. Right, Ghaffari back on strike. The field will change constantly to 3 Yorkshire. And on the 1 as it's gone mid-off. And then back James Watton. Where he found it was a long leg, so an in-out Bess is now on a full slip. Finally delivered for Durham innings. He's out good deal. He's not 140. He didn't.
Confidence that he had in the lead through the ball. Talking about the watching that Yorkshire was satisfied close of play there in terms of taking on 1-7. They thought it was a cracking fish. Comes again, ball to the left hand, again with Durham for 9. That was Phil to decline. Big 3 as well. Singles as well to make time for a while. Get the ball. It's down to Danny's that cut. It's great. So for Yorkshire, and one of them he's heading there, and Durham are on a feet away, and I think I think you're really pleased with that way. He's on the bread on him. So
yeah, so for Bond, just how I'm using that. It's been just day with 5-2 then, and from him, 150 and. Will be disappointed if they started not picked up the few 4-7 with you sold by Jack White without and that points 5 or 9 for him. He's got one and he's even reason to say I think he bring back one at the line, let's get it out there and my job and only do from Hayden's board is George Hill from 25 May 21 overs number 68 the rest of us they've done it now one lot to be the but object time and they do not I might be up against and having a guess in a time let's take a break through this be very short.
Thank you. Michael Burns and Steve O'Shaughnessy. Please leaving that Durham.
Welcome back then from Headingley as Yorkshire's Adam Lyth, birthday boy, 38 years of age today, and Finlay Bean, shall we say, considerably younger, walk out together to try and bat long for the home side, who have had a good morning so far because they picked up 3 wickets in pretty quick time there, just 37 minutes from the start of play, to see the back of Matthew Potts, Daniel Hogg, and eventually Ben Rain for a very well put together 101 from 105 deliveries, 10 fours and 5 sixes. We probably didn't make that much of George Hill's catch, but I would have said that was another good one by him down at third man there as well, given that he was in the shadows of the Howard stand. And anybody who's played the sport before, and you're sort of in shadow but taking a ball that's coming out of the sun, not always that easy to do with that different contrast to the background of the ball against the sky as well. So good catch. And Ben Rain, man of the moment with the bat, is now going to try and pick up some early Yorkshire wickets with the ball, Graham Colley.
Yep, so Ben Rain running in towards us. Once the action gets underway from the Howard stand end, Adam Lyth just taking his mark, having a look at the pitch, having a wander down. Finlay Bean doing the same. We've got this glorious scene at Headingley. Is the season really ending? At the end of this game, glorious weather at the moment. Some heat in the sunshine, and a match that's really delicately poised. And as rain comes in outside the off stump, Lyth, as Dodgy says, on his birthday, Adam Lyth just allows that one to pass through to Ollie Robinson, the wicket keeper. 3, 4, 6 all out Durham then, and good morning for Yorkshire so far. And I think, just to repeat what Dodgy just said, Yorkshire now really looking to bat for a long time in this game. Rain towards us again. Again, it's wide and outside the off stump. No reason for Lyth to consider playing at that one as another plane goes over towards Leeds Bradford Airport overhead. No doubt you can hear. Through to keeper Robinson again. No addition to the score. 3 slips for Durham. A man just at backward point. A man at extra cover was Will Rhodes. Mid-off, mid-on and mid-wicket. As rain comes in again to Lyth. That was just a little bit closer to the off stump. There's an almighty roar from behind the wicket from the slip corner. I think it was Emilio Gay there with the run, stepped forward. But I think I put that down to good judgment by Lyth. Ball just coming in at a slight angle from Rain, who of course is coming round the wicket to the left-handed Adam Lyth. Finlay Bean waits patiently at the other end. 3 decent deliveries. Lyth still has that to play though. As Rain comes in, plays this time. Well pitched up, outside off stump, played up towards mid-off this time. And no addition to the score. Fielding done by Alex Lees, former Yorkshireman, who was one of the wickets, of course, who fell yesterday when Durham lost those couple of early wickets. Were they 6 for 2 in the early stages of yesterday's play? As Rain, with that century, with the bat, of course, what an innings that was, comes running in past the umpire now. Lyth has to play at this one, but he's cautious. Straight back, pushes that one back up the pitch. No demons for Adam Lyth so far. Just one ball remaining of this first over of Yorkshire's innings.
Yeah, 15,841 first-class runs for Adam Lyth. So if he has a good day or a good match, you know, it could be another landmark possible.
Yeah, what an incredible career. As rains in again, Lyth pushing forward, hasn't he? You know, when you think Yorkshire have been out of the top flight for a couple of years, comes back in to Division 1 and another outstanding season from him.
Yep, 300s, 1,104 runs going into this innings, the best of 185. He's had 5 other 50s as well, and he's averaging 52.57, which is definitely still showing that all that class and quality that we've seen down the years playing against the red ball. But it's one of those curiosities of the season that he's not had a great time of things at all in either of the white ball formats that he's played in. So maybe we'll just gloss over that for the minute. That's behind us now this season, isn't it? Let's not spoil his birthday. Finley Bean on strike, facing Matthew Potts with a good delivery. First up, right on the money. Perhaps Finn somewhere up in the thigh pad region and drops out towards the cordon.
Yeah, Adam Lyth looks like a player who could go on in terms of his career for a few years yet, doesn't he? I don't know whether you've had the conversation about how many years he feels as though he's likely to go on. Has he even got to the point where he's thinking about that? Or
in a sec.
Yeah.
Because Potts is in and bowling and Finley Bean right in behind that, no run. I think he's kind of said the ideal for him would be that, you know, Anthony McGrath came back as coach on a 5-year deal, so at the end of year 1 of that, and I think he was kind of secretly hoping he could keep himself going for those 5 years. He's not really said that publicly, but I think that would be what he'd like to do, which would take him obviously to his early 40s. Now we know that we've seen players like Darren Stevens in the not too distant past playing until into his mid-40s and bowling as well at that, as Potts' latest delivery was again defended by Bean. Owning the batting, you know, I mean, you and I are sitting here in specs, you know, the eyesight and all that, the reactions, but he's still doing business now, clearly. Back in Division 1 and upwards of 1,100 runs, so who's to say he can't do that? Potts bowls. Bean again can't get bat on ball with this one, just falling over it slightly. Bit of nip from Matthew Potts in the seam again. I suppose if there's one of those seasons, whether it be next year or in a couple of years' time, where he's still out there, but it doesn't happen for him, then you know what'll be thrown around straight away. It's too old. It's too old for this. But he's not too old at the moment, is he? He's gone 38 today, and he's clearly not too old because he's scoring runs. But that'll be the first thing that gets said, because it's an easy cop-out, I guess, if you like, isn't it? Five off stump and Bean leaves.
I suppose as long as you're fit enough, well enough, react well enough, the eyesight's good enough, and as you rightly allude to there, the performances are still good enough, then I guess you just carry on, don't you? Yeah,
and if you're not fit enough and the eyesight's not good enough, then you get a job in the combox.
Absolutely. If he did play for another 5 years or 4 years after this, Anthony McGrath would be well pleased, wouldn't he?
Potts, and that's dropped into the offside by Bean to complete that over. Good over as well from Potts. Right on it to start with. Yorkshire yet to get their first run then. Successive maidens from Messrs Rain and Potts, who did a really good job together with the bat for Durham, who, if you're just joining us, were all out for just under a third batting point, 346 all out. Unfortunately, for Durham purposes, you don't get sort of 2 3/4 points for that, you just get 2.
Yeah.
Yorkshire would have been happy in 2022 to pick up a few halves and quarters, having been relegated by a point.
Yep, good morning for Yorkshire. No doubt about that. And now they are batting in the sunshine. No sign of the clouds that affected us yesterday. As rain starts anew over to Lythe, round the wicket, and Lythe again just allows that one to pass through. Still waiting for the first run on the board. Bean looked as though he was up against a more difficult over from Potts than Lythe had faced against Rain, I would say, in terms of getting bat on ball. Created him a few difficulties, but still awaiting that first run. This is the third over. 3 slips still in as Rain comes in again now. This one's pitched just about Midland leg, and Lythe plays that one out right along the deck, and it's fielded at mid-wicket there by Daniel Hogg, who was one of the victims this morning, and he got an absolute cracker from Jack White, didn't he? Coming in late in the order at number 10, and White bowled him a terrific ball, if you get a chance to see it, angled in, just slightly moved away from the right-hander and took the top of off-stump. Great morning for Jack White, taking all 3 wickets that fell. Here's Rain again outside that off-stump. Lythe playing forward, fielder just backward of point. Sun hats on for some of the Durham fielders. That's always good to see in mid-late September, isn't it? Caps on as well.
Yeah, it felt like Ben Rain's first over was a bit more, let's just get the radar right, just had a couple of looseners in the wide of off stump. Yep. He's on it here.
As Lythe begins his preparations for this next delivery. Rain's in again. That's well wide of off stump actually. And again, that's taken by Robinson, but he has to take a pace, or maybe a pace and a half, to his left before the ball nestles into the gloves. Adam Lythe's got this wonderful trigger movement, hasn't he, where the left foot just walks across the stumps slightly as the bowler approaches the popping crease, and it repeats perfectly every time. Here he comes again, Rain's in, lies forward. Again, one or two cries, roars, shouts, but no real danger for Lythe there. I think it just squirted out, that one, as he played forward to it out onto the leg side. No fielder enclosed there on that leg side. Yorkshire still looking for the first runs of this innings. One ball remaining of the third over. Looks as though Rain's looking to make a change to the field here. They're calling for a helmet. It did, when Lythe played forward to that delivery, I'm pretty sure he was looking to play it back up the pitch, but it just squirted out onto the leg side, where a short leg otherwise might have been. Maybe they're calling for the helmet now to bring a man in short, are they? Not sure.
Possibly so.
Taking their time about it. Finley Bean comes down and does some gardening. There's a committee meeting between the wicketkeeper and the slips, and it looks as though that might be the case. One of the Durham slip fielders removed the floppy sun hat, as if he's waiting for the box and the helmet here. One ball remaining of the third over.
Yeah, and
taken some time, dodgy, hasn't it? That.
I was going to say, somebody's dashing round. The helmet is coming on, and it's going to be Graham Clark who puts it on.
Clearly the helmet was not ready to be brought on, so they weren't expecting to do that, but as you quite often see, if there's a sign of something happening, often a fielding change takes place, doesn't it?
I wouldn't fancy fielding under the helmet to Adam Lythe square on the leg side, because he's strong through that area. If he gets hold of one, you're going to feel that.
2 slips now and a short leg then to finish the over. Rain's in. Oh, and that one just catches Lythe on the pad. Big appeal from Rain and the fielders there around the bat. It looked as though it might just been a touch high, potentially. Might have even caught him in the midriff. We'll wait to see the replay.
Yeah, the decision. I think I got lip read Michael Burns saying not out. It's his birthday. It's not a bad shout at all, is it? He falls over it slightly. It's a good delivery from Ben Rain. As you can see it. That is a good delivery. I think maybe he's got the benefit of the doubt for possibly hitting him outside the line. He is trying to play a shot. He's got a fair way across, but I'll tell you what, I think Yorkshire would have been going up quite vociferously about that themselves, as Potts is in and bowling to Finley Bean. That's turned to leg. Fielded there by, I think it's McKinley, I should say, not McKinley. Daniel Hogg, in fact, my apologies to both. He also looks tall from the side, as McKinney does. So still, Yorkshire without a run, 19 balls into their innings here. Potts bowls here, that's a beauty from Matthew Potts. Around about 3.5 stumps, something like that, and goes past Finley Bean's bat on the rise through to the gloves of Ollie Robinson. Cracking delivery. So Potts has been right on it from ball one, asking questions of Finley Bean, and you can't really ask any more of your opening bowler than to do that.
He's making the best of the new ball, that is for sure, isn't he? Making the batsman play outside that off stump.
I've certainly not offered up any freebies whatsoever in this early moment or two, but there is Yorkshire's and Finley Bean's first run, just about leg stump this time from Potts, and it was helped on its way to Rain down at fine leg for a single, to some probably relieved applause from the majority home support.
He's got a bit of a stranglehold over the Yorkshire batters, Durham, at the moment, haven't they? Finley Bean is probably just feeling a touch happy to be up at this end as well. Potts asking so many questions from the Kirkstall Lane end at the moment.
Marty back in a minute when he returns, as Potts, he's in again. And nicely played by Lythe again off his legs, so just straying that way slightly last couple of deliveries. Potts, felt like he picked up pace over the practice strips out towards the east side boundary, but that's a good chase by Hogg, and a sliding stop will keep them to 3, so both batters have got going.
Adam Lythe just playing that one through that area that you were talking about, that where that short leg would have been, just slightly in front of square, but as you say, so strong in that area.
And then back on strike, leaves an easier lead for him this time, wide of off stump, so maybe a little bit of overcompensation from Potts this time as he moves towards the end of his second over. If you're joining us, we're just over an hour into day 2. Potts bowled middle stump through the gate by Jack White for 31, was the first wicket of the day after about quarter of an hour's play. A couple of minutes later, Daniel Hogg was bowled by a beauty, just 4 balls later it was, took out off stump. And then Ben Rain caught George Hill, bowled White for 101, the final Durham wicket. They were all out for 346 with Ghaffari not out 1. Final ball of the over there was a dot. Jack White, the headline story for Yorkshire with the ball, 5 for 69, his first Michelle in Yorkshire colours. George Hill had bowled particularly well yesterday, 2 for 57 from his 20, and wickets each for Matt Milnes, Jordan Thompson and Don Bess. Just Matthew Revis coming up empty-handed in that Durham first innings. So Durham got 2 batting bonus points, Yorkshire with 3 bowling bonus points, my apologies. But still, the end game here is to not get beaten for Yorkshire, and obviously Durham, they want to win this.
Here's Ben Rain again, man of the moment, with the bat, wearing 44 on his back, played up to a fairly wide mid-wicket there by Adam Lythe. No addition to the score. Looked like some really good carry through to the wicket-keeper from Matthew Potts. Particularly that last ball, taken fairly high up there by Ollie Robinson. So some great carry up towards the Howard stand end. Looks like a decent deck, as we've been saying, with raining again. That one to pass through. Now that one was close. There's hands on heads. behind the stumps there, wicket keeper and slips. And, well, what would you say, Doji? Great judgment from Adam Lythe.
Yeah, I would, yeah.
Yeah, absolutely. Was,
Just in case he replays that moment.
yeah, there was a coat of varnish away from that off stump, I think, that one. Through to Robinson, the keeper. Good angles these from Rain then at the moment. Confident about where his off stump is. Adam Lythe, well pitched up this time, played up towards mid-off where it's fielded. To the score, Lythe on 3, Bede on 1, Yorkshire 4 without loss. Seems like a long time ago, doesn't it, that Yorkshire played Championship cricket Headingley this season. Good for the local Yorkshire members back here in Leeds. As Rain turns, runs in towards us again. Lythe is hit on the pad. And it goes out towards short leg, where Graham Clark is fielding. The umpire's not interested up there at the far end, Michael Burns. And we'll see on the replay just what was in that one. As Rain's in again, it's that awkward angle. It's not a bad shout. But it's the angle of the ball, isn't it? As Rain's coming around the wicket, and it looks as though that's just drifting down past leg stump and missing leg stump there. He's got to be able to, coming round the wicket, he's got to be able to straighten that one, Rain, and they're not straightening at the minute, and that's working against him. And here he comes now as Lythe played. Not much foot movement from Adam Lythe there. That one was intended to go through the cover area, and it goes just in front of square on the leg side. So a few little anxious moments for the Yorkshire openers here. Good opening from this Durham opening pair. Rain, his tail will be up, having got that completed that century this morning. 101 from 105 balls. As he walks back up towards the Howard stand again. 3 slips in the short leg. Extra slip gone in now. As Rain's in again. And Finlay Bean is beaten. Great take by Robinson behind the stumps, and well, that looked like a quick delivery. It came through quickly. There was a bit of bounce, and it was past the outside edge through to the wicket keeper.
We'll just do a little bit of a swap round in the com box because Marty is coming back in. Yorkshire, well, they're finding runs hard to come by in the early moments here. Just as I suppose as Durham did yesterday, they were 7 for 2, of course, at one stage. Yorkshire have survived the first 5 overs without loss. 5 without loss with Lythe on 4 and Bean on 1. Welcome back, Marty.
Yeah, he's suggesting Yorkshire can declare now. So back in 50 minutes on the board, and there was still nothing. That was in the 4th over, I think. Here's Potts then. Kirkstall Lane in round the wicket to Lythe. Lythe drives that one. That's 4. That's a nice shot. Over pitched. Just wide of off stump, and bang. First boundary of the innings. 9 for none, then Lythe moves on to 8. Adam Lythe over the years against Durham, 1,027 runs in 17 games, 400s and 550s. His highest score against them, 143 in a draw here in 2014. He got 104 in Chesty Street the same year. Also scored 114 not out in a Yorkshire win in Leeds in September 2016. And there was 2 years ago in that rain-affected match at Scarborough, I think there's only about 1 day of play possible. He got 111. Next ball is defended. It goes out into the offside. No run there.
It's not a bad record for Lythe against Durham, is it?
And he got 53 in Chesty Street this year in a draw. So started this match with 1,104 runs in the County Championship, ranked 3rd in Division 1. 38 years old as well.
Yeah, he gets runs against most teams, Martin, doesn't he?
Yeah. He's been quite a player over the years, hasn't he? Potts in again, and that is played to Lees at short extra cover. Durham skipper in to field that one.
Such a a key and important commodity for a team, isn't it? To have that rock, that solidity, that, consistency at the top of the order.
Well, I mean, Durham have lost a lot of runs this year. Last year the leading run maker in Division 1 was David Beddingham with 1,331 runs. And then he broke his toe in the first home game this year against Warwickshire and was out for quite a few weeks. And round the wicket, Lythe forward to this one, plays it to point, no run there, picked up by Rhodes. And then by the time he was able to start playing again, he'd gone off with South Africa for that World Test Series at Lords, and then there was, I think they played Zimbabwe and Harare or something, so he was away for a bit, and then the 1 or 2 games he's played since, he's struggled for form until the last couple of games. He got a half century last week and he got 93 yesterday. And he's starting to look like the player he was last year. Durham have lost a lot of runs through his injury and whatnot. Potting again. That's right in middle stump, played safely back to the bowler by Lythe, who goes for a little walk, but there's a big stare at the track and re-scrapes his guard.
Looked a really classy player, Beddingham, yesterday, didn't he? Arguably battered through the most difficult period of the day. Yeah. 93, I thought, was it 195 balls, but dug in, but looked really comfortable.
He's helicopter hovering over the city centre at the moment as Potts comes in again and bowls. That's defended on off stump. And that is the end of the over. 4 runs from the first ball and then tied after that, so Yorkshire 9 for none. They trail by 337 on a beautiful sunny day here in Leeds. Perfect weather for cricket.
Yeah, isn't it glorious? Good crowd in.
Nobody's complaining about playing cricket in September on a day like this. They only ever whinge on when it rains, and it can rain on any day of the season in any month.
Absolutely. I've never seen any stats to back this up, but September generally, quite often, is a pretty good month, isn't it?
It's one of the drier months, yeah.
Yeah. So it's Ben Rain coming round the wicket, and it's Finlay Bean on strike. 3 slips and a short leg as Bean waits. He's playing across that one, he struck on the pad again. He's just got this issue, Rain, at the minute, where he's got to straighten these up, hasn't he? He's had 2 or 3 appeals where the batsmen have been hit on the pad and they've all been going down leg side pretty much, and he just needs to try and straighten one up coming round the wicket to the left-hander.
Johnny Eslin's asking what's the criteria if teams are on the same points? Well, you look at the wins, and if they're on the same wins then you look at the defeats, so that's not good for Durham's point of view. They've had 5 defeats.
It's Rain again. Bean will be pleased to have got bat on that one, pushing it up towards mid-wicket.
He said Essex is the team to watch. If they don't get any batting points and lose, I think they could be drawn right into it. We need to get 7 wickets and ideally win. Well, they need to win, Durham, really. Just looking what's happening at the other games. So the points that were gained yesterday, Essex picked up 2, Hampshire 3, Durham 2, Sussex 3 and Yorkshire 2. So Durham ended up with...
Here comes Rain, past the umpire, bowling to Bean. Bean, bat and pad together, pushes it out onto the offside, just backward of point. They thought about a single, but Rhodes was round quickly.
Durham only ended up with the 2 batting points from this game. They fell short of a third by 4 runs. And their issue this year is they've really struggled to bowl teams out twice. So they're up against it from that point of view. Looking at the scores elsewhere, Yorkshire have got 3 points out of this game. Sussex got 3 bowling points yesterday.
Bean's in again. Right arm round the wicket to
What a leave.
And that is so close to the off stump. And it's again, well, let's put it down to good judgment this time by Finlay Bean. But it's just a coat of varnish away from that off stump, I think, isn't it?
That was almost the wrong type of leave, which no doubt would have the engineers from Northern Rail interested.
Well, I think Ben Rain will consider himself maybe a touch unfortunate not to have picked up a wicket so far here.
Essex have only got the 2 bowling points against Somerset in Chelmsford. Somerset 405 for 7.
Here's Rain. This time Bean's forward, well pitched up. Midland leg pushed out towards mid-wicket, fielded there by Daniel Hogg.
So at the minute, Essex remain 10 points ahead of Durham. So they've had 115 overs there, so the bonus points have gone in that game now, in that innings. Warwickshire, 258 all out. At Nottingham, Notts are 56 for 1, looking to win the title. They need 14 points, I think, didn't they? Was that right, to win?
Here comes Rain. Into Bean. Bean struck on the pad, and that looked a lot more likely. It looked as though it might just be playing slightly across the line. He's hit full on the pad, and the finger goes up at the far end from Michael Burns, and that is the breakthrough that, I have to say, has been looking likely. First Yorkshire wicket to fall, Finlay Bean. 18 balls faced, been in there for 29 minutes, and he's gone LBW to Rain for just the one. And it was all just a touch uncomfortable for Finlay Bean today. Rain has been threatening, you have to say, at the far end. He's bowled a really good tight line. He's been unfortunate with a couple of appeals. He's passed the off stump really, really closely on a couple of occasions as well. And now we see the replay.
Yeah, it's hit him around about the pad roll, the knee roll, right in front.
Yep.
It was only a matter of time, I think.
It certainly looked that way, didn't it?
Number 3,
Agarwal, the new man to come in.
So it's been a sticky start, a difficult start. And credit the Durham bowlers, they've put the ball generally in the right place so far today. That's been the big thing as far as they're concerned for me. They've used the new ball really, really well. Very few loose balls. We've seen the Adam Lyth 4 across towards the Western Terrace, but other than that, runs have been really, really difficult to come by. And there's some graft, there's some hard work to do, that is for sure.
Mayank Agarwal, the new man, 34 years old, 21 tests for India between 2018 and 2022. He's got 8,076 runs in first-class cricket. And, that includes 18 centuries and 44 50s. And a highest score of 304 not out. In a Karnataka win in Maharashtra in 2017. Start of a new over here from Potts, bowling to Lyth. No run there, it's gone through to the keeper. Got a duck on his debut against Somerset. Plus 26 and none against Sussex last week, so he has been a little bit susceptible with the bat since arriving for the final 3 games of the season.
Yeah, he's not had the happiest of starts, has he? But there's been quite a bit of weather around in the last couple of games for Yorkshire, both drawn games, of course. This looks a better batting day.
Potts round the wicket, Kirkstall lane and turned off the legs by Lyth, down towards Rain at deep square leg, 1 run. Lyth runs on to 9, 10 for 1. Potts' bowling figures this year, he's not been as frugal as in previous seasons. He I got a bit of a shock there when I saw Jake bowl, but yeah, he played in the bowling figures. He played in 1 game at Worcester and took a 5-er and then was dropped the next week. He was only on loan 2 games. Where's Potts gone? I can't see him down this list. There he is. 28 wickets at 39.6. Rain has now taken 39 wickets at 29.5.
Delighted with the Ashes tour call-up. Potts.
Yeah, somebody was questioning the other day whether England could field a pace attack of 4 Durham bowlers. Potts right arm over now to Agarwal. Ooh, that was a sharp delivery. Just well to get a bit of bat on that. That stayed quite low. He's kept it out just.
Well, they could, Martin, couldn't they? Stokes, Carse, Wood and Potts, potentially.
Yeah. Try and keep Wood and Carse fit is half the battle.
Was there ever any chance of Wood playing in this game, do you think?
Well, he said in a podcast he wanted to play against Worcestershire, and I put him in my match notes. And then a couple of days before the game, he was withdrawn by the ECB, and I was told he wouldn't play for Durham at all this year, so I took him out of my match notes again. Potts in again to Agarwal. He's got a bit of bat on this one. Plays it to Gully, no run there. There's a big crowd of people in an area next to the old pavilion in the corner there. Is that some kind of bar? Where are they?
Yeah, so I think that's the
there's
a hospitality area.
Yeah, it's
so
a terrace.
it is. I think it's just next to the old taverner stand in the corner.
Looks like a nice spot to watch the cricket, but they are in the shade.
And
And there's a few coats and jumpers on there, whereas people on this side of the ground are in T-shirts.
Oh, absolutely.
And it's gorgeous.
Yeah, it'll be cool in the corner.
Potts comes in. Oh, Agarwal with a play and a miss outside the line of off stump. He stepped a long way across there to try and push at that one. The plane coming in. Twin prop.
Great carry through to Robinson from Potts as well again.
Is that a military plane? That looks like a military plane.
Do you know, I didn't see that.
C-130 or something.
Could be. Is that fourth slip gone in now?
Yeah. Brought rain up from the boundary into point as well. Agarwal turns this off his legs. Clark chases it down towards backward square leg. He's off the mark. So that is the end of the over. 11 for 1.
Yeah, great start by the Durham bowlers. It feels as though that's what Yorkshire need. Just start picking up the singles here. Just start that scoreboard ticking over just a little bit.
Yeah. 2 singles from that over. This feels, what we're watching here at the minute, feels a bit like Test match cricket, doesn't it? The pressure and the intensity of the situation.
Well, I wasn't here yesterday, but I saw, a reasonable amount of it on the live feed. But this morning, it's felt a little bit tight, a little bit tense, a little bit nervy.
Tense, nervous headache.
Yeah.
I can't remember what the product was now.
Well, I think it was Anodin.
Was it Anodin? Was it?
But there are other products available, of course. So, Rain, who's bowled the entirety of his spell so far from around the wicket to the left-handers, will now come over the wicket for the first time to Agarwal. And he comes in right now. Agarwal plays that towards mid-wicket. There's a diving stop.
Daniel Hogg there, that was a good stop.
Yeah, long, stretched out left arm there. Makes it a good stop. Probably saved a run, maybe 2. Keeps the pressure on. Agarwal played that nicely though. And the score though remains the same, 11 for 1. Lyth on 9, Agarwal with the 1. Finley Bean, of course, the man to fall for Yorkshire so far. They're persevering with that short leg to Agarwal as they did for Lyth earlier in the innings. 3 slips crouched, waiting now. Past the umpire, Howard stand end, and that's short. And Agarwal, I think, just allows that ball to hit him on the arm. And
I think he's lost sight of that. That's hurt him.
Yeah,
there.
he just didn't
play any shot.
No
did he?
shot at all. It has to be a dead ball, I would have thought. It hit him on the arm, and actually, he looks as though he's in a bit of trouble here, Agarwal. He's felt that. He's thrown the glove off the left hand.
Yeah, he might need some Anodin after all.
He might do. And he's felt that. So I think we might just see a visit from the physio. What we've seen so far is some really well pitched up bowling from the 2 Durham openers. That was the first really short ball. So maybe not expecting it. Maybe he didn't pick it up the length very well. But it's not the sort of thing that you do, is it, to allow a ball to hit you on the arm like that?
No.
I'm not even convinced he's got an arm guard on, either.
No. The camera is showing the police helicopter. That's been hovering there for about half an hour now. I saw it come in over the city.
Yep.
And it's never moved. I wonder how long they can hover for in one spot.
It's not a good sign, is it? Yeah, absolutely motionless.
We get the police helicopter around our house a lot. You can hear it coming in. It comes up the coast or down the coast and up the river. It lands. There's a spot on the docks on the other side of the river to where we live, and it sometimes lands there. There's a little helipad, and I don't know if they store some fuel there as well or not. But painkillers are being given here at the moment. The players are having a drink. The Yorkshire physio is on.
Yep.
Paul Wilson's emailed, "Hi Marty and the band of merry men. Greetings from a sun-kissed Costadale Hartlepool. The game's very evenly poised at the moment. At least some sensible batting from Durham yesterday. Steady batting was required this morning to get as many points as possible, and then hopefully the bowlers can do the same. Should be with you for the duration because I'm working from home. Like all still being attended to here by the physio. Events on this day, cycling and cricket related events on this day. Bishan Singh Bedi, born 1946. Now Andrew Rad put a picture of him on his Facebook page today and said he was one of the best bowlers he'd ever seen play for Northamptonshire. Andrew Rad's the BBC Northampton commentator.
He's a great spinner, wasn't he?
Nancy Cronje, 1969.
Meanwhile, Agarwal has he's taken the painkilling tablets and he's picked up the bat again. So you would have to assume that there's no breakage, no damage to that left arm. I'm guessing because he's taken the painkilling tablets. Physio's still out there though. Having said that, she's going to put some strapping to that left arm.
And also on this list, Adam Lyth, English cricketer, opening batter, Yorkshire since 2006. England in 2015, Rangpur Riders 2017, and the Multan Sultans.
19 years career with Yorkshire. It's the sort of thing you dream about as a kid, isn't it?
On this day in 2005, Sussex won the Division 2 title. In 2011, I remember this one. I was watching this. Mark Cavendish won the World Road Race Championships in Denmark for Great Britain. It was a pretty boring racing. That was on a lot of flat roads, but it was 5 hours and 40 minutes of racing, and then he won a sprint finish. 2014, Hampshire won English Division 2. Should have been relegated in 2016, but the ECB kept them up and relegated Durham instead. And on this day, 2015, Michael Yardy retired from cricket, and Paul Franks as well.
Played some games for England, Michael Yardy, didn't he? Are you a cycling man then, Martin, as well as a cricket man?
It's my sort of escapism. I've watched a lot of international cycling over the years and been to the Tour de France a few times, and down here when the World Road Race Championships were in Harrogate, came down with the family. Agarwal is going to continue. That's been a long delay. That's about 7 or 8 minutes, that has. When I was at journalism college, I was in our local cycling club, the Sunderland Clarion, and I started writing for Cycling Weekly, so that was my first paid work in journalism in the late 80s.
So here we are, we're back underway finally. Agarwal has had the treatment to the left arm, and rain will come in again. Not surprisingly, another short ball, but it's not very well directed this time. It looks as though I'm pretty confident that Agarwal didn't have the arm guard on when he first came out to bat. He's now taken that knock, and he's got some strapping of some description on that left forearm now. Not surprisingly, doesn't want to get hit again.
He just totally took his eye off the ball. He obviously lost sight of it, hadn't he, and turned his back on it, and it's hit him in the arm. Looks like he's got a bit of tubey grip on there now.
9th over of the Yorkshire innings. Forward on the front foot, Agarwal this time, and played up towards mid-on. No addition to the score.
Jamie's emailed from Glasgow. He says, "Morning, Marty and Doigi." And we also have Graham Colley with us today. He says, "As you've mentioned, I saw yesterday on the live pictures Stokes and Cars having a bowl. That does stick in the craw, I must say. The ECB certainly aren't in the habit of doing Durham any favours, but given the incredible contribution to England's attack over many years."
Here comes rain again. Agarwal this time steers that one through mid-wicket. They're through for a quick single. Lyth had to be quick. It hits Lyth, actually.
Oh, you can't run after that. He's not good.
No, you wouldn't expect him to run. It was just a question of whether it went for 4, wasn't it?
Yeah, it hit him on the arm and it deflected past everybody, and it was racing off down towards the boundary at this end, but he didn't run. Jamie says, after the incredible contribution from Durham to England's attack over many years and the current precarious position, letting one of them turn out today might have been fair. The other thing is, if they're really that fragile, that England's attack in Australia this winter is paper thin, he says. Well, yeah, trying to second guess who's going to be available from England is always a science, but they did allow Matty Potts to play in the last few games when he was meant to be with England and Ireland.
Rain again to Lythe. Lythe plays that one just backward a square on the leg side. That catch is still in there at short leg, but he's kept it down anyway. Goes down to, as I say, fine leg, and it's fielded by Ghaffari there. And that is the end of the over. Another good over from Rain. So far, 5 overs, 1 for 3 for him, 3 maidens as well. So as we've been talking about how tight this Durham opening overs have been, runs have been very difficult to come by, and Yorkshire finding progress really difficult at the moment, and we're just a minute away from midday here at Headingley.
Potts starts a new over from the Kirkstall Lane end, and that was left alone by Lythe, and it angled very nastily in towards off stump from a foot all, I would imagine. He got bowled there.
It's not far away, is it? Adam Lythe just doesn't react at all to the oohs and the ahs behind the stumps. But as you say, on the angle from Potts, and maybe just a little nip back as well off the pitch from him. But Lythe has judged it pretty well in the end.
Potts in again, bowls, played back to him along the floor. I wonder if we'll be slightly delayed going into lunch because of the hold-up for Agarwal's injury, or if they'll go in as normal and have a slightly later afternoon session.
Yeah, difficult to know, actually. We will see.
Potts turns, comes in past the umpire and bowls. That's turned by Lythe to square leg. Graham Clark in the floppy hat picks that up.
You're talking about the Durham bowlers in the England squad. Root and Brook in from Yorkshire, so that's 6 of the 16 from these two counties. Just pots of those names that we've mentioned playing today.
Yeah. I'll do this ball and I better jump on the other set. 13 for 1. Lythe on 10. Potts comes in round the wicket. He bowls. Oof, what a ball that is. Did Lythe play at that, or was that a deliberate leave? Because that wasn't far off. Potts is standing there with his hands on his head in disbelief that he didn't get a wicket.
Yeah, terrific ball coming around the wicket from Potts. He's got great rhythm, Matthew Potts. And again, terrific carry through to the wicket-keeper. We might see a replay. Will we have the benefit of seeing this again? Did Adam Lythe play at that or not? I don't think we will see a replay on this occasion. So Matthew Potts will make his way back to his mark. Adam Lythe, 10 not out at the moment as Potts comes in, 3 slips and a gully. Front foot played out towards cover point there. Great tumbling stop from Ghaffari. And no addition to the score. As I say, Adam Lythe on 10. 32 balls faced, been there for 46 minutes. And Lythe just trying to see through these early difficulties with the new ball. Potts and Rain have bowled unchanged from the start of this Yorkshire innings. And Potts again runs away from us, past the umpire. Good delivery again. His line of length has been impeccable, really, Matthew Potts. And that will conclude the over. So that's 10 bowled then, as far as Durham are concerned. Been a tough start for Yorkshire, no question about that. They've had to work hard for this. Finlay Bean didn't look at all comfortable during the time that he was at the crease. He is the 1 wicket to fall. We're just having a switch of seats here in the com box, and Deutsche is back with us now.
And so, final hour just under before the lunch break. Ben Rain with Ollie Robinson standing up, bowling that first delivery of the over to Mayank Agarwal defends into the offside. After lots of praise for Imam when he was here on his short-term spell, it's not gone the same way so far for this man. See how he fares here. 13 for 1. Rain over the wicket. Agarwal defends, still 3 slips in place in the ring field, and a very good start with the ball by the visitors here. Really have not offered much of anything, and have picked up that wicket, of course, of Finlay Bean. Rain turns then. Coming in towards us now. Agarwal misses out on a ball round about leg stump. Balloons up in the air. Just the sound of pad this time. Just a couple to his name, but Ben Rain, look at these figures. What a match he's having. 101 with the bat. And 1 for 3. Halfway through his 6th over. 3 of which so far have been maidens. And he's halfway on his way to a 4th here. He turns again. Bowls it now. Ooh, good delivery, nipping away from Agarwal, who does have a play at it. Taken cleanly by Ollie Robinson.
Good glove work standing up with a helmet on there as well. That was quite sharp, wasn't it? The police helicopter's now backed off, and it seems to be sort of hovering around about the Armley prison area of Leeds now. It was over the city centre a few minutes ago. It has been there for the best part of the last hour.
Here comes Rain again then. 2 to come in the over. Agarwal once again having to defend from the crease. Good afternoon to Joe, who's kindly messaged in on Blue Sky saying, "Hi JD, just wanted to thank you and your colleagues for the fantastic coverage again this season. Whether I've tuned in for a quick catch-up at work or having the comms on in the background at home during the away games, you are the sound of summer." I'm sure I speak for all of us, Joe, when I say we're glad to be of service, ma'am. As Rain's in, and Agarwal plays out into the offside, and there is no run. And it was around about this time of year, last year, when I said on commentary, we hope to be back with you again this time around, which caused a bit of panic.
Yeah.
But it was true, wasn't it? And as we know,
when did we find out? On the
Tuesday? Tuesday before the season started, on the Friday this year.
Yeah. Found out on a Tuesday we were doing the cricket, and I was driving to Nottingham on the Thursday. I think by then most of the hotel rooms had been booked up. I ended up staying in Newark.
As we know, of course, that ended up being announced as a 4-year deal. So, with about as much element of certainty as you can with these things, we both hope to be back with you again next season.
Potts starting a new over here. This is... where's the ball gone? It's played up by Lytham towards mid-off. Where are we with Potts? This is his 6th over. So, Rain, 6 overs, 1 for 3, 4 maidens. Potts, 5.1 overs, none for 10, 2 maidens. The plane that flew over a few minutes ago, which I said it looked like a military transport plane, Eric Bowers, the Stanmore Mackham, said it was a C-139 Hercules. Very uncomfortable and known to RAF personnel as a Fat Albert. So there you go. Potts in again, balls. This is defended. Around about off stop, no run there. We were camping a few years ago at Ackerby Park up in Beedale, and it's August time, and they were doing all these military manoeuvres on the army ranges up above Catterick. And one night on this, lines of planes came in, and hundreds of troops were jumping out the back of the plane and parachuting down. It was like watching the bridge too far. Incredible sight. Potts running away from us, bowling to Lyth. Lyth meets the ball, it's just slightly over pitched, middle stump, and drives it up towards the boundary at long on. Gets 2 runs as Daniel Hogg chases after it. Very tall player, Daniel Hogg. He's now bounding back to his fielding position at mid-on. Lythe on 12. Yorkshire 15 for 1 are 331 runs behind. Potts has ball in hand. With the left-hander, bat raised as Potts comes in, and he plays this out through the covers. This should go for 4. Ghaffari's chasing after it, but he's not going to get it. Ghaffari's hat flies off his head as he heads towards the boundary rope. Bit of a loosish delivery, that one from Potts, and finds its way to the spare area of grass in front of the west stand, with the Dickie Bird clock at the back of the stand. It's just too short. Just sat up nicely for Lythe, so he moves on to 16, 19 for 1 here on the BBC. Potts comes in again, bowls. That's turned off the legs, down to Rain out long leg for 1 in front of the tavern stand. At the end of the over, I think. Is it, or is there one? There's one left. 1 ball left. That brings Agarwal on strike on 2 with his injured arm.
Yeah, so he's got a bit of a start here, Adam Lythe. He had to be very patient to do so, but I think my observation over the last 7 years was that he's been increasingly good at being more patient. If there's anything that experience has taught him, it's that.
Yeah, Lythe's faced about nearly 40 balls now for his 17. Agarwal's faced 15 for his 2. Potts coming in, final ball of the 12th over. Agarwal forward to that, plays it to Rain at point, end of the over. So we've had 7 runs from the over. We had a 2, a 4 and a 1.
Yep, 20 for 1. Jim Green, good afternoon to you. He says, hi Jonathan. Bean and Agarwal, I think, have been lucky to retain their place in this side. Neither batting convincingly. Luxton thought deserved a chance. With players leaving, the team looks thin for next season.
Sussex have now got 5 points from their game with Worcestershire, because they bowled Worcestershire out for just 123, so they picked up the 3 bowling points yesterday. They're now 306 for 8, so they have 2 batting points as well.
Ben Rain, meanwhile, bowling here to Adam Lythe, who nearly dinks one into the hands of Graham Clark, who's at short leg. And when he was positioned there, well, when I was last on commentary, sometime within the last hour or so, I said I wouldn't fancy fielding under the lid there, because if he does get the right ball, he's very strong off his legs, Adam Lythe, but that was kind of more the right ball from a Durham point of view rather than a right ball from Adam Lythe's point of view, because he just felt for that. It was in the air for a moment. Survived it. Rain 1 for 3 into his 7th over here. Super stuff from him. And Lythe defends this next delivery. Andrew Christie says, the commentary is excellent as always, thank you, but not enough said about how good that ball was for the wicket. Beautiful. I'm not sure which wicket you're referring to, Andrew, but I'm assuming it was either the one that got Matthew Potts or the one that got Daniel Hogg later in the over. We aimed to please, but we clearly missed the mark there. And Bent Nielsen says, morning and happy birthday to Adam Lythe. Wish I could give him a double ton today. Well, he's only 183 runs off getting there. But you never know as he defends another one into the offside.
If he gets his finger out. Well, Graham was talking in great detail about the quality of the 2 wickets that White took when he bowled Potts and Hogg. I mean, Hogg's hardly played any cricket and is very much a number 10 or 11, whereas Potts was probably the better of the scalps, and of course it ended that crucial partnership with Rain as well.
Yeah, Rain in, it's wide of off stump and Lythe leaves. Good morning, good afternoon also to Liam Holgate, who sent a photograph saying, can you please ask the sun to hurry up? He's sitting somewhere over in the east stand, so it's probably been in shade for a fair while this morning, but the sun is getting round there now. Afternoon also to Kate Holdsworth out there in Montenegro, as she is at the moment.
Montenegro.
2 to come in the 13th. And rain in bowls, and this time flicked away by Adam Lyth back out of square on the leg side. He'll pick up a couple. Pick up a single, I should say.
Notts are now 78 for 2 against Warwickshire at Trent Bridge, so they trail by 180. Hampshire are approaching a first batting point, so they got 3 bowling points yesterday when they bowled Surrey out for 147. They're 238 for 7 now. Lead by 91 runs.
Ball of the over. Rain bowling to Agarwal. Digs out a Yorker quite nicely. Puff of dust there. 21 for 1 at the end of the over. Andy J has messaged in saying, "Morning JD et al. Tar so much for tip-top comms, telling all of Yorkshire's play. Not a ball has been missed, waxing lyrical day to day. The season is coming to an end with the Tykes hopefully staying up. A win or a draw will be enough. If so, a pint or two I will sup." So once again, thanks for all. Your comms will be sadly missed. The dark months will pass quickly. In the meantime, raise a fist to the mighty Tykes. Thanks, Andy.
Sussex have got 3 batting points to add to their 3 bowling points. So they've taken 6 points from that game now at Worcester. Just looking at some of the messages that have come through here. Johnny Eslin saying Essex is the one to watch. If they don't get any batting points and lose, they could be drawn into this. We need to get 7 wickets and ideally win. I think Durham really do need to win, because it looks like Hampshire are going to win. Well, they're in a very strong position, Hampshire. Here's Daniel Hogg. Change of bowling here then. Hogg bowling to Lyth first ball. So suggesting that Ben Rain and Potts might take a breather after the spell they've just had. And Rain's bowled 7 overs, 1 for 4. Very, very tight. 4 maidens as well. And Potts so far has bowled 6 overs, none for 17, 2 maidens. So Hogg's coming round the wicket. That's worth a shout. Oh, was there a bit of bat on that? That was nearly, I must have got a bit of bat on that, because that looked a very good delivery to me. It looked, I thought he'd yorked Lyth there, the ball hitting the shoe pad area. Hogg is just in the infancy of his career, really. This is his 9th game. He's taken 17 wickets. And his best bowling, 7 for 66 on his debut last year when Durham beat Notts in Chesney Street, and they're the best figures by a Durham debutant. Comes in again. That's left by Lyth, just pure on the off stump. This is his 4th game this year. He's been playing club cricket this season for Newcastle in the North East Premier League, and Steve O'Shaughnessy's already warning him. 3 deliveries in about his follow-through line on the track. It does look well worn, this track now. You can see footprints up and down either side all the way along, can't we? Lots of scuff marks. Hogg comes in again, he bowls. That is a very, very good probing line there, and that's just angled in as it's going past the stumps, just missed the off stump. I know sometimes there's a bit of play acting going on and you hear the slip cord and going, oh, and it's not as close as you'd think, but these last 2 deliveries have been very tight.
Yeah, that was the leave of a man who's got 1,100 plus runs this season.
Just thinking on a worn track though, slightest deviations. 2 balls left of the over. Hogg bowls, and that's drilled back past him. He falls over as he tries to stop the ball. It's coming up towards our end of the ground. Lees slides in and, with the help of Potts, retrieves the ball, and they run 3. Just a little bit too full that time from Hogg. Just gave Lyth that little bit of extra time to watch the ball and lean into the shot. So Lyth on 21. He's got 21 of the 24. 24 for 1, Yorkshire.
Yorkshire lad says, trumping Montenegro. I've just landed in South Korea watching the stream whilst waiting for bags, hopefully, that have made it from Manchester via Istanbul. Sorry to see Beanie has perished so soon.
Comes Hogg with a Yorker length ball. That's gone up to mid-on lower and the end of the over. So 24 for 1. Matt says this flight path is a joke. The rover's alarm hasn't been triggered since 2009 and it's not stopped going off since yesterday. He also says, talking of birthdays, his Rover 75 is 24 years old today.
Mike the Tyker's emailed in. You can do that on yorkshirecricket@bbc.co.uk. Says, morning, Jonathan. Just wanted to offer my thanks to you for the commentaries you've been providing throughout what can only be described as a particularly difficult season for Yorkshire. I have to say, I'll be glad when the match is over so I can start looking forward to next season. And thanks for your kind comments with regard to the commentary. Mike over there in Wrexham.
Physio's coming back onto Agarwal again here. He hurt his arm earlier. He got a short one from Ben Rain and he just clearly lost sight of it. He just turned his back on the ball and it got him right in the arm. I don't think this is a concussion check because it was very clearly his arm that he hit. But the physio is back on. I think more painkillers are being taken.
Maybe, yeah.
So this is another delay. I think the first delay went on for about 6 or 7 minutes. (24 for 1) in terms of head-to-head matches between these two. They have played each other 41 times, including this game. Durham have won 9 and lost 17. There have been 14 draws, including the last meeting in Scarborough in 2023 and the game in Chester Street this year. The Scarborough match would have had a lot of rain in the days leading up to it, and then there was a massive amount of rain and a thunderstorm the night before the game started, and they went off. It was a delayed start on day 1. They got on the afternoon, and then a little bit of play on day 2, and then the heavens just opened day 3 and 4, no play at all. We were in the pub down the road from the ground when this thunderstorm came in on the 3rd day, and we were watching the water rushing down the main road, and it was just absolutely torrents of it. And there were houses at the bottom of the hill got flooded, and the fire brigade were there pumping them out, and none of that thunderstorm had been forecast at all. And that night on the news they were saying these weather systems had just suddenly formed over the North York Moors and had collided right around Scarborough, and Scarborough got the lot. So there was no play on day 3 or day 4. But Adam Lyth, in the play that was possible, still managed to get 111. See Shafiqullah Ghaffari now.
From the house stand Shafiqullah Ghaffari.
Yep. See what questions he can ask here in the closing minutes before lunch on day 2. He's in then. Round the wicket with Adam Lyth just dropping that one out square on the offside.
On his debut last week against Worcestershire, he took 1 for 211, the 3rd Durham player to go above 200 runs, and they've all done it in the last 2 seasons.
Tough day or more at the office as Lyth defends that into the offside. He's played just, 13 first-class matches and picked up 40 wickets so far at 31.27 with his leggies. And he's very wide on the crease, bowling this one to Adam Lyth and just trying to pull him across towards, or even outside off stump there. Lyth just takes a moment, walks away, resets. And here comes Ghaffari once again. Full this time and blocked by Lyth. Richmond Cricket Club, where he's been playing his trade. I wouldn't say I know it well, but I've spent a little bit of time on a couple of occasions up there.
It's a nice ground.
Yeah, it is. Lythe defends, and it is very well kept by Phil Dix, formerly of this parish.
Oh, is he there, is he?
Yeah.
He was looking after the ground at Gateshead Fell as well, wasn't he?
Yeah, previously.
Yeah.
I think he's got enough on his plate with the 5 teams that Richmond put out on a weekend, every weekend across various grounds. Lythe opens the face and drives at this one, and that's, I think, Hogg down to do the fielding back at a point. End of the 15th over then.
When
that was a maiden to start things off for Ghaffari, 24 for 1.
When I first met Philly, he was working as the analyst at Durham, and it was a major part in Durham winning the title in 2013. Then he came down here, and Yorkshire won 2 titles as well, didn't he? Is he now living in Richmond then? Is he not in the North East anymore? He's moved down to North Yorkshire, has he?
Yeah.
George Drizzell, 1 for 247 in 45 overs at the Oval this year, is the worst figures by a Durham player in county cricket, and the worst by anybody, because that is a county championship record, but he certainly took one for the team on that occasion. Callum Parkinson last year in a Kookaburra ball game at Warwickshire with a tiny boundary and one of the flattest, deadest tracks you'll ever see, 2 for 206. He was the first Durham player to go above 200, and then Ghaffari last week, 1 for 211. Hogg bowling here from the Kirkstall Lane end, bowling to Agarwal, who's still on 2, and probably in a great deal of pain, and I'm no doubt will have his arm on a bag of ice when they go off for lunch in a few minutes' time. But he's faced now 19 balls for his 2 runs. Current partnership is 15 from 49 balls. In again, bowls. That's left alone. It's wide of off stump. So Ghaffari started with a maiden. Hogg's first over went for 3.
It reminds me very much of Stick's Ormondroyd, Ian Ormondroyd.
Who used to play for Bradford.
Yes.
Yeah.
And Aston Villa, I think he played as well.
Yeah. He said, isn't he the Bradford City co-commentator these days?
He was a pretty good cricketer, I think. Sticks. I think he played at East Biley. Might have played with Mags, actually. Anthony McGraw.
In comes Hogg again. That's left alone, and he falls over as he bowls that, picks himself up and jogs away. I met Ian Ormondroyd years ago, because when Bradford were in the Premier League, and he was doing the commentaries then, and there was one game I went down and I was covering the game for the BBC News channel, so we were in a restaurant behind the glass, so all the written press were in this restaurant behind the glass, and I was in there with them, and I was recording bits of the match, practicing my commentary, because I'd applied for the Sunderland commentator's job at the time, which I got. So Hogg bowls this one, slightly over pitched, played away by Agarwal, down towards long off for 2, chased by Potts. Agarwal moves on to 4, 26 for 1, and the thing that impressed me was he was very highly thought of in Bradford. He's quite a legend there, and a lot of his family were at the club as well. I remember seeing him play for Bradford City in a playoff final at Wembley in 1996, I think it was, against Notts County. He might have even scored in that one. So Hogg comes in and bowls. That's defended, goes off to point to Rain. We'd driven all the way down to Portsmouth for, it was a bank holiday weekend, and we'd gone down to Portsmouth to see Durham play Hampshire in a Sunday League game. We were staying in Southsea, and when we opened the curtains on the Sunday morning, you couldn't even see the pier across the road. The rain was that heavy, and the match was abandoned at about 10 o'clock in the morning. So we drove home, but on the way back, we called back into Wembley and watched Bradford against Notts County, having been to Wembley on this Saturday to see Darlow against Plymouth. This one's turned to the leg side by Agarwal, who goes for a walk after he plays it and seems to be still in a great deal of pain after being hit on the arm earlier. End of the over. 2 runs from it, so 26 for 1 the score as we're Coming very close to lunch on day 2 here on a gorgeous sunny day in Leeds. These are the days you have to lap up.
Yep, enjoy them while you can. Mother's been saying, oh, nights are drawing in since about June the 22nd.
Yeah, well, they do. They start off very slowly, don't they? It's only about 1 minute a day initially, but by this time of the year, it's about 5 minutes a day.
Ghaffari bowling to Lythe. What'll be the final over before the lunch break. That's turned to mid-on. There's no run. Good afternoon to Lily, who's over there in the northeast stand lower. She's very specific about her position. She's not given her seat number, actually.
No.
But
which row is she in?
Yeah. Maybe that'll come. She's wishing this fella, Adam Lythe, a happy 38th birthday and hoping he gets some runs. He's got a single with that delivery, and he'd probably be hoping that that's the last ball he sees before the lunch break, other than from the non-striking end.
Talk of lunch, can you remember what you ordered?
I
think it was a sandwich of some sort. I can't remember what it was.
They've now taken the option of putting a list in there with everybody's names and what they ordered against it. So you can have a reminder when you go to the trolley as Ghaffari throws one up wide of Agarwal's off stump and he leaves.
The loin pork yesterday was very nice. At Durham, they come around with a number of options, and it's basically whatever is being served in the members' room that day. So food's generally good there.
Yeah, Ghaffari in again. Agarwal drives this one out to extra cover where the sweeper fields. Lythe will face another ball or two possibly before the end of the session because he's back on strike following the single. Agarwal on to 5, 28 for 1. Yeah, I think we certainly once went round to that side of the ground at Durham and had our lunch in a different room from what I can remember as Ghaffari is round the wicket again to the left-hander who hops forward.
I think we would have done that if it was a T20 game and it was delayed by rain. We probably went and had a Sunday lunch there or something.
Final ball of the session. Ghaffari in. Lythe defends and can now walk off, knowing they'll be walking back out there in about 40 minutes' time with Yorkshire on 28 for 1. And Adam Lythe, as Marty mentioned, 4 previous centuries against Durham. Well, he's made a start towards a 5th. Long way to go yet, though. 22 not out. Agarwal not out on 5. And a 19-run partnership unbroken so far for the second wicket. Durham, of course, earlier all out for 346 with Jack White's 5 for 69, the headline acts in that. 17 overs into Yorkshire's innings. And they've still got plenty of work to do. They'll have a bit of time to think about that for the next few minutes, as will we. Lunchtime here. We'll be back in time for the afternoon session.
I'm using the mic too.
Yes, yes. I'll let you know. If it changes, I'm missing it. It's just a yes. Alex Lees leading out Durham. For Yorkshire.
Welcome back from Headingley for the afternoon session on day 2 of Yorkshire versus Durham in this county championship Division 1 match. And Division 1 is kind of in focus, isn't it, here, after confirmation that there will be 2 teams relegated from it this year. And at this moment in time, it could possibly be one of these 2 sides to go along with Worcestershire. Mayank Agarwal not out 5 from 26 deliveries before the lunch break, and Adam Lyth 22 from 58. 28 for 1 Yorkshire then. I think that's 318 runs behind. Yep, the scoreboard confirms that. And for this first spell of post-lunch commentary, Graham Collier is alongside myself, Jonathan Doidge, Martin Emerson of BBC Radio Newcastle with us as well. A pretty simple equation, I think. Graham, Yorkshire just got a bat.
Yeah, it's just all about batting, isn't it? And taking time out of the game. In terms of the game itself, you know, it's a really finely balanced game, isn't it? You know, there's a bit of tension in the air in terms of the outcome. But in terms of Yorkshire's objective, as you rightly say, it's absolutely clear. Just bat for as long as you can.
From Durham's point of view, still trying to get into a position where they might be able to win this game. Clearly trying to rack up some wickets. Daniel Hogg is going to open the afternoon then from the Kirkstall lane end, bowling to the right-handed Mayank Agarwal, who defends that back to the bowler. Time to get loose again. Juggling there with the TCP. Well, I think it was TCP.
TCP, not heard that one for a while.
TCP, Detto, I don't know.
Yeah.
What were it back in the day? TCP. Go on, get some of that on Gray. Maybe all right with that Grays. Those days as Hogg bowls and Agarwal defends into the offside. Matthew Potts, who batted pretty well and then bowled well first up this Yorkshire innings for Durham, does the fielding.
Picture of concentration, Agarwal, isn't he? Today plays that one into the offside and then walks out to square leg, deep in thought. Took that blow to his left arm early in his innings this morning, where he just didn't seem to pick up a short delivery from Ben Rain. Heavily strapped now, that left forearm.
Ball short of length from Hogg. It's wide of off stump and left by Agarwal. I don't quite know what it is. It's hard to pinpoint in motion, but there's something about Daniel Hogg as he lets the ball go. It looks slightly awkward, ungainly. Is it the follow-through step, something like that?
There is something, isn't it? I mean, in terms of, he's a big, tall guy, isn't he? And he's got a look from the waist down of Stuart Broad, I think, in terms of his legs. But he does look a touch ungainly, yeah, after the action.
Here he is again. That slides down the leg side. And a tumbling miss by Ollie Robinson. It came off the thigh pad or the pad of Agarwal. Also 4 leg byes signals Steve O'Shaughnessy. I think it might be that he's trying to get off the pitch, actually, just thinking about it, but it looks sort of slightly awkward. That territory of, if you take one slightly false step, your ankle might be in a bit of peril.
That is a really good point, because when he was bowling round the wicket, I think it was his first over, maybe even the second ball. Coming round the wicket, the umpire was having a word in his ear about running onto the pitch.
Here he is. Yeah, he does sort of go a bit central before he pushes off to the side. It's nicely played by Agarwal, and he's going to bring him 3 runs to a ball he's just played out to the east side cover boundary. Matthew Potts just holding it up a foot or so inside the boundary rope. So 35 for 1 now. Agarwal on to 8, and Lyth, who's back on strike on 22.
Yeah, no matter how much experience you've got, no matter how many tests you've played, no matter how many runs you've scored, it's good to find the middle of the bat straight after lunch, isn't it, in the first over. It had a difficult time pre-lunch, Agarwal, in a way, but finding the middle of the bat through the covers really nicely there.
So Lyth with 3 slips in place, a ring field and a long leg. And here is Hogg round the wicket to the left-hander with a little bit of in-dip towards him. There was a bit of late swing, full, and played to mid-on by Lyth to complete the over at 35 for 1. Just a quick whip round the other scores. It's the innings break at Southampton because Hampshire have been bowled out for 248 by Surrey, so that's a 101 lead, which in any game of cricket is very handy to have on your side. Will Surrey bat better second time around? Well, we'll find out as the day unfolds. Somerset 433 all out, and Essex in response are 16 without loss at Chelmsford. I wouldn't want to lose many wickets and put themselves under pressure there. As Marty was saying earlier, they could get dragged back into the relegation battle. At Worcestershire, at New Road, Worcester 123 all out, Sussex 350 all out. Worcestershire's second time around, 7 without loss. That game really is moving on at pace. And also in this division, Warwickshire 258 all out, Nottinghamshire 100 for 2. Quick whiz through the second division scores. Northamptonshire 58 for 1 against Leicestershire. Middlesex 520 for 7 against Gloucestershire. Lancs 168 for 3 in response to Glamorgan's 265. And Derbyshire 556 for 4, still in the first innings of that match at Canterbury against Kent.
Here's Potts from the Howard stand end. Change of ends for him. Bowled 6 overs from this Kirkstall Lane end prior to lunch. And he has swapped ends to the Howard stand end now, bowling over the wicket to Argowell, clipped onto the leg side with no addition to the score. 35 for 1. This is the 19th over. That just tells you something about how tight things have been in this Yorkshire innings.
Yep, we welcome listeners from Sports Extra to our coverage on Sports Extra 3.
Here comes Potts with that rhythmical run up to the crease. Argowell forward though, and pushes that out towards extra cover, where it's fielded by Graham Clark. 3 slips in place, and a ring of 3 on the offside, saving a single. Mid-wicket, mid-on, fine leg for Durham as they chase wickets that they desperately need in this game. Argowell, who looks really compact right-handed batsman for Yorkshire, pushes out onto the offside. He steers that actually behind point, just uses the pace of the ball, opens the face of the bat, and that one goes all the way down to 4. You can hear the applause in the background. Really well-timed shot that. Just wide-ish of off stump, open the face, and away for 4. So a really nice start after lunch for Argowell.
Yeah, and a rare stray from Matthew Potts. He's only gone for 21 runs, including that boundary halfway through his 7th over. So although he's not yet picked up a wicket, he's been keeping it just as tight as you'd expect for an international fast bowler.
Yeah, he's been right on the money so far. 39 for 1, Yorkshire in reply. Potts in again, short ball. And Argowell just ducks underneath that one. It's gone, a good foot above his head, hasn't it?
Yeah.
So really need to move with his stature, did he?
No, I think maybe a bit of frustration from the ball before from Potts, and also just a reminder that I can get it somewhere near your chin if I want to, old boy.
Well, it was a short ball, wasn't it, from Rain that hit him on the arm earlier on in the innings. That caused him some pain. I guess they're going to continue to test him. Here comes Potts again. It's a good ball pitched up, but it's on leg stump. He's just losing his line of touch in this over, Matthew Potts. And that's steered through mid-wicket for a couple more. Yorkshire moving on pretty well after lunch here, 41 for 1. Argowell moves on to 14. Lyth is on 22.
And this is like a repeat of yesterday, isn't it? If you remember, I know you weren't around at the ground yesterday, Graham, but it felt like it was significantly easier for a spell after the lunch break for the Durham batters.
There's Potts again, short in length, just sways backwards. Argowell there allows that one to go through to Robinson, and that is the end of the over from Potts. So touch more expensive from him. 7 overs, 2 maidens, no wickets for 23 as far as he's concerned. 41 for 1. And the partnership now worth 32, this one. It was dominated by Adam Lyth pre-lunch, and Argowell has been the chief run-getter in this post-lunch period.
Yeah, Hogg. Shirt untucked at the start of his run. I'm not surprised his shirt's untucked, he's so tall. Probably can't find one long enough to go inside his cricket trousers. And he's in and bowling now a ball that swings in towards Lythe. That's a beautiful shot. Over 1,100 runs this season for Adam Lythe. We'll have a boundary count somewhere in the official stats, but you'd like to see a boundary count for how many times he's put the ball away through extra cover. It is just a glorious piece of cricket when you watch him play it.
Oh, it's stunning, isn't it? His balance and timing. It's just, he never left the crease, did he? As soon as it left the bat, it was four. Just a gentle push, no effort. And the bowler there just straining line and length outside that off stump there. And Lythe, he's always going to punish those.
Oh, to be able to play one like that. Here's Hogg this time just dragging it down slightly, and then a sensible option from the Yorkshire veteran. Just tucks that one away backward of square leg for a single. Remembering he's 38 years of age today. And talking of remembering, I think we're just, those who are watching the streaming pictures, just seeing shots of the Dickie Bird chair just beneath our commentary position. Sad loss of Dickie a couple of days ago, of course, and we paid tribute to him here at the ground yesterday. Hogg in, and that's turned to leg by Agarwal, fielded by Alex Lees in there. Formerly, of course, he's got the black armband on in honour of Dickie, but formerly carried a captain's armband, of course, here at Yorkshire in white ball cricket before he left to go up the road.
Good wicket to get yesterday, wasn't it? Early on.
Yeah. He's certainly hurt Yorkshire since going to Durham with the bat on several occasions. Here's Hogg once again short of length, and Agarwal up on his tiptoes. The diminutive Mayank Agarwal gets something behind that dot ball.
Not all that long ago, is it, that he was opening the batting with England at the start of the Bazball era?
Yeah.
How long's Brendan McCullum been around now? 3 years?
About that.
Something like that.
3 or 4, yeah.
Yeah.
We have lunches being taken on board out on the east stand side of the ground by the looks of things. 46 for 1, Agarwal on strike. They've just brought a man in a catching position at short extra cover there, but he's not going to come into play here, because that's a lovely shot off the legs of Mayank Agarwal through straight mid-wicket on the carpet, all of the way from leaving the bat, and he picks up 4 runs. 50 up for Yorkshire in 119 balls, so just one shy of 20 overs.
When it's played like that, it's a great shot to see, isn't it? Shot of a top-class international player, all along the ground, gentle push through the leg side. Beautiful shot.
Final ball of the over, and this time punched firmly to Potts at mid-off. No run, 50 for 1 at the end of 20 overs. Yeah, I mean, 2 shots in that over. Adam Lythe with just that glorious, and as long as he's playing the game, when I see him play that shot, I'll be purring, because it's just beautiful to watch how he holds that position, and as you said, just leans on the ball and times it. And then Agarwal with his boundary, flicking it off the legs. You've got that balance thing of you're leaning towards the offside. You've just got to hold that position for long enough so that you don't get under the ball. And he did that so well.
Yeah, absolutely. Terrific shot. Head down. It's so easy to be on the move, isn't it? Playing that shot through there. But both balance and head position, feet position were held perfectly. 50 for 1, so a great start to this post-lunch period for Yorkshire here. Lythe on a 27, Agarwal on to 18. 41 the partnership. Looking back pre-lunch, runs were so difficult to come by.
Yeah, they've had 22 in just 18 balls here.
So Adam Lythe will await Matthew Potts from the Howard stand end. 2 slips in. Oh, and Lythe plays and misses outside the off. It's a good line from Potts, that. It was that line that he didn't really produce often enough in that first over after lunch, but that was perfect. And Adam Lythe, who has left the ball brilliantly so far today, have to say. Sometimes it looked precarious, but I'm sure he knew where his off stump was. That would he decided to have just a little nibble at. Thankfully no edge on this occasion. Potts turns and runs again. It's the umpire. Well pitched up this time, and Lythe pushes that out onto the offside.
Yeah, his 251st first-class match, this Adam Lythe, and he's got a higher score actually of 251. I think probably he's been out there in first-class cricket more times than you've eaten breakfast, Graham, and I've seen some of your breakfasts.
It's about a 19-year career, isn't it? Is that right? Fabulous stuff. Potts, Lythe on the defensive, pushed back up the pitch, fielded by Potts. Have Yorkshire overcome that difficult early period in this innings with the new ball? No real demons, but a difficult time before lunch. But runs have certainly started to flow a little bit more. More cloud cover now than there has been during the course of the day so far, as Potts comes in again. Again, Lythe, bat and pad together. Good forward defence, fielded out on the offside by Clark.
You can tell how far he goes back, Adam Lythe. In matches against Durham, the first man to dismiss him was Stephen Harmison back in May 2008. And it feels like a long time since Harmy was playing.
It does.
And in the same match, Graham Onions got him in the second innings. A couple of handy bowlers there.
Very much so. Certainly produced them down the years, Durham, that is for sure. 50 for 1 Yorkshire as Potts comes in. Here's another good one, Potts as well. That's played out onto the onside this time. Beddingham's there, doing the fielding.
Matthew Potts has had Adam Lythe out just the once in previous matches between the two, but he's had a little bit more of an issue against Ben Rain, who's claimed Adam's wicket in 3 of his last 4 innings against Durham.
Yeah, bowled really well in the opening stage of the Yorkshire innings, Ben Rain. From that Howard stand end where Potts comes in from now. It's just squeezed out onto the offside by Lythe. Much better second over after lunch for Potts than the first one. Much tighter in line and length. 50 for 1, in fact, a maiden I think it was, wasn't it? 8 overs for 23 for him.
So on the money again, Potts, and Hogg is going to continue from this Kirkstall Lane end of the ground. You can get in touch on BBC Cricket. Sorry, on Yorkshire Cricket at bbc.co.uk, and also on jonathan.doige at Sky B, or whatever it is, B Sky Social. I can never remember that one. I'm on Blue Sky anyway as jonathan.doige, and also on X as at Jonathan Doige. Here is Hogg, and that's flicked away square on the leg side. Lovely shot again by Agarwal, just like we were saying in the previous Hogg over with the shot that he hit straighter, just waiting for the ball as you would expect from an international batter, and really well balanced as he flicked that one away square on the leg side. So 4 more to him. He's into the 20s, and I did 5 since the lunch break. Agarwal has added 17 to his score, so he really has begun to get going. 54 for 1, 22nd over, and that's punched out into the covers this time. Just using the pace of the ball. It's been chased down out towards the east side boundary. They've got 2. There was a thought of yes, no, wait, sorry for a moment, but they've come back through comfortably for 3. Agarwal on to 25, his highest score then in this is 4th innings for Yorkshire. 57 for 1 on Sports Extra, as well as Sports Extra 3. Sports Extra listeners, well, you can catch the full match here if you want to follow us on Sports Extra 3 or the BBC Sport website and app. Graham Collier, myself, Jonathan Doidge, and our colleague from BBC Newcastle, Martin Emerson. Kevin Sharp was with us yesterday and will be back with us again tomorrow. As Hogg comes in, right arm over the wicket, slants that across the left-handed Lythe with an easy leave for him through to the gloves of Ollie Robinson.
These batting conditions for Agarwal will be conditions that he's much more accustomed to, won't they, than what he's experienced so far in this country in terms of the cold, wet, damp days at Somerset and Sussex. I would think he's on a track where the ball's coming on. Overhead conditions are pretty decent today, so much more like it for him.
Yeah. Hogg in, and again wide of off stump. Another good leave by Adam Lythe. Jim Green says he's been impressed by the many tributes made to Dickie Bird and what an impression he made. And he's even forgiven him for giving him out LBW when batting at Darfield. God, that's a blast from the past. I remember playing a couple of games at Darfield. It must be a couple of years ago, Graham, something like that. Long time back now, actually. That's well wide of off stump this time, and Lythe is happy to watch it go by. Just want to come in the over.
Yeah, there was never any indecision with Dickie's decision making, was there? You know, once the appeal came in, if it was out, you knew you were out, didn't you? You know, the finger went up, and, you know, the head would shake a little bit, and yeah, never in doubt.
Here comes Hogg once again, and Lythe gets underneath this one. It's gone a long way out towards the straight mid-wicket region of the pitch, and Matthew Potts waved away Graham Clark and said, I want to get under this, and he couldn't quite manage it. For those who can't see that, think James Wharton's catch at Scarborough a few weeks ago, but without managing to make the catch. It was that sort of a run. He went a fair old way for it and dived arms outstretched full length, but on this occasion the ball hit the deck, as did Matthew Potts. 29 now to Adam Lythe following the 2 he got there. The partnership for this second wicket now has ticked off 50 from 90 deliveries. Yorkshire will be going, well, we'll be feeling pretty good, having lost Finlay Bean relatively early, just 9 on the board when he was LBW to Ben Rain for 1, the final ball of the 7th over. They're now 59 for 1.
Yeah, only time will tell how crucial that miss was when you think the catch that Hill took to dismiss Beddingham yesterday. Beddingham looked set for a big score at the time. A sensational catch by George Hill. And, well, Adam Lythe, early in his innings there, Potts not taking the chance as Potts comes in, up on his toes. Agarwal there pushes it out onto the offside, and it's fielded. A couple of good catches, George Hill, in the Durham innings. One down at third man to complete the Durham innings. He's had a great season, actually, catching, hasn't he? He's second in the list, I think, prior to the start of this game, outside wicket keepers, of course.
Yeah.
Potts comes in running towards us again. Bright sunshine again now, and Agarwal pushes that out again, just backward of point. Another plane goes overhead. There's just a bit more cloud in the afternoon session so far, but they've all been pretty white and fluffy up until this one that's just going overhead now, which has got more of a tinge of grey about it at the moment, but no suggestion of any rain. But there is a September nip in the air when that sun goes behind the cloud. As Potts comes in again, 3 slips waiting, driven back up the pitch. Oh, it's a good shot. Potts, I think, might have got a hand to that. There's a chase up towards the Howard stand, but Leeds can't get there. And that is a fine shot again from Agarwal there. My goodness, he's timing the ball really well. after lunch here, and Yorkshire raced on to 63 for 1. Well, he may or he may not have got a hand to it, Potts, but it was right out of the middle of the bat. Perfect timing, terrific boundary, and he moves on to 29. Both batsmen on 29 now.
Potts with 16 wickets against Yorkshire, best of 4 for 49, averaging just shy of 27 with the ball in matches between the counties.
Here he comes, Potts again. Seeing it really now well. Agarwal allows that one to pass through to Ollie Robinson, the keeper. No addition to the score. Yeah, you forget the days of neutral umpires in Test cricket, don't you? And Dickie would regularly be standing on in the home test for England, wouldn't he? I remember my days, growing up watching BBC television on the home test series, and more often than not, Dickie would be there, wouldn't he, in the tests back in the day. That one's clipped off the hip nicely, a bit shorter from Potts. He's been driven ball before. This one's just a bit shorter, but he clips that off the hip busily. Agarwal there, down to the far end for a single. He goes on to 30.
Did you sit there scoring a test match while you were at home? Did you? Yeah.
Yeah.
I had you down for that, yeah.
Yeah, I'm afraid. Peter West would be presenting the show.
Yeah.
Here comes Potts again. Lithe weight, 64 for 1. That's pushed away through the covers by Live on his toes. Terrific shot again there by the Yorkshire left-hander on his birthday. Pushes that in front of square on the offside. It goes all the way to the east stand, across all those practice strips. The ball just seems to increase in speed as it goes towards the boundary there. And Lithe picks up another boundary. Yorkshire on to 68 for 1.
Yeah, I think unless you are rapid, you can't bowl short Adam Lyth either side of the wicket, because it'll go. And we know Matthew Potts is not slow by any stretch, but you wouldn't put him in the rapid category either. He's not Mark Wood, is he, for example, to name another Durham player. And he's just got a lot of time if you bang the ball in short. Swaledale Mutton, following my photograph of yesterday's lineup for a minute's applause for Dickie as Hogg bowls and Agarwal defends, says, enjoying the last game. They, meaning Yorkshire, just need to avoid doing anything stupid, which I am by no means certain they can resist. That was his comment, yeah.
I don't want to speak too soon, but you were saying that you were speaking to one of the Yorkshire players at close of play yesterday, and they were saying they were really happy to have taken 7 wickets. The strip is so good. We're maybe just starting to see how good the wicket is now.
Yeah. And Hogg comes again, and that's I don't care who you are, if you come several thousand miles from one climate to another and you've kind of got to drop in, it's not your fault you've been signed, is it? We'd all need to acclimatise, and I think that's the way of the majority of overseas signings. It's not unique, as Hogg bowls one wide of off stump and Agarwal leaves.
As an observer as well, it's difficult not to compare, isn't it? When you start thinking, well, Imam, while he was here, had such a tremendous impact on the county, on the supporters, on everybody really. What a success story that was with him. And then he goes home and another player comes in. It's, everybody naturally compares, don't they?
Yeah, here's Hogg in, and that's dropped into the offside square by Agarwal. There's no run. Yeah, but there was a fella who played here called Sachin Tendulkar who didn't sort of break particularly any pots as a Yorkshire player, but he turned out to be fairly good. So if that's the 1989-90 whatever it was recruitment policy, then somebody had an eye on a half decent player, didn't they, at the time? It just didn't happen for him when he was wearing the white rose as well as it might have done. Agarwal pushes into the offside again here, and there's no run. I just think it's one of these ongoing things, and it will be now in the franchise cricket world, that overseas players there's just going to be constant short-termism, and you take your chances.
Yeah.
And you're kind of happy if your player just happens to do pretty well when he comes over, type of thing. And I don't think there's no exact science to it, is there anymore? In that respect, you're not going to get players season after season after season returning for full season. It's just not going to happen. As Agarwal plays that last one out square on the offside, and there is no run. And I mentioned last week at Hove, Gavin Hamilton came and did a quarter of an hour with me talking about all of that. It's just the way the game has changed, I think, Graham.
Yeah. Is it 7 overseas players that Yorkshire have employed? Something of that order. Gone are the days of the likes of Michael Bevan coming over and playing full seasons and scoring heaps of runs and very nearly taking Yorkshire to one-day finals. We will see what develops there. We're just going to have a quick switch around in the comm box.
Yeah, Marty coming back in, and there's going to be a change of bowling as well, because coming on at the Howard stand then for the first time in the match is East Yorkshireman Will Rhodes against his former county, bowling at his former teammate Adam Lyth here, who's 33 not out, 24 overs into this Yorkshire first innings. They're still 278 runs behind the 346 that Durham posted at 68 for 1. Lyth works one off the hip down to backward square leg. Hogg coming into field, they'll pick up a single. And Marty, decked out in a red cap and shades, is back alongside.
Yeah, that sun's a bit bright. So Will Rhodes into the attack for Durham. If you want to email, you can email wearecricket@bbc.co.uk, or I'm on Blue Sky. I'm not on the other place anymore. The account's still there, but I don't look at it. I don't use it. It's Marty Cricket and Blue Sky. It's Rhodes balls, and Agarwal clips this to Hogg at backward point. Just looking at the numbers of bowlers that Durham have used so far in this innings. So Rain 1 for 4 from 7 overs, 4 maidens, bowled that spell before lunch. Potts none for 32 from 9 overs, 3 maidens. Hogg none for 26 from 6 overs, 1 maiden from him. Rhodes in again, and Agarwal plays the ball towards point, no run there. Ghaffari, a couple of overs of spin before lunch, none for 2. It was a maiden his first over. And Rhodes bowling his first over now.
And that was a remarkable drawn game against Worcester for Durham last week, wasn't it? Did I see that right? Was it 10 bowlers used?
Yeah, it was, for Worcestershire? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, yeah.
Yeah.
That's cut away by Agarwal, and he's placed that nicely beyond second slip and inside the line of gully, and that's down to third man for 4. Yeah, I was running out of room to write them all down. It was an absolutely flat track. Had a bit of green in the middle, and both ends looked like they'd been shaved really short, but they also lost 114 overs in that game to the weather. The first day didn't happen. So Worcestershire made 560 for 9. Durham were in the field for 174 overs, which was their second longest spell in the field in first-class cricket. Their longest was here in 2010, when they were in the field for 176 overs in a draw. Yorkshire 73 for 1 now after that 4. Rhodes in. Agarwal defends. Gets on top of that ball around about off stump. And he's on 34. Lyth's on 34. Partnership 64. Interestingly, Lyth was way ahead of him before lunch, wasn't he? Agarwal was only in about 4 or 5 or something.
That's right, yeah. Lyth was 22, Agarwal 5 at lunch.
Yeah. Anyway, all Durham could do last week was try and get as many batting points on the board as was possible, and they managed to get to 450 for 6, 86.4 overs, so they got the 5 batting points, and the match was drawn. Rhodes in again. Agarwal plays that one to short extra cover, and that is the end of the over, that 4 from it. So 273 is currently the deficit.
Remarkable game, the one you're describing there, for many reasons by the sounds of it, not least of which was the fact that Worcester got 500 plus when you think they've only got 12 batting points all season, haven't they? Strip and the conditions obviously suited them last week. Yeah, 73 for 1, so Yorkshire will be pretty pleased with things after lunch here at Headingley. With Hogg about to continue from the Kirkstall Lane end, and 25 overs bowled. 61 remaining in the day. As Hogg's in again, bowls to Lythe. Lythe looks really comfortable and calm and serene at the crease there as he pushes that one back up towards mid-on. Don't think been troubled at all since lunch, Adam Lythe. And Agarwal looks a different player completely than he did before lunch. His timing of the ball has been terrific. Hogg turns, runs away from us now. 2 slips in a gully for him. That's short and outside the off stump. It's cut by Adam Lythe. It's on the practice wickets now towards the Western Terrace. And once it gathers some momentum, the ball there, it's always going to be difficult to stop. Ghaffari giving chase. The ball always looked the favourite, and the applause confirms that is another boundary to Adam Lythe. And it only needs a touch, a tickle, doesn't it, across the square there. It beats the infield, and it always looks like a boundary. 77 for 1. Lythe on 38. And Hogg is back to his mark already, running away from us now. To the left-handed Lythe. That's straight. It's going to be just clipped off the hip, and it's in front of square on the leg side. They go through for 1 and a comfortable second as the throw comes in from Ben Rain. 2 more to Lythe. So he's just not found his line and length, Hogg, since lunch, I would say. 6.3 overs, none for 32, and he's now searching for that line and length that he desperately needs. Bright sunshine again at Headingley now. As Hogg's in, shorter in length, better line, just outside off stump, pushed into the offside. No addition to the score.
Beautiful. Bright day. We've got a bit of cloud drifting around, but nothing untoward. Lots of blue sky on show, and lots of aeroplanes up there. There's one just passing us heading to Newcastle from Faroe. So if you're on the way to the airport, that'll be landing in about 20 minutes, half an hour.
There's Hogg again. Lythe on 40. Pushed in front of square, fielded at mid-wicket. No addition to the score.
I went and sat on the balcony a little bit earlier on, but I only managed the one over. It was just too hot out there.
It's crazy, isn't it?
Yeah.
Like with most cricket grounds, there are places to be if you like the sun, and other places to be if you prefer not to have it. And I think at this time of year, if you're not in it, it's still cold, isn't it?
Yeah, and I can get burnt off a full moon. So.
Here he goes again, Hogg now. Lythe on his toes, pushes into the offside. Big shout of weight on from Adam Lythe as Will Rhodes swoops in the cover region there. That's 26 overs bowled, and Yorkshire are moving along very nicely at the moment, you have to say. 79 for 1, with Lythe on 40 and Agarwal on 34.
Durham have just got to keep plugging away here and believing, but it's not happened for them so many times with the ball this year in the County Championship. Struggle to bowl sides out. Prime example of that, putting Surrey in at the Oval and watching them make 820 before declaring.
Happened to most teams at the Oval, potentially, can't it?
Especially with a Kookaburra ball on a flat pitch in a heat wave. Start of a new over from Rhodes, bowling to Agarwal. It's played to Potts at mid-wicket, no run.
Where are we with the Kookaburra experiment?
Hopefully never seeing it again.
Is there a plan for it again next season?
I don't think so. The original plan was for 3 years. If you look at the scorecards over the periods when it's been used, it's been very, very dull matches. Oh, Agarwal's come down the track here to Rhodes. Looked like he was going to take him on, and Rhodes has just angled it across him. It's gone through to the keeper. The daft thing is, I mean, they were playing with a kookaburra ball when there was a test match here. And the county players are playing with the kookaburra ball, struggling to get runs. And the people who should have been using it were the people who were playing here.
Yeah.
And I mean, how many of those players are going to be on that plane to Australia?
Well, that's what the trial's all about at the end of the day, isn't it?
Agarwal drives at a half volley outside of off stump. Hogg tries to slide in and stop it on the practice pitches and does so. A lot of dust comes up. I don't think anybody else would have got to that because he's got the longest legs on the field.
Great fielding, right on the boundary edge there, and appreciation from the crowd. He's waving to the dressing room, Hogg now. Looks as though he's probably just ripped his flannels there. As you say, it's so dry. Yeah, could be.
He's absolutely covered in muck now. Yorkshire trail by 265 runs, I think that says. At 81 for 1.
Yep.
Durham desperately needs some wickets here to keep their hopes of survival alive. They've only been relegated once because of poor form, and that was in 2000. It was the first year of the County Championship, first and second divisions. They got promoted at the end of 1999 after finishing high enough following a rain-affected draw at Leicester. And then they finished 8th the following year and went down. And that was their highest finish in the County Championship, 8th, and they got relegated. Went down with Derbyshire. Rhodes to Agarwal. Plays that down into the ground and it runs to McKinney at first slip. It was a bizarre season, that, because Durham's first game, I think, was at home to Surrey, and Surrey were the reigning champions, and they had a star-studded side, and Durham ran through them and won. Remember, at the end of the game, the players were celebrating in a huge hot tub just over the boundary rope at the car park. And I went and interviewed them in the hot tub. And their only other win that year was at home to Derbyshire, but that was played at Feetham's in Darlington. Agarwal comes down the track, the roads again there, and he's met him about 3 or 4 yards away from the crease. Defends it, that's the end of the over. 81 for 1. Agarwal 36, Lythe 40, partnership 72. Yeah, they beat Derbyshire and Darlington in the June. I remember the game quite clearly because we just moved into our flat about a day or two before that match starting, and I was driving back and forth to Darlow every day and then unpacking boxes on an evening. Middle of quite a nice spell of weather in summer, and then we find out 2 weeks later that Hampshire had already been told they were staying up and Durham were going to be relegated instead for financial issues.
Wow.
So one or two people looking at the irony of how it could be that Hampshire go down this time because of a points deduction and Durham stay up, but Durham need to win. Ben Rain is back into the attack.
Yep, Rain outside off stump, through to the keeper, no addition to the score. Yeah, I mean, the relegation issue is always a thorny issue, isn't it? I was looking back at the final league tables over the course of the last 3 or 4 years or so, and I noticed that Middlesex in 2023 was second bottom and went down on 104 points. 104 when you think that Durham coming into this match on 140. You know, it's a huge difference. Again, Rain outside off stump, angled across the left-hander. Well, he's not quite got his radar in place yet, Ben Rain. That's a bit wide.
Now then, Sussex all out for 350, so they've ended up all out on 350, so they've got 3 batting points to go with their 3 bowling points, so they've taken 6 from that game. So Yorkshire have got 3 bowling points from this one.
Here comes Rain again to Lythe. Adam Lythe on 40. Much better from Rain. Much more like what we saw pre-lunch. Played towards square leg, no score.
Durham missed out on a 3rd batting point by 4 runs. So they only ended up with the 2 batting points. Hampshire ended up with... now then, this is good news from a Durham point of view. Hampshire bowled Surrey out for just 147, but then got bowled out themselves for 248, so they've missed a batting point by 2 runs. So they end up with no batting points. Surrey now 19 for 1 in response and trail by 82.
Here's Rain from the Kirkstall lane in bowling to Lythe. 3 slips in place, the third of which is pretty wide, through to the keeper again.
So Sussex in a very good position to beat Worcestershire and secure their own future with a comprehensive win there. Worcestershire are 45 for none in their second innings and trail by 182. Where else is happening in this division? Somerset bowled out for 433 by Essex, but Essex only got the 2 bowling points there. Essex now 57 for none in response. Notts 133 for 2 at Trent Bridge after bowling Warwickshire out for 258.
Here's Rain. Intriguing position in the relegation situation in the first division of the Championship. Adam Lythe pushes that behind square. Third slip runs around to do the fielding. David Bedingham there.
In Cardiff, Glamorgan all out for 265 against the Lankeys, who were 207 for 4. Glamorgan were promoted last week, and I remember going to Sophia Gardens in August 2018, and it was Alex Lees' debut game for Durham, having moved on loan initially from Yorkshire, and there was only just over 2 days possible, and quite a bit of that was rain affected.
Talking of Rain, here he comes, Ben Rain, round the wicket to Lythe, and that will complete the over. That's his 8th over complete. Miserly spell from him. 8 overs, 5 maidens, 1 for 4.
Yeah, there was a bit of weather around the first morning. The match finished in 2 days and not even a session. I remember leaving Cardiff at about midday and driving all the way up to Dumfries and Galloway to join the family who were on holiday there. It was an 8-hour drive. But yeah, Glamorgan were absolutely awful. They were beaten in 2 and a bit days in a rain-affected game. There was nobody in the ground. They'd just announced Anai Donald was leaving, and they looked like they were a club about to die. Start of a new over here from Rhodes, from the football stand end bowling to Agarwal, who's on 36. That's a dot ball.
All those, permutations that you're referring to in terms of the games elsewhere, I'm sure if you to speak to coaches in any sport, they'll talk about controlling the controllables, won't they? So, I mean, for both these teams, the objectives are very clear. Both teams know exactly what they need to do and what they need to get from this game, and that's what they'll be focusing on.
Rhodes to Agarwal. He clips a shortish ball down to deep backward point for 1 run. Hogg picks it up, so he's on 37. Lythe on 40.
I mean, as things stand in the game now, Yorkshire know that they need to bat for a long time.
Yeah.
And I guess Durham know that they need to try and find a way to take wickets. They started well enough, but this partnership now is becoming a problem for Durham. What's 73. It worth now? 73, yeah.
Yeah, winning it's easier said than done when you've not pulled many teams out this year. Rhodes around the wicket now to Lythe. Lythe leaves that one alone. I don't really think a draw is going to help Durham unless Surrey have a good rear guard action and beat Hampshire. And then Durham basically have got to make sure they end up with 3 more points from this round of games than Hampshire get, and then Hampshire will go down.
Yeah, Yorkshire's position is much more simple in the equation, isn't it?
Round the wicket comes Rhodes again. Lythe turns this to mid-wicket, no run there.
10 points needed for Yorkshire, just to remind everybody. They got 3 of them yesterday, didn't they? So
well, the final one today.
Final one today, yeah.
So 3 bowling points. If they can get 5 batting points, then they've got maximum bonus points from the game of 8.
Yeah.
And then if it was to be a draw, another 8 for the draw. 16. Bob's a good one.
Yep.
If he's not called Bob, I can't remember what his name is. This is turned by Lythe down towards long leg for 1. Lythe moves on to 41, and Yorkshire in the sunshine here in Leeds are 83 for 1, so they trailed Durham by 263 runs. It was a very good spell of bowling before lunch. Durham kept it really tight. It was the 4th over before Yorkshire managed to get a run on the board, and Finley Bean was really struggling with Ben Rain's line and length. There were a number of appeals for LBW, and then he eventually got him for 1. They were 9 for 1, but this partnership has grown into a position where it's achieved 74 runs so far. The last ball of the over is a dot ball, and Yorkshire are 83 for 1 here.
Yeah, you've got to think that...
BBC.
Yeah. Sorry, Martin.
I'll be back in a sec.
Yeah, you've got to think that spin will come into play in this game at some point. There's footmarks at both ends of the wicket on both sides. That will be a problem at some point in the game. Ghaffari for Durham bowled a couple of decent tight overs just prior to the lunch break, and Dom Best bowled 21 overs for Yorkshire, 1 for 68, but I think batting against spin will become more difficult as this game progresses. Here's Ben Rain, clipped away through mid-wicket by Lythe. Again, it runs across the practice wickets. Will that go all the way? No, it's just going to be cut off. Good diving stop there. And they're quickly through for 3, though. Good running between the wickets by the 2 Yorkshire lads on this occasion. But a really good piece of fielding out there on the boundary. And it saves a run. It didn't go for 4, but nicely played off the legs by Adam Lythe. And he goes on to 44. Yorkshire 86 for 1. Ben Rain just strained from his line. He's not done that too often. And just pitching that one on or about Adam Lythe's leg stump on that occasion. It was clipped really well through the leg side. For 3, they're thinking about a change to the field now. Yeah, they're going to put a man back, Durham, now right on the fence at mid-wicket to the right-hander. So it's not mid-wicket to the right-hander, of course. He's out there at cover point as Rain comes in, straight back from Agarwal, and pushes that one up towards mid-on. Looking altogether a happier chappy, Agarwal, after lunch than he did before lunch. As he's progressed really nicely now on to 37. More clouds pass overhead, but the sun just managing to continue to peek through from behind them as Rain turns from this Kirkstall lane end. 2 slips and a gully. The men catching, short ball, just steered around the corner by Agarwal there. No real effort in the shot, just got over the top of it, played it down into the ground, down to fine leg, and they go through for a single. They have tested him with the short ball, not very often, you have to say, but when the short ball has come, he's ducked underneath one, he's dodged backwards out of the way of one, and that one he just got inside and turned around the corner with a really well played hook shot. I go on to 38, it's back with Lythe again now to face Rain, outside off stump, and Lythe again allows that one to go through to wicketkeeper Robinson. Rain almost sinks to his knees. He thought that was close. Adam Lythe has allowed a few to pass that have gone fairly close. Let's have a look at the replay here from Rain. Yeah, it nips back. Difficult to see from the replay actually how close it was to the top of that off stump. But if anybody knows where the top of their off stump is, Adam Lythe is that man. An impeccable lever of a ball as Rain turns again. 4 balls bowled in the over so far. Comes in, straight ball, driven back up the pitch. Rain gets a hand on that. They'll go through for 1, they think about 2, but a really nice piece of fielding there by Matthew Potts. It was a good hand on that actually by Ben Rain. Otherwise, I think that would probably have been a 4. I don't think Potts could have got round to that. So another boundary save there. They just go through for a single, 1 ball remaining in this, the 30th over of Yorkshire's innings. Run rate's up to just under 3 at the minute.
And Adam Lythe doing Adam Lythe things to Durham on his birthday, heading towards the 10th occasion when he's passed 50 against them in first-class cricket.
Here's Rain again. That right leg from a forward defensive shot just comes round, so he just loses his balance a touch. He was reaching forward there, but it didn't matter. It's out the middle of the bat, And there's a
Physio
wave to the
again?
pavilion for the physio again.
Well, this is the third trip that the physio's had on to see Agarwal, and each time it's been about his arm. He didn't spot a bouncer from rain before lunch and got cracked on the left arm, and there was a delay of about 7 or 8 minutes when the physio came out to treat him that time. He's taking painkillers, and then she was back out again about 20 minutes later. He's got a tubey grip on his arm, and it looks like more painkillers are arriving now.
Yeah, it's painkiller time, isn't it? So this will be what? This will be the third lot of painkillers potentially, won't it?
Yeah.
Is he taking them in ones or two? What do you think?
I don't know. Maybe it's a little bit of Tixie licks for our younger
listeners. Yeah. Well, it's causing him some problems, I think. Like, it's fair to say, but he hasn't looked troubled since lunch with it, has he? Let's put it that way.
I wonder if he'll go for a scan at the end of the day's play.
Possibly.
I remember John Hampshire, who was good mates with my dad, and spent a lot of time in John's company over the years. And when he was coaching Zimbabwe, we went out to Sharjah to watch them play in a triangular tournament with Sri Lanka and Pakistan. And he was telling us a story about when he'd been called up to play for England, and he knew he'd broken his arm playing for Yorkshire the week before, but he didn't say anything about it.
Wow.
And he went to play, I think, were they playing the West Indies? Anyway, he got hit in the arm again, and he was in a lot of pain, so they sent him to see a Harley Street specialist. As the new over will begin, roads to live drives to the covers, no run there. And they did x-rays, and the Harley Street specialist said, I've got some bad news for you. He said, I gather you're making your test debut. And he said, yeah, that's right. And he said, you've got a broken arm. And John says, yeah, I thought as much. And the surgeon says, yeah, but you broke it last week, didn't you? Not this week, because that's an old break. And he said, well, yeah, I didn't want to miss my opportunity to play for England. Comes in and bowls again, and that's carved down towards short third man to Beddingham, no run there.
Interesting conversation with the management team when he got back to the ground, no doubt.
Yeah.
But, it completely get it, don't you? When you get your first chance to play for England, to lose out through injury, you never know how many opportunities like that you might get at that time in your career.
Yeah, that was his train of thought, really. He wasn't sure when the next opportunity might come along. Next ball's played by Lyth to mid-wicket, no run there.
I think playing injured generally in any sport catches up with you eventually, doesn't it?
I remember John when he was on the umpire circuit, so it was probably around about the summer of 2000 when I first started covering Durham for the BBC, and he was officiating in a Durham game at Chesley Street. He came and stayed at my dad's for a few days, and drove into the ground together each morning, had our breakfast in the players' canteen. Lyth defends this one, no run, because he lived at Worksop, and I think my dad first got to know him because Matthew Rosebery, whose son Michael captained Durham and played for Middlesex, his other son Andrew was a professional cricketer as well. He'd built an indoor cricket school with another guy in Houghton near Sunderland, and they brought John Hampshire up as a coach, and he was coaching in the indoor cricket school. And this was back in the mid-80s. They used to have an indoor cricket league in the winter, and all the club sides played in that. And that's how my dad got to know him, through Matty. Next ball's gone off towards point, no run there.
He's a tremendously stylish player, John, wasn't he? I can always remember there will be people watching and listening to this that will have much more knowledge of John Hampshire as a batter than I have.
I can't remember seeing him play. It was before my time.
I can always remember, my dad saying to me, just look how John Hampshire bats. That's the way to play. Stylish. Great timer of the ball.
He lived in, I remember he lived in Worksop, just off the M1. You go left at the junction, and the first village he came to, he lived there. Lyth cuts a short ball out towards Potts, and Potts goes for a throw at the stumps at the bowler's end, but misses the target. Bit of a risky single in the circumstances, but that takes Lyth up to 46. He keeps strike at the end of the over, 89 for 1.
Kevin Sharp, when he's back in the chair on commentary tomorrow, will tell a few stories about John Hampshire, I'm sure. Yeah. Former teammates.
Well, him and his wife used to like to come up because my dad had a house on the beach at Whitburn, and they used to love just sitting in the garden watching the sea rolling in and sunbathing And I remember, I was saying earlier, I could burn off the moon. There was one day, it was a breezy day, and I was washing my car and cleaning my bike and stuff, and I had my top off back in the days when I would take my top off. And John's wife said, "I think you're burning up." And she touched my back, and it was really sore, and I hadn't noticed because of the cool breeze off the sea. And I ended up with really bad burns.
89 for 1 Yorkshire then. As rain comes in.
Inside
There's
edge.
bat onto pad there from Lythe, yeah. An uncomfortable moment for Adam Lythe. And that one just pops out onto the offside. Rain continuing with this tight bowling from him. This is his 10th over, conceded just 9 runs so far. And runs have come generally at the other end, particularly since lunch. But Rain continues to be miserly. What a game he's having. 100 with the bat, of course, as well, that he completed this morning. And he's now coming in from the Kirkson Lane end, round the wicket to Lythe. That one's on, leg stump though. Lythe will clip that away through mid-wicket. Good diving stop by Matthew Potts, who's been heavily involved in the field since lunch. Another one to Adam Lythe, edging ever close to another Yorkshire 50 on his birthday, 38 today.
I think John Hampshire was the Zimbabwe coach when they beat England. And wasn't that when Bumble said we hammered them? Because he was England coach. David Lloyd was England coach at the time.
You've got a good memory there, Martin.
Early 90s, it would have been 92, 93, something like that.
Here's Rain running away from us. Agarwal waits, the right-hander. And he plays the forward defensive and immediately removes that left hand off the bat. So he's very conscious of that issue with his left forearm or elbow. But, it's not as though there's anything spitting off a length or causing problems, is there? He can be sort of confident that it's going to be true the way the ball bounces here on this track today, I would think. 90 for 1 Yorkshire. Here's Rain again. Agarwal faces, and that's gone straight through. That's a terrific ball. That beats Agarwal Islands up, actually. I'll wait for the replay to see just what happened there. But he brought him forward, Rain, and it's pitched just outside that off stump and just a hint of movement away off the seam through to Robinson, the wicket keeper. So that's probably the first thing of any note that Durham have got out of the pitch that I can recall anyway since lunch, just after 2:10 here at Headingley on day 2 of this final championship match of the season. Agarwal pushes out onto the offside. They go through for a single. That is another one to Agarwal there. He's on to 39. And Adam Lythe will be back down at the striker's end. 1 ball remaining of the over. And we'll have a change in the com box after this. Doidge will be back with you. Fielding change for Durham. So the third slip, or a wide third slip anyway, comes out. David Bedingham, and he's coming into a short mid-wicket position for Adam Lythe. As Durham look to try and force a breakthrough that hasn't really looked like coming since lunch. As Rain's into Lythe. Lythe drives towards extra cover. It's well fielded there by Alex Lees. That is the end of the over by Rain. So another fine over from him. 10 overs, 1 for 11. But it's Yorkshire who have responded since lunch here. And this partnership going really well between this pair. Worth 82 at the moment. Yorkshire 91 for 1.
Rhodes starts a new over bowling to Agarwal. It's gone to Bedingham. sort of deepish gully. No run there. So Lythe on his birthday on 47, doing Adam Lythe things again to Durham, as I said a bit earlier, looking to get 3 runs, which would take him to a half century against them in first class cricket for a 10th time. Agarwal plays the ball down into the ground here, bounces up and gets trapped behind his pad and then springs out again, but he manages to stop it hitting the stumps. Off a delivery from Rhodes. He goes for a little walk now. Rhodes turns. Coming into bowl. That's gone down the leg side. Agarwal goes down the track to Rhodes again. He's done that a few times. Plays and misses, and the keeper throws the ball back towards the stumps to try and get him out, but he missed the target. Agarwal got back into his crease.
Kevin Sharp downstairs sporting a jacket, would you believe? He didn't come in dressed like that yesterday, did he?
I sat on the balcony out there for an over and I thought, this is too hot, this is silly. Especially I haven't got any factor or anything on today. So Rhodes again. Agarwal defends. Ball goes short on the offside, picked up by Emilio Gay.
Who's who of former Yorkshire cricketers downstairs? Martin Moxon, Geoffrey Boycott.
Smarton's still living in the Wetherby area.
Jeff Cope.
They are in the lounge downstairs, I think.
Yeah.
In comes Rhodes. Agarwal plays that off towards deep backward point, 1 run.
Bit of a do-on tonight, so I think they're all dressed. Colin Graves down there as well.
I was just thinking back to Callie's funeral yesterday, thinking of Dickie Bird and Harry Gratian as they did the eulogy and hosted the service in Wetherby. All the Yorkshire players who were there as well. The good and the great of Yorkshire cricket. Round the wicket comes Rhodes to lie. That's left alone. That is the end of the over. Just the 1 run from it. 92 for 1. The deficit 254. The partnership is 83. Agarwal has 40. Lythe 47. When would it have been? 2019 was it, Callie?
It was 2018.
2018.
March 2018 when we lost him.
I remember one of the last conversations I had with him. It was would have been it was around about the time when Simon Grayson took over at Sunderland, and Sunderland had just been relegated from the Premier League.
Ben Rain from the Kirkstall Lane end, bowling to Mayank Agarwal, who's just pushed one out into the offside for a single. 93 for 1.
He rang me up, and it wasn't obviously the cricket season at the time, and I said, "Oh, hiya, Callie, how are you doing?" He says, "Emma's lad, I've got some bad news." And I thought, "Oh, somebody's died." And I said, "What is it?" And he said, I've just been talking to Grace, and apparently Simon's gone to Sunderland and there's no money and they're going to go down again." And I was like, "What?" That was start of the season. He'd just taken over from David Moyes, and he made it as manager to Halloween and then got sacked on Halloween.
Rain round the wicket, short ball. Oh, pinged by Adam Lythe to take him to 50, and a great way to do so as well. As Martin was saying, he's hurt Durham in the past with 4 previous tons against the North East rivals. And there's another 50 to boot, and he looks up to the heavens. And that will be another 50 for Adam Lythe in 102 deliveries. This one, a 6th for 143 minutes of batting, and he's made it into a happy birthday. And who knows where he can go with this knock. 97 for 1. He's been as patient as ever and waited for his opportunities, and he's played some beautiful shots. Like this fellow who's bowling at him was doing earlier on. He's gone short again. Never the wisest thing to do, but actually didn't come out of that one too badly, as Lyth has just worked it down to fine leg for 1. Yeah, Simon Grayson. I used to play a bit of Yorkshire schools cricket with my brother Matthew. Remember him back in the day with a sort of 80s mullet and I don't know if it was a bubble perm or just wavy hair that he had. Last time I saw him, I don't think he had much of that at Ripon Races a few years ago as rain bowls, and that's angled down through third man by Agarwal. 4 runs. There'll be a little bit of that angst about that from a Durham fielding point of view, because 1 or 2 players might feel that on a different day he might have got an edge on that, but I think he was in control of how he ran it down. We'll have another look for those who can see the pictures. Yeah, there you go. He just opened the face and ran it wide of the cordon, and that area is vacant. Second 50 up for Yorkshire, 102 now for 1 on the board, and Agarwal is in sight of what would be the first half century in Yorkshire colours. And he's just stepping across and trying to whip this delivery into the leg side, but misses out. It's looked just like it did yesterday, significantly easier in the afternoon session, just like it does on many days here at Headingley. If the sun keeps on shining, and yesterday, of course, that wasn't the case. The floodlights were on, there was cloud cover, but it still felt like it was easier. Today, it should definitely be so, with the warm weather drawing any moisture out of the pitch in that morning session. And if you can survive morning sessions here, then you can prosper in the next 2. At the moment, Yorkshire doing pretty well in that regard. And we have Yorkshire batting coach John Sadler, who's going to come and join us on air. Give Marty an extra breather. As Ben Rain comes in, that ball with a bit of shape in towards the right hand. There's not been loads of swing around in this match, and yesterday, when you would have thought it was going to swing more, not a huge amount of it. Ben Rain seems to be able to get it to wobble in most conditions. He's got 1 for 21 against his name from 11 overs so far, 5 of which have been maidens. Golden voice of Howard Ferguson just giving us Adam Lyth's stats. You can put it over the top of your hat, John, it's fine. You just let Sads get himself sorted out with his Yorkshire bucket hat. There you go. Give him a wave. Camera's over there, Sads.
How are you, Doige?
Good. You?
Yeah, good. We're in a good spot at the minute. Playing some good cricket. These lads look good, don't they? With the sun shining. So long may it continue.
Yeah, Ghaffari with his leg spin from the Howard stand end to Lyth, who steps back, and he's given that one some hammer. Away through mid-wicket for 4 runs, 2 short from Ghaffari, and he wouldn't want to bowl that Adam Lyth at the best of times, certainly not when he's got 50 odd on the board and has started to get going in this afternoon session. Probably start the questions at the end of the over, with the spinner being on, as Lyth just dinks one away backward of square leg and having got the boundary. Mentioned it earlier on, but the experience again, just work the 1, rotate the strike. Different batter for Ghaffari to have to think about here. Right-hander, of course. 45 from 82 so far. He's hit half a dozen boundaries. What can Ghaffari come up with? Oh, what can Agarwal come up with? Beautiful use of feet and a glorious stroke down the ground. A lofted drive for 6 runs and a tremendous way to bring up your first half century for the White Rose. And there have been one or two moans and groans and sniggers behind hands in the last week or two following those 2 ducks. But he's showing us what he can do here. 83 deliveries, 6 fours and a 6. And he's been out there for a minute short of 2 hours. And while they try and find the ball, we'll let John Sadler talk us through it.
Well, he's played beautifully, hasn't he? Looks like he's in a bit of pain, a bit of distress with his top arm. He's taking it off the back quite a bit, but he's playing beautifully. He's a fine player, really is. Obviously thrown to him in the nets last couple of weeks and picked his brains a little bit about batting. I mean, his record speaks for itself. Over his career, played 20 tests for India. If you play test cricket for India as a batsman, you know that he's a fine operator. So, but he's looked great. I think he's found it interesting with the conditions and a couple of pitches we've played on the last couple of weeks. Obviously it's swung and seamed a little bit, so I think he's enjoying and relishing a bit of sunshine on his back on a dry pitch, and he looks well set, doesn't he? Looks really well set, but he's a good man and he's a fine player.
He does. Well, we got a moment. What did Finn Bean say after he came out? Well, that you can repeat about his own dismissal.
Yeah, I've not spoke to him actually. He was just having a bit of lunch and stuff, so give him a bit of space after getting out, bless him. But yeah, it looked quite adjacent, didn't it, the dismissal? So, but again, that's the game. As a top order opening batsman, that's one of the challenges you've got to deal with. I thought they bowled nicely actually at the start. Obviously, Rainey doesn't give much away, does he? Challenges that off stump quite regularly. And then Potts at the other end, I thought they bowled nicely up top. A bit like us yesterday, we bowled well, didn't we? Held our length really well. Didn't give them much to hit, they had to work hard. And then it looked like it got a little bit easier. I know it's a bit of a cliche, but it got a bit easier as they went on. So it looks the case here today as well. Quite a challenge up top, and then it looks a bit easier now with these 2 set.
You've collectively been delighted with that start to the day, I guess. 3 wickets in pretty quick time to finish off the Durham innings.
Yeah, that was the first objective, wasn't it? Nice that they didn't get that extra bonus point at 350 as well, which was good. So, the first 2 jobs, I suppose, of the day, we've done nicely.
Here's Ghaffari and Agarwal, ball back in play. Just pushes one down to long off for a single. Yeah, and yesterday, I mean, just reflections on that. We are presumably happy enough at 322 for 7 on what's essentially still looking a good pitch, hybrid pitch.
Yes, definitely. We had good control throughout the day, probably until the last hour.
Ghaffari in again and live defence.
And they got a partnership. Rainey came in, obviously, and played quite aggressively, a bit of a counter-attack. And he played really well. He strikes the ball really well, as we know. He's a good cricketer. He's even better cricketer when his team are up against it a little bit. So they're allowed to play well. They got a bit of momentum and scored fairly freely, but over the course of the day...
Live working a single into the leg side.
Over the course of the day, we felt we had good control, 320 in the day, what have you. So overall, we were pleased. We probably lost a little bit of momentum that last hour. They got away from us a little bit. But even having said that, the scoring rate and the scoreboard never really got away from us. So we were happy overnight, like you say, on a good pitch. But it was important to finish that this morning as we did, 3 quick wickets, and then going back well. So far, I think we've probably won. Certainly the first 2 sessions yesterday, probably on as even the 3rd session, and then we've won this first session this morning. So I think we're up in the game, and the scoreboard probably reflects that.
Yeah, 115 for 1, so still 231 runs behind what Durham posted, that 346 all out earlier. Manu was integral to that. Ben Rain, 101, last man out, is going to continue from the Kirkstall Lane end, just getting a few words of wisdom perhaps, maybe a revised plan from his skipper Alex Lees. 2 slips, long leg, square leg is still sitting fairly deep. But then there's a close catcher in on the leg side, mid-on, mid-off cover and point. And good delivery from Rain, and there's a celebration as if that is just a given that's out. But Adam Lyth is unmoved. And so too, most importantly of all, is Steve O'Shaughnessy. Well, we'll have a look at that again for those who can see the replay.
They all went up straight away, didn't they?
He's pushing away outside his pad. And I guess unless he caught his pad on the way through or something like that. If it was noise that they're appealing on. Interesting. Getting it slowed down here. Well, there you go. Not out.
It looks not out to me, dodgy. I'll trust the umpire.
Surprise. Rain, and then from this skirts the lane end, and Lythe gets the full face of the blade in behind that, and there is no run. Your reflections on the season from a batting coach's perspective? Obviously there have been the highs of the likes of the way Imam played in the white ball, in the 50 over competition, and the highs of the way Adam Lythe's played in red ball cricket, and then the contrast with Adam Lythe in his white ball game this season. I mean, I've said it a few times on commentary, it's been a real head scratcher as that. Back to you in a mo, because rain's coming in now. Feels like he just holds that back a little bit, and Adam Lythe drives it to mid-off. So you've played the game out there against this bowling in the middle. Red ball cricket, opening the batting, 10:30, 11 o'clock on a morning, feels harder to score runs in, maybe, than white ball cricket fielding, hit the ball over the top.
Sounds easy.
Sounds easy, doesn't it? Yeah.
Easy game up here, Dodgy. Well, look, I mean, firstly, Lythe has been absolutely magnificent, as always, in red ball cricket. And even at 38, today he is, on his birthday, as he ducks a bouncer from Ben Rain. His work ethic, his attitude, his character, everything that he does is absolutely of the highest standard. He's first out every morning in the nets. He's got his routine. His preparation's magnificent, and for somebody who's done so much in the game as what he has, to still have the hunger and the drive to keep getting better every day and perform every day, I take my hat off to him, I really do. And he's a brilliant role model for all our young lads coming through to watch how he goes about his business.
There's rain balls to him here, and it just eases that into the offside, no run. Yeah, so, but still, we know all that. I've said all that numerous times. So you're not telling me anything I don't know there. What I don't know is that contrasted this year between white and red ball? Can you put your finger on it?
If you do find the answer, let me know, won't you? And it's an easy game. But look, again, so his game plan and his method doesn't actually change too much from red ball to white ball cricket. The T20, obviously, his tempo's a little bit different. He's got to be a bit more aggressive. In red ball, you can leave a ball that's outside off all day if you want. In T20, you're throwing your hands at it.
Okay, and he's throwing his hands at this one. That's a beautiful shot between Ben Rain and Alex Lees, who's at mid-off, just over the top of it. And again, it's just great to watch how he waits for the ball to come to him, and he doesn't go hard at that ball.
No, but again, in T20, I've not got the numbers off the top of my head. He didn't have as good a scene as what he has in previous years. But he did get us off to a couple of good starts. And sometimes those quick 20s and 30s go unnoticed a little bit because they're not the big scores. So he did have some little performances in there. What he didn't do is go on and get the big scores for us. But look, that's the game, isn't it? There's a difference between red ball and white ball cricket. As time goes on, the gap between red ball and T20 cricket particularly, that gap's getting bigger and bigger by the year. There's a reason why all these major teams around the world now have specialists who play one format. So there is an element of that, but it doesn't mean he can't keep doing it. He's been one hell of a performer in both formats, in all formats, over many years. So I think there's nothing really that we can put our finger on that is the reason why he didn't get the runs, particularly in the 50 over cricket. We thought that we were excited for that one. Speaking to Lythe, he's not played 50 over cricket for a while, but he was excited to play that format. With his red ball form as well. We thought that would be a nice kind of competition for him. But again, it just didn't work. But that's the game. Sometimes it's why we love this game. Keeps us scratching our heads. But like I say, his prep and his work ethic and all that was absolutely top class. And sometimes you have to just let it be, as long as you can.
Yeah, Ghaffari bowling then to Agarwal, who's just defended into the offside.
As long as you can sleep easy, that you've done your prep, you've done your practice, your game plans are on point. Sometimes you have to go and play the game, and if it doesn't quite come off, you know, you can sleep easy. That is what it is sometimes.
Agarwal 52 then, goes back foot and just eases this one out backward a point, no run.
But yeah, reflecting on the year from a batting coach perspective, as you asked, firstly, it's been fantastic. I've loved it, absolutely loved it, watching these lads go about the business. I suppose my first objective coming into the club, back into the club, going back home.
Agarwal defending again into the leg side this time.
The first objective was to kind of watch and learn and observe and get to know these lads, get to know them personally, get to know their games on a little bit of a deeper level. And I'm not somebody who's going to come and dive in and suddenly start changing things, changing techniques, changing routines or anything like that. I'm somebody who's going to watch and learn and observe and find out what they do.
Yeah, Agarwal has got hold of this one. That's gone many a mile before it bounces just inside the rope for 4 runs. But huge gap there through Cow Corner. And he's made the most of it. 56 now to him, 123 for 1.
So yeah, getting in, getting to know the lads, getting to know their games, watching how they go about their business, and of course there's a lot of lads who've had a lot of success. They've had some success in recent years. So to come in and change things and do all that, I think can be quite dangerous. It's more about getting to know them, building that trust, building up that rapport with them, and then over time.
Yep, as Agarwal plays one again to backward point, no run.
Over time, if there's something that jumps out, then you may offer a suggestion, but you know, it's more about getting to know them, getting to know their game, and then spending time with them. And again, like I said, over time you start to pick things up and offer the odd suggestion. This is what I'm seeing.
Yep.
This is what I'm suggesting.
Agarwal just gives himself a bit of room to play that one away to the cover sweeper for a single to complete the over at 124 for 1. He's 57, Lyth 62. Partnership now worth 115, and Yorkshire trail by 222 runs.
Yeah, offering those suggestions. This is what I see. This is what I think may help you. You've always got to think of a knock-on effect when you're offering advice and suggestions. Of if you do something, it might counteract something else. It might upset the flow of a different part of your game. So you're always trying to get that right. But ultimately, it's down to the players as well. We're just here as coaches. We're here to guide and support and try and offer solutions or suggestions, like I say, of how they can improve and how they can get better. But it's got to be something that the player themselves buy into and believe in. There's no point in them doing something to please the coach. That nobody wins from that. It's very, very much down to them and their decisions. And we're here as coaches to try and guide them on their way and help them on their way. And sometimes you offer a suggestion to try it, whatever it may be. It might be a little tweak technically, or something from a game plan perspective, options. And they might try it, might not work. And if it doesn't work, that's okay.
Yep, Potts to Agarwal, turns that one to leg, no run. Matthew Potts back on at the Kirkstall Lane end. 9 overs and a ball now. 3 maidens, none for 32. Yeah, interesting to hear all that. Let's talk more specifically then about a couple of other players, if we can. One being Matthew Revis, Kaching. I know it's an easy win for me as the commentator here, but probably an easy win for you as well. But actually, there's maybe a bit more to that as well, as Potts comes in to bowl to Agarwal, who drops that into the offside, no run. To me, he's been a revelation this season. I've obviously been watching him since he first came into the side in the format, all 3 formats that he's played, and I'm not sure what else to say other than there's been something different about the way he's gone about it in the middle this year, where I've been using the expression, he's owned it, which I didn't feel like he sort of was showing that confidence out there in the middle prior to that. Potts in again. Agarwal punches that one out squarish on the offside and will pick up 1. I know you've just come back this year, But you'll have seen him play before anyway, and obviously previously in your role with Northants.
Yeah, I actually tried to sign him for Northants a couple of
There
years
you
ago.
go. So you've rated him yourself.
So I've rated him, yeah. I mean, he was this young, raw batter who'd come off the academy who was scoring a load of runs in the pathways, and a big, strong lad who looked like he could bowl quick with a huge potential and a high ceiling. So he was somebody that we tried to snap up, but as every Yorkshireman does, and rightly so, he wanted to play for Yorkshire, so he stayed here. But he's been brilliant as Rev. I think he's matured a lot this year. I think he's really matured. You know, when I say that, I mean from a cricket perspective, staying calm under pressure and all those things. But he was somebody that early on, when I was getting to know him in the winter.
Pots to Lythe, who plays that well actually. Difficult delivery, and he's got a single square on the leg side.
We went for a coffee early, actually, as I did with most of the lads. Just away from the ground, just to chat and get to know each other a little bit, and spoke about his game and what does it look like, what does he look like when he's at his best, what's his journey today, how's he gone about his business, what does he like to do on match days, what does his prep look like. And as we got into it and got some sessions going, he one of my suggestions was to slow everything down and do some drills, some little bobble feed drills. He did a lot of practice against the dog stick, he did a lot of practice on the machine. High pace practice, which is good.
Yeah, Potts and Agarwal leaving off stump.
And one of the suggestions was to just slow it down and do some drills so that it could really exaggerate kind of how his body goes about his business, creating some muscle memory on a slightly deeper level. I believe that you should do your high-end practice and fast and quick and high-intensity pressure practice. But I also think there's a huge place for drills and grooving, really honing those skills and creating that muscle memory. So the two extremes of the spectrum with training. He did the high-end stuff, but he didn't really do much of the slow stuff. So that was an early suggestion.
Potts to Agarwal, who leaves again wide of off stump, end of the over, 126 for 1.
As I did with a few of the lads, asking them about the drills and what they're doing. He was somebody that we spoke to it about, and he was the first one actually who came and said, can we have a drill session? Can we just quietly go and do one? So we did some bobbles and spoke about a couple of things, and I think he actually had a tough net. He didn't bat brilliantly in one of the pre-season nets, and then he asked to do some drills. We did some drills before his next session, and he played brilliant in the nets, and it was almost like his drills were a nice warm-up for him to go into the net against the bowlers. And that's evolved into him now doing drills regularly, which is fantastic. So he was one of the first ones who bought into kind of doing some of these slower bobble feed drills, among other things, And we both believe that it's had a good impact in him being able to go and perform as he has.
Here's Ghaffari, leg spin to Lythe, who whips him off the legs for an easy single out to Hogg.
So that was fantastic. But one of the most exciting things about Rev is his calmness under pressure. He's gone in, not only has he scored a load of runs in red ball cricket and got big hundreds under pressure, he's also gone in under pressure in the T20 format, so the two extremes of the game, red ball, patience and discipline, and the T20 razzmatazz and what have you. Another dot ball there. Yeah. And he's shown some real composure at both extremes. He played brilliantly under pressure in a couple of the T20s, notably the last game against Leicester, I think it was, where him and Abdullah Shafiq put on a brilliant partnership when we were really in trouble.
Nice drive from Agarwal, who's still taking that top hand off the bat. He's got a single down to long off.
And yet he was able to kind of transfer that into the red ball game. So that's one of the most pleasing things about Rev, is that he's really bought in, he's really zoned in on his practice, he's stayed consistent with it throughout the season, and the performance in the two extremes of the game, the red ball stuff and the T20, is a very, very exciting prospect.
Adam Lythe just getting his pad on this one, and Mike Burns about to... Oh no, in fact he didn't. It got into Burns anyway. It's leg by, maybe it hit Ollie Robinson's pad.
So yeah, and seeing him score not only hundreds but big hundreds and match-winning hundreds up at York and Scarborough notably was fantastic. So he's been brilliant.
I'm just going to come back to that as Agarwal drives up to long off and again takes his top hand off the bat. So we're at Trent Bridge. Obviously, Finlay Bean got his 2-2-4, and Matthew Revis is, as has so often been the case since he he sort of came into the side on a regular basis. So I'm elbowing his very start when he was at the top of the order as a 17-year-old. Lyth goes back foot to this delivery, and he's going to ease out another single square on the offside. End of the over, 131 for 1. So he's in the lower reaches of the middle order for quite a while. He's batting with the tail as often as has been the case, and that's one of those things in the last year or two. I've said it loads. That there's been some situations where if you're confident, you're confident in what you're doing, where you're at, you're kind of going to take control of that because you're the dominant player. You've got the shots, and that's not always happened. And of course, he missed out on that ton, didn't he, at Trent Bridge when it looked like it was starting to come that day, and he ended up 93 not out. And then you wind that just onto the next week's match against Essex at York. Again, an easy pick for a commentator to do, but I'm going to throw it at you anyway because you know that I'm not afraid of doing that sort of thing, Sads.
You're good at that.
Potts is in, and Lyth. Well, we got a lot of time to kill on there during the season, mate. There's a lot of talking to do. That's pushed to mid-off, no run, and so in that match, the 2 shots. He plays 2 shots up to the top side of the ground by the tennis courts, 2 sixes, and those 2 shots for me. That's when I think, right, he's got loads of runs already at this point, but he finished off the match by playing him. And that's a plane that you'd never quite seen him get to before that point. And that sort of felt a couple of big moments to me as Adam Lyth drives wide of Alex Lees, who can't get down for that. Lovely shot once again from Yorkshire's opener, 69 to him now with that boundary, and 135 for 1.
Yeah, I mean, again, he was in and he's set, and he's one hell of a powerful young man, isn't he? I mean, look at the size of him, 6'6", whatever he is, big, strong, strapping lad. And that's part of his armoury. Not only has he got a good technique aligned with a good game plan, and his method's good, his practice is consistent, he's strong in his mind. He's also got, this power that not everybody possesses. We saw it briefly a little bit in T20. The role he played in T20 actually had to absorb and play smartly under some pressure, but we see him in practice.
Potts to Lyth, who plays that into the offside, no run.
We see him in practice. We see the work he does behind the scenes, whether it's on the machine drilling some range hitting, some 6 hitting, or whether it's sweeping, or whatever it may be, a range of all of it. And he's got this power that not everybody possesses, and that's one of the exciting things about Rev. And he's not the only one. We've got some. The thing that blew me away when I joined and started watching training again was the level of skills that we have in our ranks.
Yeah. Oh, now then, Adam Lyth gets squared up here for the first time, I think, during the innings, and that's lobbed over the top of Potts, who is prone on the strip next to the one they're playing on, and the chance has more or less gone begging.
Yeah, it wasn't quite a chance, I don't think, was it? Even Pottsy diving over there to his right was a bit short, but yeah, it just popped a bit, that, didn't it? A bit of a leading edge, but we'll take a dot at this stage. The level of skill that we had, Mag similarly when he came back and sat back and watched, and Mickey when he came in, we were blown away with the level of skills that we've got. So again, that's always exciting, isn't it? And Rev was certainly in that amongst those other lads.
Here's Potts to Lyth, who's, not perfect contact again, but straight back to the bowler. No run, he's just whipping off the gloves as if something's not quite right. Something under the helmet. But those 2 balls anyway, just to finish off that little bit. For me, he felt like it was almost like he's saying to the bowler, you're bowling at me now. You don't bowl it there,
yeah.
You're bowling at me now. Whereas it didn't feel like that maybe up to that point.
But again, his character as well as his size and his stature, he's quite a dominating figure, isn't he?
Yeah.
So if he sticks his chest out, the presence he has at the crease is excellent.
Dot ball to finish off the over. 40 now complete, 135 for 1. Speaking with John Sadler, Yorkshire's batting coach here. BBC Sports Extra 3, 5 Sports Extra 3, and also the BBC Sport website and app, as well as on the Yorkshire stream. We do still have Martin Emerson and Graham Colley in the back of the box, but I think they're quite happily checking their phones at the minute. So we'll keep going for a bit longer, because I wanted to talk, and I can tell you what, guess who's the next person I'm going to ask you about. we'll do that, because you obviously think you know that. You can second guess me before we even start, Sad. So come on.
Well, I don't know. It could be anybody, Dodgy. Imam? Was he up
No,
there? You mentioned him
he'd
earlier.
be in there. It could have been on the dodgy bingo card, but I think I'm going to go James Wharton.
Yeah.
As Ghaffari continues with his leg spin, and another single from Agarwal up to long off, 136 for 1. James Wharton, obviously ton in the 50 over comp, but not one in this, despite having played a number of knocks where he's looked like he's threatened to every time he's gone out to the crease. Lythe has a swish at one wide of off stump and misses.
Yeah, again, another very fine young man and another fantastic young player and a brilliant prospect for us. He's played some brilliant cricket, Warts. And the way he's played this year, you know, it's quite surprising he hasn't got 100, although we're not finished yet, so there's still time.
Lythe defending.
But he's somebody who his attitude is absolutely superb. His character, everything he does, his prep. Again, I know I've said it about Lythe, he's one of the older men in the squad, as Warts is one of the younger guys in the squad. His attitude to practice and prep, as it is with everybody in all the lads. Another dot ball there from Lythe. Is fantastic. The way they go about the business, their energy that they bring to warm-ups every morning, practice every day, the desire to get better. They're very open to chatting about the game, any suggestions, and he's another example of that. And he's again
And that is the end of Adam Lythe, a ball that has looped up and been taken eventually by Matthew Potts, I think it was, coming around from slip, wasn't it? He said, looking down at his notes at the point it happened, and that is the end of Adam Lythe for 69. So his birthday is not going to end in 38th birthday ton. Nonetheless, he's going to receive an ovation from the home support. We don't know, but maybe the last time we see him out there in the middle this season. 127 deliveries, 9 fours, some of them seeing Adam Lythe at his best. 69, he's had a heck of a season, and he's getting on towards 1,200 championship runs from it. 136 for 2.
Yeah, just a little tickle there. It looked like it went through to the keeper and bounced up off the keeper's gloves, and then first slip ran around and got it. So a little bit unfortunate, but he's played magnificently, hasn't he? He's done a brilliant job for us there, as he has done all season. But he will be a little bit cross, Dodgy, knowing Lythe. He'll be cross with that. He wanted 3 figures on his home patch. But yeah, he played fantastic. And talking of Warts, as we were just before that wicket, in he comes. So we'll see. But lovely partnership there from those two guys. I don't know who it was in the end, the partnership. 127, there you go. So again, we talk about big partnerships, 100 partnerships, 100 plus partnerships. So it's put us in a great position, those two. But yeah, we've got to make sure we go again and back up that partnership with another one, really. Against the spin, it's always difficult coming in against a spinner, a wrist spinner. It's a different challenge, especially for top order batters who are used to facing seamers early in their innings. So it'll be interesting to see how Warts goes about his business here. But just chatting about Warts as we were earlier, he's a very, very fine player. His ball striking is incredible. I didn't see it actually. I wasn't in post when he got 200 odd last year against Northants, but watching the highlights of that, watching it back, that's an example of how well he can strike the ball. So he's got to get in and get started here.
Yep, he's taking guard, right-handed of course, and Ghaffari, who picked up his first wicket with that dismissal of Adam Lythe, bowls to him and he's off the mark straight away, which is always a bit of a relief at whatever level you play.
Absolutely. Again, he's another one who's played every game this year, and he's performed in red ball and he's also performed in T20, and 50 overs obviously in between that. And the performing at the two extremes is always an exciting proposition, like I was on about with Rev. And we've got a few lads who play both formats, play all formats. So again, as another young Yorkie batsman coming through, it's exciting that we've got players who can play in different formats, and Warts is absolutely one of them. And
what was the deal with him, then? Because obviously Abdullah Shafiq was around, and I think the county wanted him to stay. I mean, I heard a story that the batting coach said, no, you need to go get this guy called Imam ul Haq, because he'll score stacks of runs in the 50 over competition. Can you confirm or deny that's true?
Well, it doesn't matter, does it, how he got here? In the end, we got him. Again, he was fantastic, he really was. I thought Abdullah played really well, actually. He looked a fine player. But obviously got called up for a camp back home.
Short ball here from Potts, first up to Wharton, who sways out of the way.
And then Imam obviously had played quite a bit more international cricket, and he was somebody who was having discussions, shall we say, I think, with the Pakistan Cricket Board, and he was kind of out of the loop a little bit at that point. There you go, thanks for that. And he turned up and he was magnificent, both on and off the field. You hear it a lot these days in professional sport, and having good characters around. And he was certainly another good character, and it's an important thing we look at.
Potts to Wharton, who leaves.
When it comes to recruitment and overseas professionals who come in, it's really important that not only are they good performers, of course, we need good performance, but we need good people who are going to buy into how we go about our business. And all the guys who have come in this year have been fantastic. The two New Zealand lads early season, the two bowlers, they were brilliant. Will Sutherland was fantastic for us, brilliant character, real good character, played the game the right way, competitive, trained properly, fit as a fiddle, ticked all of those boxes.
Potts bowling to Wharton, who drives, but the bowler gets his hand to it.
And Imam was exactly the same as we have now with Mayank coming in. So I think it's really important. But the way that Imam spoke about the game, very calm. It was nice speaking to him because he was actually a little bit old school. The way we spoke about 50 over cricket. In a world where baseball has taken over and we see England go and smack it and try and get 400 and what have you, that's fine. He was actually of the other way, as I believe in this as well, as Mags does.
Potts to Wharton, who again has to sway out of the way of a short ball.
And this was some of the language we used as coaches around the 50 overs, was that actually this is a long game. It's closer to the 4-day game than it is the T20 game, in the way that we go about our business, building partnerships, building in innings, taking the game deep, grinding the opposition down a little bit and being patient, and all those things that you see that you see in red ball cricket. We spoke about that a lot with the 50 overs, and Imam was really on the same page with that. He was quite strong in the belief that it's closer to red ball cricket than it is T20. So it was really nice that he was aligned with us.
There's a dot ball here. James Wharton playing it out probably a bit square on the offside than he was thinking.
And he certainly went and played that way, didn't he? I mean, his numbers were, he got 600 odd runs, didn't he, in 7 games?
Outstanding, yeah.
And he was a pleasure. It was a pleasure to watch, wasn't it? Very pleasing on the eye. But he played the game how we spoke about as coaches and Bessie as captain. And I think when you get that alignment from everybody and everybody's on the same page and trying to do it the same way, then I think that's also really powerful. So Imam really bought into that.
Potts making his way into bowl again to Wharton. Final ball of the over. He's gone short once more, and James keeps this one down nicely. End of the over, 137 for 2. Most of those knocks were, as you were saying, that sort of let's just play cricket. A couple of them, I can only think of a couple where he did get a few balls early on where he got going, but most of the time he'd leave quite a lot. He'd just have a look, knock a single, have a good look at what was going on out there, and it just did feel like the old-fashioned way, but the results still came at the other end.
Well, he still has the ability, you see, to, when the time is right, is to smack it out the ground and score quickly. We had a training session at Scarborough on one of the pitches. I think it was might have been before the semi, was it? Or before? Anyway, it was one of these games, and one of the practice pitches had got wet, and it was ragging square.
Agarwal, lovely cover drive here. He's going to get just the one for it. Swept up well out in the distance.
Really, really ragging square. We had a seamer's net and a spinner's net, and in the spin net, the wicket had got a bit wet the day before, and it was really tough conditions to bat. And our lads found it a challenge, which is great sometimes. To practice under pressure. And Imam came in and batted on that same pitch, and he made it just look so easy. The options he had against the turning ball was another dot ball there for Watts. The options he had there for all different kinds of spin on that kind of pitch was an absolute pleasure to watch. And again, it's nice for me to ask and pick his brains about what he thinks and how he sees and what he thinks of spin.
Turns that one square on the leg side, straight to the man, no run. Yeah, and is that, I mean, how much of that is his ability, and how much of that, if you could harness that from talking to him, watching him, could you hope to transmit to other batters that you coach, wherever that may be from now in the future, as Wharton cuts that one out into the offside but can't get through for one?
Absolutely. I think when youngsters particularly see senior players come in and do well, and then they speak about the game, I think it's a lot easier to buy into seeing a senior player, an international performer doing a skill so well.
Wharton goes back foot this time to defend.
And it was brilliant chatting with him as well, and speaking about some of our players, because then he was able to kind of confirm or reassure or back up a message that I might be trying to pass on, or Mick might be trying to pass on with the bowlers. And it's almost kind of doubly powerful. And then when you see somebody go and perform and do what he's been suggesting, it goes a long way, doesn't it?
Yep, Wharton goes back foot again. Alex Lees is drawn in to field this at cover. No run, 43 overs in and still 43 remaining in the day. 138 for 2, Yorkshire trailing by 208.
I think we can all relate at any level, really, whether it's club cricket or professional cricket, whatever it is. I think if the overseas comes in, is always somebody that you look to learn from. If the overseas comes in and offers good suggestions and spends time around the players and does well, I think certainly the open-minded players go and speak to him, don't they? And it's always somebody that you look up to. As a youngster, when the senior guy comes in and the overseas international player comes in, you always want to pick his brain and learn from him and try and copy him if you can.
Yeah, I mean, I've heard you talk about and purr about Darren Lehman's time here when you were a youngster.
Absolutely.
And that's still very vivid for you, isn't it? So the effect that he as a player had on you as a young player, phenomenal listening to you talk about him.
Well, yeah, he was the king, wasn't he? Still is one of the kings of Yorkshire, one of the best Yorkshire have ever had, and he was my idol growing up.
Potts bowling here to Agarwal, who defends into the offside, no run.
Not only because he was left-handed, used Gray Nichols, going bald and slightly overweight, they were bonuses, but the way he went about the game was magnificent. I think any young batter around that period looked up to Buff. I remember watching him here. I was doing 12th man, which ties in what we're talking about. I remember watching him doing 12th man here, and he got 100 against Notts in a 50 over game, and Richard Stent was bowling left arm spinner, and the way he moved around the crease and manipulated the ball into different gaps at ease.
Yeah, short ball here, nicely played by Agarwal. He's got that away wide of gully for 4 through third man. That was travelling as well, timed it well. 70, I think, now to him when the score goes on. Or is it 66? They might have been, I think they've done it very quickly. 142 for 2, 66 to Mayank Agarwal.
Yeah, watching Buffer that day, as a young man in the seconds doing a bit of 12th man, to see the senior guy, the international guy, the overseas guy do so well and make it look so easy. The next day we had a second team game up at Durham, and the first thing I did when facing one of the left arm spinners, I think it was Chris Bryce, bowling in the twos in the nets pre-match, is I tried to emulate what Buff did the day before.
Potts to Agarwal, who plays into the offside, no run.
To the point where actually how he went about his business stayed with me throughout my playing career. I shuffled over a little bit to left arm spin and try and hit certain pockets of the ground and manipulate the ball and have a method. And that's still true to this day with some of the batters that I work with, and I use Buff and that example. And when you put a big name to a suggestion or an example of a world-class player doing what you're suggesting, I think that also lands with players as well, because they've seen the evidence of it succeeding.
Yeah.
It's a wonderful shot.
Yeah, Potts and short ball, and Agarwal just, again, with control, just guides that out to mid-wicket, picks up 1 run.
So yeah, that's another example of a senior guy coming in and a youngster looking up to him and trying to watch and learn from him. As I'm sure some of the lads will hopefully be watching Mayank go about his business. Even though he's batting with one arm at the minute, he keeps taking one arm off. I'm not sure that's his method every day.
No.
But it certainly seems to be effective at the minute.
And Imam, I mean, it seemed that every time he scored 100, Yorkshire would win the game. And then there was the semi-final, as Potts bowls and Wharton leaves wide of off stump. Was that just a brain fade with the bat that day? Was that just a bit of panic under pressure? What did you put it down to watching on from the side?
Well, they're your words, not mine.
I'm asking you that question.
Yeah, I mean, look, I don't think the rain delay helped us there. It's not an excuse. All of a sudden, from being in control and scoring at a nice tempo with freedom, I think Luxie was in at the minute, just getting in, getting set. Imam was playing magnificently on, what was he on, 80, 90, 100? I think he got his 100 at that point. And the rain delay. And then it kind of happened pretty quick, didn't it?
Yeah, short ball and Wharton over the top of that. Defence. Yeah, I'm asking that question because, yes, I think we all agreed in the com box that day, including Kev James, who was the Hampshire commentator, that it felt like Yorkshire had come out on the worst end of the DLS because they were going along at a tempo that said they win this game easily if we just play in a 50-over game. But then take that chunk out of the game, ramp it up because you need what you need, one down, and if he goes quickly, as he went fairly soon afterwards from memory. As you said, changed quickly.
It did. The whole tempo of our innings had to change. I think, what did we need? We needed 115 off 14 overs or something like that. And then I think Luxie smacked the first ball for 6. And then he got out, and then there was the run out of Imam, and all of a sudden, 2 new batters, and it's a different game, isn't it? When you need 8 and over. Coming in, it suddenly became, we talk about the longer format and 50 overs, it suddenly went from a 50 over tempo to a T20 tempo. And we know that things can happen quickly in 2020. Having said that, I would back us in that position 9 times out of 10 with the cricket that we were playing to knock those runs off. Yeah,
it just felt like it was one of those days. Unfortunately, it was a semi-final. That's played square on the leg side by Agarwal for a single. And I suppose you can't really dwell on that too much, can you? You just got to go, right, draw the line, step over it.
I think it's quite a subdued feeling in the dressing room after that day.
Not surprised.
We'd played magnificently in that tournament. We really had. We'd played some fantastic cricket.
So Wharton goes back foot to defend this Ghaffari delivery.
And it was a shame not to be in the final. But we had to kind of dust ourselves down and then crack on and get into a red ball format. I think 2 days later we were straight on the bus and playing red ball cricket. So, but as long as we learn from that experience, spoke when I first came in the comms box here as a dot ball from Watts, about getting to know the lads, watching the lads, seeing how they go about the business, seek first to understand before being understood and all that stuff. That was a real learning point for us, for the players, but also for us as coaches, where we know that potentially we have to try and expose the lads to a bit more pressure in practice if we can, particularly.
Yep. As Wharton just has a little drive at one that he didn't make the contact he wanted with, shall we say, dot ball.
Particularly, over the winter or even in pre-season and the build-up to next year, we know we can probably put the lads under a bit more pressure in practice. You can never replicate being out, it's the old penalty shootout conversation. You can never quite replicate it 100%, but you can try and get as close to it as you can.
Yeah, another shot into the leg side this time from Wharton, dot ball. Final ball of the over, 144 for 2. We'll let you go in a minute too, because I'm conscious of the fact that we need to get these 2 boys back on. We've still got 9 overs to go before tea, so they can have a bit of a stint together. It felt like before that tournament started, and then on the few games that I covered, I was saying it, including the Somerset defeat, that it felt like when there was some pressure on the middle order, that would be the key. If the lads could withstand that, then that was the key to going on and maybe picking up a trophy. But there was always that concern that if there was a rattle of wickets at the top, or in the case of the semi-final, just a change in the game, that would be the real challenge as Agarwal plays a single into the leg side. So
I think Rev was a big loss for us with that. He was obviously with the 100, which was brilliant. Shame not to have him in our big games back into the tournament with the form he was in. But also it's fantastic that he's getting exposed to the next standard up with the 100. There was an innings down at, I think it was Sussex, where Rev and Hilly were new batters at the crease. I can't remember the exact numbers, but they were under pressure and they soaked up some pressure really well.
Well, short of length again at James Wharton. There seems to be a tactic from Matthew Potts, defended into the offside.
Yeah, and we suddenly lost a couple of wickets, and it was suddenly a bit of a tight run chase, and they played magnificently well, really calm, stayed composed, stayed patient, And then when the time was right, they turned the screw a little bit and put the foot down and scored some boundaries, and we won the game quite easy in the end. So there's two examples there. One of being under pressure and some success that we can learn from and reflect on. That's when the sight comes in. You start talking about what are your emotions, how did you control things in your head, did you think clearly under pressure, left alone from what's another dot ball, and then comparing that to potentially the semi-final where under pressure again. How are you thinking? Were you able to think clear? So these are the kind of conversations that in the off-season you can go back and reflect, and this is part of what I mean by observing and watching and seeing those examples where we can then go back. As long as we learn from those, Doige, so that the next time we're in that position, whoever it may be, because hopefully that's what you want to be. You want to be in those high-pressure games, and semi-finals and what have you. But the next time the lads are in those kind of positions, how are they going to react? And I think that's a big learning for us. A big learning for us that we can take from that defeat at Scarborough that day.
Pots to Wharton, who just worked that fuller length delivery into the leg side, no run. Yeah, there's no point in asking me if you think you're going to get necessary points to survive in Division 1 while you're sitting there, is there?
Well, I hope so from here. I mean, look, we've got to just focus on what's in front of us. Bluey, captain this week, has been speaking regularly about let's not get too embroiled with what's going on elsewhere around the country. Let's turn up, do the job here, which so far we have, and the rest will look after itself.
Yeah, and I think that is clear thinking.
Yeah, and he's right.
Another dot ball defended by James Wharton into the offside. Well, listen, it's been a pleasure having you up there for nearly an hour, John Sadler. Thanks for all of that insight. Great to hear you. I mean, do you ever think about anything else but cricket?
I try to, yeah. My wife and two kids at home, they keep me grounded and keep me well away from cricket, which is good. So, look, we'll always be thinking about cricket because we love it so much, don't we? But yeah, it's been nice to come up and chat. Actually, Doige, you've been trying to get me up all summer, so I thought I'd better come and see you.
Potts to Wharton down the leg side, end of the over, 145 for 2. John Sadler, many thanks.
Cheers, Doige.
Winter well.
Thank you.
There we go. And give a wave to the camera on your way out as well. Brilliant. Thanks to Sads. I know that got a bit Yorkshire. That got a bit Yorkshire-centric, so we better bring Emo back in to give us the Mackham perspective, because Durham still in search of a first bowling point here themselves. 145 for 2, another wicket will bring them that. While 69 not out, James Wharton on 1. Things have gone a little bit quiet, which will be good from a Durham perspective since that last wicket was taken. And I'll leave you in the capable hands of Marty and Graham Colley.
Thanks for popping in. There's me thinking Yorkshire Day was months ago. There you go. When is Yorkshire Day again? Is it the 1st of August, isn't it? I don't know it. I know it wasn't that long ago. Right. Try and remember where we were, shall we? 145 for 2. Ghaffari bowling here. Oh, again after that, Wharton's come down the track. Agarwal, sorry, he's come down the track and absolutely hammered that one into the football stand for 6.
Top shot, wasn't it? Great timing. Head down, hit through the ball. And that's what I was talking about this pitch, really, that, if the batters who've got themselves in have had some confidence just playing through the ball. Terrific shot there.
Last 6 he hit into that stand, they lost the ball, didn't they? They had to get another one. Well, I think looking on the forums, a lot of the Durham regulars have more or less given up the ghost on this season, but Durham have just got to keep plugging away here. Agarwal plays this out through deep mid-wicket.
A lot of cricket to be played, Martin, isn't there? I mean,
the only fly in the ointment from my point of view is that if this game just progresses at not at a rate of knots, but at a steady progress, and there's still a lot to have to happen on Saturday afternoon. We've got the tail end of a hurricane coming in, and that might be an issue. Could be fielding in their galoshes.
Yeah, that's not ideal, is it?
That 6 brought the 150 up, by the way, as Ghaffari bowls to Wharton. Wharton plays that down to mid-off for 1 run, so he moves on to 2. I thought he would have had more by now. So 150 came up. It was the scorecard and tell you when that happened. It was the... So that was 46.1 overs for the 150, and there's another 6 from Agarwal again. Well, after being dispatched into the stand 3 deliveries ago, it might be a good idea not to bowl there again. But
And they're dead shot straight, aren't they, as well? Terrific shots. So the man out on the fence at long off there, but it's not going to deter Agarwal, who's just picked that up supremely well. The odd one has turned, hasn't it, from Ghaffari, but not many. I fancy that the one that got Lyth just was the wrong one that just turned, took the outside edge. But it's minimal.
comes in again, and Agarwal defends that one. Ghaffari is 23 years old. This is his 14th first-class game. So he's played in regional cricket, in first-class cricket. In the Afghanistan setup, he played for Kabul region between 2018 and 2019, and then Ammo region 22 to 23. Agarwal comes down the track at him this time, and that's a full toss, which is stumped along the floor for 4 past mid-on. Perhaps a change of tactic now from Durham and give him a little bit of a break. What I saw last week, he's come from club cricket playing in the North Yorkshire South Durham League, where he's had quite a bit of success with Richmond, 200 wickets or so in the last 2 to 3 years, but there were just too many full tosses, and as a spin bowler, you've got to have the ball land so it can spin and turn.
Absolutely, he's gone up a notch or two, hasn't he, as well, bowling at Agarwal on a dry one as well.
It's a big gamble for Durham in a relegation scrap to bring in somebody as fresh as him who's not played county cricket and leave out somebody like Callum Parkinson.
And that last one, that was a terrific shot. Great use of the feet, hit straight down the ground again.
So Daniel Hogg coming back in. So there was 2 6s and a 4 there, so 18 from that over.
Yeah, 1 for 46 for Ghaffari off 9 now. So Hogg back into the attack, who didn't necessarily get his line and length right after lunch. But we'll see what he can do at the start of another spell here. So Yorkshire 163 for 2, Agarwal 86, Wharton 2. Partnership worth 27 between these two. But Wharton waits 2 slips and a gully. Pushed out onto the offside, easy one there. As Clark comes around to his left to pick up. He's out there in the covers. That was just played out onto the cover point area. So
it's a slowish delivery,
single.
really, wasn't it? I think that's Hogg just going into trying to get into his stride without too much exertion first ball up. And gradually move up through the gears as the over goes on.
Here's Hogg again, runs away from us from the Kirkstall Lane end, outside the off stump. And that one through to the keeper. Nasty one actually for Robinson. Bounced, second bounce in front of him. Really awkward, fumbled it, but really difficult one to take. Not a lot of pace in the delivery at all. Ball getting older. 47.2 overs have been bowled with it now.
So the sun has moved around today from the east to the west, so it's come from our left across to our right. The shadow off the football stands moved across the ground to the other side now.
Here he comes again. Agarwal again forward.
So as we look at that stand, the big block of shadow was on the right-hand corner, and it's now moved all the way across to the left-hand corner, and what was that? The old pavilion called again? What do they call it?
In the corner.
Yeah.
I think the Taverners.
The Taverners
call it, don't they?
the Taverners. Yeah. That's now in the shade.
Yeah.
As is the east stand, actually.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah, the east stand was in the shade first thing today, wasn't it? Here again comes Hogg outside the off stump, bowling to Agarwal, and that's just through to wicketkeeper Robinson. So Yorkshire, who knew what their task was in this game, which was about batting long and as long as possible, pretty much fulfilling the needs of what they need to get out of this game. Even though they're still 182 behind, it's about really time and batting time for them. Durham looked to need to find some wickets from somewhere. That's down the leg side from Hogg this time, and well, it's a glance away for 4, down to fine leg. There's no fielder there. Even if there was, it'd have still been 4. Absolutely raced away, and he's just a little bit wayward at the moment, Daniel Hogg. Another 4 for Agarwal, who now moves on to 90. Comfortably his best score for Yorkshire, this 168 for 2.
Yeah, he's had a couple of ducks in a 26, I think, didn't he?
He has, yeah. Saying to Deutsche earlier, you know, the conditions in the 2 games he's played compared to this couldn't have been in greater contrast, really. Hogg's in again, pushed down onto the offside. Good ball, that, just nipped back into the right-hander, pushed out. Fielder just behind square on the offside, so that's the end of Hogg's latest over. So he's bowled 8, no wicket for 37. And we've got 38 overs remaining today, and if I'm right in saying, I think tea is taken when there's 32 remaining. That's right, isn't it?
6 overs to go.
Yeah.
Mayank Agarwal, 34 years old now. He's playing in his 114th first-class match, and he's got 8,166 runs, including today's knock of 90. So he's looking to make it to his 19th century. Did say this morning his highest score's 304 not out. That was in a match between Karnataka and Maharashtra in 2017, a win at Maharashtra. Here's Ghaffari still bowling here to Wharton. I thought they might have taken him out of the attack after that previous over where he went for 18. Back into his crease to play that one. Back to the bowler. Lots of broken clouds, so the sun is just behind a cloud at the moment, but it will be out again in a moment. Wharton cuts this off the back foot down towards the point boundary for 1, picked up by Hogg. It takes him up to 4.
Test of the bowler's confidence now with Agarwal back on strike.
Alex Lees is coming to have a word with him, the Durham skipper. He was only been skipper this year, and the last thing he'll want on his CV is a relegation in his first year as Championship skipper. But at the minute, it's his side that's up against it. They are in the bottom 2. And unless there's a massive change around here and Hampshire slip away against Surrey, they will be playing Division 2 next year. Ghaffari with a quicker delivery to Agarwal. Agarwal with a big stride forward there to meet that on the bounce and play it safely away.
Quicker and flatter, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Still think there's a lot of cricket to play here, Martin, because Yorkshire have to bat last on this, and there's such a lot of footmarks, isn't there?
Yeah,
on both sides of the wicket at both ends.
Yeah. That one has a bit of tennis ball bounce. Agarwal plays it out the deep point for 1. Hogg fields it. If you ordered this off eBay and you saw the state of this wicket and it said it just had one previous owner, you'd be sending it back, wouldn't you?
Yeah, good point. Yeah.
It does look a bit threadbare and dark foot patches down either side of the track.
Yeah, Ghaffari bowling in the 4th innings could be a different proposition if there's some tension around.
Comes in again, that's out the back of the hand. Wharton plays it up to Clark at mid-on for a single. So the sun is about to come back out and it will be a gorgeous looking afternoon again now, looking south and southwest.
Don Best got 1 or 2 to turn yesterday.
Yeah, there was one that came back in sharp off the foothole. Yeah.
But that's the point, isn't it? You need to get it in the footholes, don't you? Well, there's not a great deal of turn.
Agarwal on 91, cuts that down towards third man. That's a nice shot. It's going to go for 4. There's nobody there. Races over the rope and comes to rest next to the big roller just down to our right. Very strong whists there, and just with the momentum of the ball and the spin guided on its way. A lovely sharp late cut. So he moves on to 95. We have had 1 centurion in this game, and Ben Rain getting his 2nd century in first-class cricket. He was out for 101 today. Durham all out for 346, so 4 short of what would have been a 3rd crucial batting point. And yesterday, David Beddingham out on 93. We've seen in this innings Adam Lyth go for 69, and now Agarwal, he was only signed for the final 3 games of the season. He's on 95. Will Yorkshire's gamble to bring in an overseas for 3 games at the end of the year benefit them, while Durham turned to a guy in club cricket in the northeast who will benefit.
Yeah, well, it's certainly looking like the recruitment of Agarwal is a good one for Yorkshire at the minute. 175 for 2. Here's Daniel Hogg again, outside off stump to James Wharton. Aeroplane goes overhead as well.
Can't see it.
No. And that's through to the wicketkeeper Ollie Robinson. No addition to the score.
I think it's just taken off from Leeds. Leeds to Faro. Somebody's going on the holidays, eh?
Can't be
nice
bad.
when they get there, won't it?
It's
They've got a bit of golf at Villamora.
Villamora, yeah. Here's Hogg. Good delivery. Nice line and length this time. Like you say, Alex Lees has had a word with bowlers at both ends. And that was a better last over from Ghaffari. Last ball apart. Agarwal managed to just guide that one away for 4. And so far in this over, Hogg's first 2, his line and length have been really good. Not offering anything to Wharton so far. Partnership 39 between these two. Wharton on 5 at the moment. Not seen much of a flow to his game so far. That's a full toss. He'll be disappointed he didn't put that one away. It's fairly straight.
Hard full toss though, isn't it? I think
Yeah.
he was trying a Yorker ball. I'm actually thinking I don't want to be on that plane going to Faro, because that hurricane that's coming across the Azores is going to slam into Portugal and Spain over the weekend.
And golf won't be any fun.
No, it's going to be a bit soggy there. We were in Villamura years ago, around about Easter, and the weather had just changed its direction, and it just rained for the 10 days we were there.
Here's Hogg again. Again, outside the off stump through to Robinson. Wharton happy to allow that one to go through to the keeper.
It was one of those periods where the jet stream dropped dramatically south, and it was Easter time, and they got lots of snow in England, and we were stuck in pouring rain in Portugal. I think the sun came out about the last day, but there was one day we were in a restaurant in a conservatory on the marina watching this lightning storm, and the staff were taking the televisions off the walls and stuff like this. It was rather scary.
Here comes Hogg again. Again, forward defence from Wharton out towards the cover. Yeah, in conditions like that, on holidays like that, you suddenly become accomplished card players over the period of a few days, don't you?
There was a big lagoon just to the west of Villamura, to the east of Villamura, in a place called Quarteria. And we used to go to the beach there to visit this nice beach bar. And one day we were coming down and the lagoon had gone. It had totally drained. It was just mud, and I thought, where's it gone? And there'd been that much rain that basically brought a bulldozer in.
Right arm over again from Hogg into Wharton. Wharton up towards mid-on, and that's a maiden from Hogg. So good over from him.
Yeah.
Really good over. Not offering Wharton anything there. 9 overs for 37.
Yeah, this the local authority had suddenly decided that this lagoon was at risk of breaching and flooding a lot of houses around it, and apartments, and indeed a caravan site. So they brought this massive bulldozer in and bulldozed away the sandbank that held the lagoon in place, and it basically drained out overnight into the Atlantic Ocean.
God. When it rains, it rains.
Yeah. Here's Ghaffari then. Into ball from the football stand end. Agarwal goes down the track at him, and he's hoiked that to cow corner for a pretty ugly 6, but it's a 6 that takes him to his first century for Yorkshire, and he goes to 101 with an injured arm, raises his bat to the stadium, takes his helmet off. So after 2 ducks and a 26, he's got a century. He's paying back the faith that Yorkshire showed in him, and it's come in 183 balls, 11 fours and 4 sixes. The 19th of his first class career, but it was a pretty ugly shot to get there.
It was asking for it, wasn't it?
Yeah.
But his performance post-lunch has been sensational, really. Here he goes again. Another 4, delicate shot, allowing the ball to turn outside the off stump and playing it really late. Just runs the ball off the face of the bat down to 4 more. Well, it's a little bit soul destroying for Ghaffari, isn't it? First one was a bad one, that was decent, but it still went for 4. But yeah, fabulous innings. Looked a different player after lunch compared to the one that we saw before lunch. It was tough, it was difficult. There was a stranglehold on him prior to lunch, but after lunch he came out with a real determination. And he's played some terrific shots all the way around the ground. Great performance.
Deficit's still 181. He drives at this. Hogg will cut it off on the boundary on the offside. He slips as he picks it up. Again, Durham don't look like they're taking wickets. And that is our 50 partnership from these two.
Yeah.
That's come in no time at all. Partnership in 58 balls.
Wharton's got 5 of them. Agarwal very much the dominant partner. That one's Agarwal. It's Wharton, I beg your pardon, allowing that one to just run through to the keeper outside off stump.
So what have we got? We've got 3.2 overs to tea here. Yorkshire 186 for 2. Wharton gives this one away, goes back into the crease, plays it off into the covers to Lees. I wonder what Lees' tactic is here. What's he saying? And again, they're flat in the field, Durham. There's no conversation going on out there. There's no encouragement for the bowler. Stays fairly low. And that is the end of the over.
Yeah, well,
Got to be geeing up your team here and keeping them on their toes, because these periods where it just settles back like this into the partnerships that develop, it goes quiet out there.
Yeah. Yeah, they look down on the heels at the moment, looking around the ground.
This has been happening too often this year, where they just look beaten and down, and the body language tells a story. They just announced the stats for Agarwal's century there, and probably the 50th partnership as well.
Yeah, great performance from Agarwal, 124 balls. But it's all about how can he find a breakthrough, Alex Lee. So he's going to continue with Hogg from the Kirkstall Lane end past the umpire. Again, much better line from him through to the keeper, no addition to the score. His go-to bowlers really have been Rain and Potts. They've been the two, and particularly Rain, who's bowled a couple of really good spells, really tight, given nothing away. He's bowled 12 overs, 1 for 25. Potts has been lively and he's bowled some good spells. Still not taken a wicket though. So it's Hogg who will continue now with a slip and a gully. Man in short in that extra cover area. In there for the catch, that's Beddingham, but that one's through towards the keeper. Again, Agarwal walks away towards square leg. He knows his job. Concentration is the key for him today. He's gone a long way to doing a terrific job for Yorkshire, but he knows it's not over yet. So much time left in the game. 34.4 overs remain today here on day 2. Agarwal forward, angle bat out onto the offside. Clark comes round, fields left-handed, and they go through for another single. Agarwal onto 107. And well, certainly Durham haven't given runs away today, because there's only 5 extras when you look on the scoreboard there. So you know their discipline in terms of extras has been good, but they, as you say, Martin, they've gone very, very flat at the moment. Hogg's in again. Wharton tries a forcing shot on the leg side, hits him on the pad, fielded at mid wicket.
We're approaching tea here. What have we got? 2.2 overs to go to tea in Leeds, in sunny Leeds. It's a beautiful September day here, nice and warm. And Yorkshire 187 for 2 for listeners on Sports Extra just joining us. And Mayank Agarwal on 107. He got to his century with a 6 off Shafiq Ghaffari, the Afghan bowler. He's taken a liking to him. He's hit him for 4 sixes. And the knock also included 11 fours. And in the process, he's brought up a 50 partnership with James Wharton, who's on strike at the moment. And Wharton has got a full 5 of them.
Here's Daniel Hogg, right arm over into Wharton again. The tall figure of James Wharton on the front foot. Head over the ball, pushed out onto the offside. No addition to the score, and Hogg has he's found his line and length again. The flow of runs off him has ceased momentarily as we head up towards the tea interval in this glorious bright sunshine. It's been like that for most of the day here in Leeds. 1 ball remaining of this over, driven by Wharton into the offside. Clark is there again, busy doing the fielding in the sun hat, and that is the end of another over. So we've got 34 remaining today, 2 overs remaining to the tea interval. Yorkshire 187 for 2. Argowall just continues and has battered really, really well. 107 not out. Wharton on 5. Are we going to see a change? Alex Lees is stood there, arms crossed, maybe just trying to work out in his head what his next move is going to be. Maybe the tea interval might be a good thing for Durham.
Well, I think he's sticking to this until tea now.
Yeah.
Ghaffari comes in again. Now it's a wideish delivery to Agarwal, and he cuts it hard for 4 down a deep backward point. Ghaffari now, as Agarwal moves on to 111. Ghaffari 1 for 68 from just 11.1 overs.
I don't know if he needs his boundary fielder on the cover boundary there on the western side. It's not if he needs him a bit square.
He took 1 for 211 against Worcestershire last week.
Gosh.
Next ball from to Agarwal is played down to long on for 1. This spell, none for 62 in 9 overs. He started with a maiden today as well, didn't he, before lunch?
Yes, I think he did.
Next ball is played away out into the covers by Wharton for 1. He moves on to 6. What's he going at the moment? Agarwal, where are we? He's going at 5.8 and over. Ghaffari, this is defended by Agarwal. On off stump.
The run rate across the innings is what? 3.66, I think that's saying on the board.
Yeah. 153 the deficit at 193 for 2. Remember, the first batting point comes at 250. Ghaffari again to Agarwal. They've filled that gap in there. They've dropped Potts out of the slips and put him in as a close third man. And they've dropped Rain down towards that position as well. He's slightly backward point. Try and stop that late cut. Bit of drift on that delivery from Ghaffari, and that's met on the bounce by Agarwal and played to Rain at backward point. End of the over. So we've got 1 over to come until tea, so
Fine.
we get a 4 o'clock resumption, I would imagine, and a 6 o'clock finish.
Fine balance for Alex Lees, isn't it? You know, desperately need to take wickets, but the runs are flowing from Argowell as well, and they need to stem those runs. But
well, they're only flowing from one end, though, aren't they?
They are.
At the minute, because Hogg's been tidy and tight in his recent overs. He's just been having a chat with Ben Rain, but Durham need to pick themselves up here. And
so, final over this before tea. Daniel Hogg will bowl it from the Kirkstall Lane end, outside off stump. Wharton allows that one to pass through to Robinson, which we've seen fairly regularly in the last 2 or 3 overs from Hogg. Yeah, I think James Wharton has been able to come in, hasn't he, and just get a good feel for things, getting used to line and length and the way the pitch is playing. Whenever Argowal's playing the way he is, Wharton can just push the ball around, defend, get the odd single here and there. He's got 6, Wharton, in this partnership of 57. Down the leg side, Wharton clips that one through mid-wicket, but it's fielded. Found the fielder there. There was a certain boundary, I think, but Potts was there, perfectly placed. No addition to the score. It remains at 193 for 2, so been a good day for Yorkshire this so far. I think it's fair to say wrapped up the Durham innings quickly this morning, taking 3 quick
that
wickets.
was disappointing this morning from a Durham point of view, how they failed to get that batting point, 4 runs short from the third batting point.
Here's Hogg. Straight back from Wharton again. Fielded at mid-off. Ben Rain in there. He's Durham's man of the match so far. Century and a really good bowling spell as well from him.
I've said this so many times this season, but innings get going and you just struggle to see how they're going to bowl a team out. It's been the story of the summer. Last win was in May.
Yeah, they won 2 of the first 6.
Beat Worcestershire away and Notts at home, and that's been it.
Here's Hogg. Wharton up on his toes, pushes that out towards wide mid-off, and it's fielded by Rain, but they go through for a quick single. And that's all that really Yorkshire need to do at the moment. Wharton takes the one, gets Argowal on strike. He's on 112. 94 for 2. And we have got 2 balls remaining before the tea interval here at Headingley.
This might do Durham a favour. They get off the field. It might affect the concentration of Agrawal, who's going along nicely. Tea's often a rude interruption of progress for a batting side.
Very much so. See it so often because it looks almost as if he can score off every ball at the moment. That's another delightful shot from Argowal. Again, using the pace of the ball really well outside the off stump. Big gap down there towards a wide-ish third man and just steers it away for 4. He knows where the gaps are. He can find them. And, well, Hogg's got his hands on hips now as if to say, what am I meant to do? Bowling to this fella at the moment in this form. Yeah, as you say, T can't come quickly enough for Durham at the moment. 198 for 2, Yorkshire. So, really good progress we're seeing from Anthony McGrath's men at the moment. That's driven up towards mid-on by Argowal, and that will be the tea interval. It's been a really good session for Yorkshire. 198 for 2. Argowal is not out on 116, and it's been quite an exhibition of stroke play from him. It really has. Wharton's not out 7, but it's been all about Argowal. And before him, Adam Lyth, let's not forget that as well. Lyth with 69 from 127 balls, patient, put the bad ball away. But Argowal really has taken it all to a different level at the tea interval here. And he will leave the field and, well, he'll be feeling pretty pleased. Raises a right glove to the crowd who show their appreciation for his efforts. And a job very well done as far as he is concerned. So lots of work to do for Durham. Yorkshire, you would argue, are probably in the better position of the 2 sides at tea on day 2, but still work to do for Yorkshire as well. They're 198 for 2 in reply to Durham's 346. And tea at Headingley, it means that we will take a break as well and be back with you as the teams walk out for the final session of the day.
And that will be around about 4 o'clock.
Welcome back from Headingley then for the final session on day 2. Yorkshire 198 for 2 and a superb century from Mayank Agarwal, who returns 116 not out from 134 deliveries. James Wharton with him is on 7. He's had a good look at it, 45 balls. Will Rhodes is going to start things off from the Howard stand end. Still 32 overs remaining on this second day. See where we're at in a couple of hours' time. Graham Colley is alongside for this first over.
Yeah, so Yorkshire very much in the box seat. Great session for them. Agarwal with a quite magnificent knock and a brilliant session of batting from him there. It really was. And we will see whether that continues during this third and final session of this second day. Very sunlit Headingley. Change of bowler for Durham as Will Rhodes comes in and bowls the first ball. That's James Wharton on strike, allowing that one straight through to the wicketkeeper. Ollie Robinson slip is the only close catcher. That's Ben McKinney. And then fielder behind point, extra cover, shortish. What did you say? Mid-off. There's a conventional mid-off as well, saving one, mid-on, and a wideish mid-wicket. That's the field post tee. As Rhodes comes in, Durham desperately in search of a wicket here. Agarwal 116 not out, partnership 62. James Wharton's got just 7 of them. He's been able to be really patient, cautious, take his time, defend well, pick up singles when they're there, and Agarwal has been really happy to take control on what's been a really terrific second day for Yorkshire. Wharton tries to dig that one out and push it through mid-wicket, but it's Graham Clark who's out there doing the fielding. Agarwal's century included 11 fours and 4 sixes, and he was particularly aggressive with the leg spinner Ghaffari, whose figure took something of a blow, I have to say, during that session.
Was that what do you want for your tea, love?
Say again?
The ping, was that what do you want for your tea, love?
I don't think so. It was somebody, actually. I'll tell you what it was. It was somebody contacting me about rugby league matters, would you believe? And I think it's because we're in playoff territory.
Well, you're going to get a game for somebody?
Playoffs.
Wakefield.
So Wake are in the playoffs. Only the 4th time in the history. Big game tomorrow night as Durham through Will Rhodes coming again with his right arm over from the Howard stand end. Wakefield play at Lee for anyone who follows the rugby league tomorrow evening, and then of course on Saturday, which is the 4th and final day of this cricket here at Headingley, Leeds Rhinos are at home to St Helens.
Yeah.
Saturday night, aren't they? So it's a busy day at Headingley.
I first saw that was a 7:30 kickoff. Is it 8 o'clock?
I've not looked, I have to be honest. Rhodes is in again. Wharton, bit more force on that, on the back foot, back up towards the bowler, and it bounces once, and it's collected one-handed by Will Rhodes, and that completes the first over after tea. Then 6 overs, 1 made, no wicket for 11 for Rhodes. And I guess the discussion at tea for Durham would be all around how are we going to make a breakthrough, how do we get a wicket. Yorkshire are dominating, they've dominated the day, they wrapped up the Durham innings really quickly with 3 quick wickets this morning. They've dominated ever since. So Durham, no doubt, have had a bit of a committee meeting in the changing sheds at tea to try and work out what their next step is going to be. And I thought it might be to bring back Ben Rain, who's been their player of the match so far, bowled a good couple of spells with the ball, and he's looked the most likely to pick up wickets for Durham so far today.
Yeah, and he's bowling then from the Kirkstall lane end, right arm over. Just a little gentle dart to start with, and I go, well, I better watch that go by. Scores on the doors elsewhere if it's not a great time of day here, because with one of the blinds removed from the front of the commentary box, the sun is full on, and as you know, folks, that's not great for finding your way around your own laptop screen. Here we go. As rain comes in again, and Agarwal is an appeal for LBW, which is more than optimistic, and drops into the leg side, and there is no run. So, dear me. Come on, Dodgy, get your mouse house in order. Surrey 111 for 3. So they're only 10 in front of Hampshire with 7 wickets remaining in that one. Some leaders said they're going to lose, but they've obviously got very much a fight on their hands, as we knew. Rain bowls and Agarwal defends. 6 seem to be cruising along quite nicely at Chelmsford on what appears to be the M11. 433 for Somerset, 185 without loss for Essex. Nottinghamshire not far off getting a lead against Warwickshire, 234 for 5 on their way. Very much by the looks of things to being crowned the 2025 county champions. 24 runs behind with 5 wickets remaining. Raining again, Agarwal turns that to leg, no run. Division 2, Northamptonshire 187 for 8, out miles behind Leicestershire, 242 in fact, with just those 2 first innings wickets remaining. Oh, Miss Worcestershire as well, where it's tea at the moment, due to resume in a minute's time there. They're at 66 behind Sussex, with 7 wickets remaining in their second innings at 161 for 3. Rain bowls, and Agarwal nicely tucks that off his legs for a single, taking his score to 117, 199 for 2 Yorkshire. Elsewhere in Division 2, Middlesex of course made 634 and declared 9 down. Gloucestershire 61 without loss in reply at Lords there. Glamorgan 265 all out. Lancashire 354 for 6, lead by 89. Derbyshire declared 698 for 6. Kent haven't lost a wicket yet in 15 overs or so, and are 44 without loss at Canterbury.
Yeah, so many permutations in the relegation scene from Division 1. But Yorkshire just had one objective, didn't they? And that was to bat a long time.
So far, so good, as James Wharton is out. Just played it into the deck, and it's clipped, I think, either the bail or just shaved leg stump, and the bail has come off. We'll get a second look at that. His wickets were obscured from my view by the batter himself, but either way, James Wharton is trudging off, having not managed to add to his tea time score of 7. And Yorkshire, well, so far so good, but they are now 3 down for 199, and Durham have their first bowling point.
Yeah, he hasn't looked at his most fluent best today, James, has he? He's found it hard work. I think that's 52 balls for his 7. Yeah, been there out there 57 minutes. So he's found it tough, and I think you've described it pretty well. I think he played it down into the ground, and then, as quite often happens, off the ground it's bounced up and clipped. It's just clipped the leg stump, yeah, and the bail has come off. So disappointment for him, and big applause around the ground, because here comes the Yorkshire skipper, still a huge favourite around these parts, Johnny Bairstow. And Yorkshire, though, lose their 3rd wicket. Wharton's gone 199 for 3. But whilst the scoreboard will say he didn't shine out there today, Wharton, what he did do was hang around for a lengthy period while Agarwal was enjoying himself at the other end. So he's played a part, and you could argue that he has done his job to a degree. And Yorkshire 199 for 3 nonetheless. Bairstow then marches out to the middle, and it's going to be the start of a new over.
Yeah, this could be interesting. Yeah, James Wotton batted for 3 minutes short of an hour, so he's just got to help to get a few more overs into the Durham bowlers' legs, I guess, as well as help Mayank Agarwal. That partnership was worth 63 for the 3rd wicket. Agarwal on strike then.
30 overs remaining today, as the latest over from Rhodes is bowled, pushed out onto the leg side, fielded by Clark. And this performance today from Agarwal has thoroughly vindicated the decision to bring him over for a 3-match stint, I think, hasn't it?
Looking that way.
Difficult conditions in the first 2 games for him to acclimatise, but today he's been absolutely excellent. Here's Rhodes in again. Agarwal is forward, and again, as he's done throughout this innings, having been hit on that left forearm early, the left arm comes off the bat as he plays the shot. So still a look of discomfort there for him. Sometimes taking a blow like that can galvanise you and focus your concentration, can't it? It's not affected his batting at all. His stroke play has been absolutely delightful. Rhodes is in. Agarwal down the pitch this time. Takes a couple of steps down. Plays that up towards mid-on. No run. Slipping a gully in. Both batsmen decide it's time for some gardening. Maybe the skipper's coming down. Just have a quick word there. Keep your concentration. Long way to go. A lot of time in the game. 2 full days after this. Make this 100 a big one. Rhodes is in again. Agarwal plays that, and that's been a really profitable area for him today. That one was a bit more streaky than some that we've seen going through that 3rd man area or just behind point. He's played that shot with the open face really, really well throughout the afternoon, and scored quite a few runs through there. But that one was just a bit more edgy, let's put it that way. But they all count. It's another boundary. Yorkshire bring the 200 up with that, 203 for 3.
Yeah, just not quite as convincing as most of his shots today.
Here's Rhodes again, outside the off stump. Maybe a puff of dust just appears outside that off stump there, as that one goes through to Robinson, the keeper.
As if by magic, a man appears.
What was that from? Is that Mr. Ben? Yeah. Used to love a bit of Mr. Ben after school, did you?
Yeah, what number Festive Road was it? 52 or something like that?
Could have been,
54,
yeah.
52 Festive Road.
Here's Rhodes. Well pitched up again on the front foot. Agarwal pushes that up towards mid-off. No addition to the score. Talking about things from the past, went to see a Nick Kershaw concert.
Oh, did you go to the City
week.
Varieties last Saturday night? I nearly went, actually.
Yeah, it was absolutely brilliant.
Don't tell Howard Ferguson, the PA announcer, because he was the first thing he said to me when he walked in the press box yesterday was, "Oh, yeah, don't you know, missed it. I've been a big fan of Nick Kershaw for a long time or whatever." Yeah. Was it good? Because there was a bit of chat, wasn't there, in between his songs? Is that right?
That's what it was.
Was he talking about his songs or?
Yeah, it was. It was basically an acoustic session, playing songs, all the hits from the past, and talk and tales and chat and discussion about his life and his songs and the stories of the songs. It was a really great night.
Here comes rain. Bairstow's gone. Johnny Bairstow has gone. He's got a nick to that delivery from Ben Rain and been caught behind by Ollie Robinson. And so in the final match of the 2025 season, in the first innings at least, Johnny has got a golden 203 for 4. It's It's not a great couple of minutes for Yorkshire, who are still 143 runs behind, and the skipper's gone. Big blow for Durham, that one.
Yeah, we were saying, before tea, when things were looking really rosy for Yorkshire, that there's still a lot of cricket to be played. There's still a lot can happen. We know that with 2 full days after this, and still 28 overs remaining after this one today. John would be so disappointed. He'd be kicking himself there. It was a ball that was outside the line of the off stump, and he couldn't resist just a bit of a dabble at that outside the off stump. He's got the slightest feather through to the keeper, and whilst it doesn't necessarily change the complexion of the game, it means that it just gives Durham something to hang on to now, doesn't it? They were looking down and flat and a bit depleted before tea. There's more of a bounce in the step now.
Yeah, well, what a match Ben Rain is having. 100 with the bat, and now a third wicket in this innings, and that is 2 in 2, isn't it, for Ben Rain? So we better give Marty the headset, Graham, just in case he manages to pull off a hat-trick here. Matthew Revis is the new man in at number 6 for Yorkshire, who are 203 for 4.
Well, the last hat-trick for Durham was Chris Rushworth at Hampshire in 2015 across 3 overs and 2 innings. So it's been a long time, 10 years. So Rain got a wicket. Wharton bowled at the end of his last over. Bairstow's gone first ball here, caught behind. And Matthew Revis is the man to try and see off the hat-trick. Cracking start for Durham after tea. Here comes Rain then, from the Kirkstall Lane end. Revis, plays and misses. Just outside the line of off stump, and he was pushing at that one. Nearly got a nibble, Ben Rain there. But it's still 10 years since Durham's last hat-trick in a championship game.
Short but sweet, thanks Marty. Another good delivery, hanging it outside off stump, and Johnny's dismissal, just one of those. Again, first bowler we saw Agarwal get out first ball down at Taunton a couple of weeks ago. Just want to feel bat on ball, don't you? So sometimes you will have a nibble at one that any other time you don't have to play like that one. Matthew Revis just left wide of off stump. 203 for 4. Agarwal 1-2-1 against his name on the board, and Revis 0 at the moment. And Ben Rain 3 for 26 from 13.3, 5 of which have been maidens. He's been very tidy with the ball and very, very good with the bat. Carrying the Durham cause. Taking it to Yorkshire here. Not quite a one-man band, but he's certainly sticking his neck out for his team as Revis gets right in behind that latest delivery and plays it into the offside, no run. I mentioned the sun getting in my eyes and making it difficult for the electronic equipment. Won't be great out there fielding either, I guess, if you're on the east side of the ground. The shadow cast by the floodlight pylon at the far corner of the rugby ground end by the scoreboard there is way across to the east side of the ground now. Rain bangs one in short, and Revis is able to easily avoid that one.
Yeah, he's one of the few of the Durham seam bowlers today who's got anything out of the pitch, really. It's not done a great deal at all, really, has it? And for anybody who's been willing to work and get their head down and graft and get themselves in, like both Live and Agarwal have, there's not been an awful lot, really, for the bowlers to go at. He pretty much, I would say, has been the only one, Rain, who has caused the batters problems so far.
And again, that's a good delivery. Good leave by Matthew Revis. That's fairly tight to off stump. On the leave of a player who's enjoying a good season and knows where his off stump is, Ben Rain. You've got to like him as a cricketer. He's just got he's got the skills with the ball, and he's got the abilities with the bat as well. He's probably the sort of bowler he's kind of an economy of effort bowler in the sense that he doesn't have a massively long run up, He's quite measured, isn't it? He's not the quickest of bowlers. It's almost like he's bowling within himself, but yeah, he just keeps on coming in, and he's done that for 14 overs now for 3 for 26.
Yeah, been a great effort from him. 203 for 4. New over from Will Rhodes, and again then we see Agarwal there just trying to chop that one behind square on the offside. There's a big vacant area. The point fielder is almost at 45 degrees there, so they've adjusted their field accordingly, but he chopped down on that pretty much there, didn't really find the face of the bat, so the ball didn't skid off away to the boundary as it has been doing. Here's Rhodes again, quickly in, good single by Agarwal. That's what Yorkshire need to do now, isn't it? Just need to rebuild, start picking up the ones and twos again, rotate the strike, start to build another partnership. A couple of quick wickets after tea as just added to the pressure. Yorkshire were coasting before tea, but it's a highly pressurised last round of fixtures in Division 1 as far as relegation is concerned anyway. And Durham have shown after tea that they are fighting for their lives with those 2 quick wickets. Matthew Revy takes his time, takes his guard. He'll face the bowling of Rhodes for the first time. In he comes, Revis is forward, good diving stop at second slip. Goalkeeper style, Emilio Gay there, gets a good hand on it and steers the ball out into the covers. It was tidied up by Ghaffari, but Revis is off the mark. He gets a single. 205 for 4, Yorkshire.
Meanwhile, Surrey 120 for 5 in their second innings, so they lead Hampshire by just 19 runs now, with only those 5 second innings wickets standing.
Here's Rhodes again. Nice drive by Agarwal again. Terrific shot, slightly over pitch, driven. It could have been a full toss, not sure. Could have been a half volley. Long chase, extra cover. They'll go through for 3. It's a good chase. Throw comes in. Yeah, the sun is low in the sky over there on that western side of the ground. 3 more to Agarwal there. He moves on to 125. Lovely drive through the extra cover area there from him. He needs just to make it a big 100 now, doesn't he?
Just
Simple as that.
Click your fingers.
Still not halfway through the game. Lot to play for, a lot of cricket to play. Here's Rhodes again. Oh, and that is edged by Revis, and it just drops short of McKinney. He takes it cleanly, I think, but it looked as though it had just dropped short. The slip cordon have got their backs to us here.
Yeah, it did.
We'll see the replay now. Genuine outside edge and just short. Well, that's a let-off for Matthew Revis. So the pressure just been cranked up a notch or two here at the moment, as is the tension. Outside off stump this time from Rhodes, and through to the keeper Robinson with no further addition to the score then, and we've got 27 overs remaining of this day.
Yeah, what saved him, I think, I often say this with Adam Lyth, when he gets a bit of an edge on one, he's played it with relatively soft hands. He didn't go at the ball, did he? Had he been really driving at that was probably ends up being a comfortable catch for somebody in the cordon. So 208 for 4, and Rain to continue with that 3 for 26, 14 overs and 6 maidens against his name. Let's see what he can produce in this over as he runs away from our commentary position, passes umpire Steve O'Shaughnessy, bowling to Mayank Agarwal, who plays it into the gully region. There's no run. A feature of his play when I was off Graham, Agarwal was taking the ball really late, wide of off stump, and playing that late cut as well as anybody I've seen play it, really.
Absolutely superb timing in that area. You watch Joe Root bat, don't you? And you know, and Joe plays that shot really, really well. He took the leg spinner apart, didn't he?
Yeah. Superb is Rain again. And this time Agarwal just treating that straight delivery with the respect it deserved. Those who were in the east stand, well, this morning there would have been a feeling of a bit of chill early doors when the sun was behind that stand. And now for those who are at the far end of it, there'll be the same feeling again, because the sun going down the other side of the ground has put them back in shadow. Rain turns and makes his way in once more. Nicely played off the legs by Agarwal this time for a single.
Yeah.
Coming in to do the fielding.
Shirt sleeve order over there, isn't it, on that eastern side of the ground for a number of people. I think it was coats and hats on this morning in the shaded areas.
Flat hat, gentleman with his flat hat on there, flat cap. Dickie would have been proud.
He would.
The two bucket hats, some wider brimmed floppies as well. One of those days where nobody's certainly thinking about leaving yet. Still 26 and a half overs to go, and being predominantly Yorkshire folk, why would they? Because they'll want to get their money's worth. As Revis turns that one to leg, and a tumbling stop this time by Hogg, who'd come in from the boundary. No run.
You say there's a gathering of the great and glorious of Yorkshire players past tonight, is it, after the close of play?
Something going on over in the Howard stand, I believe. Not entirely sure what. I must have lost the invitation. I can't find it anywhere.
In the post, probably.
Yeah, probably still in the post. Two slips and a gully. As Rain comes in again, it's wide of off stump, and Revis shouldering arms to this one. Martin was hinting that we might have a swarm of bees just because he'd seen one fly down the metal piping in front of us earlier on. There is evidence of a spider's web that's been spun as well on the left-hand end of that.
Didn't really come to much, the swarm, did it?
No, I'd not seen the bee itself, actually. I think it's just gone into early hibernation, as if that's what bees do, as Rain's wide of off stump, and there's a shouldering of arms by Revis to complete 60 overs of this Yorkshire first innings on 209 for 4. They were around about the 3 and over mark for a little while, but they're up at nearly 3.5 now, and that's really largely to what was going on before tea.
Great chat with John Sadler earlier, by the way.
Enjoyed that.
Really intriguing, listening to some of the techniques, what he was talking about in terms of Matthew Revis and his preparation and how it's changed, and how he's got more confidence from some of that work that he does in the nets prior to games. New over starting, Rhodes comes in, and they will sneak a quick single. Good work there. Agarwal quickly through. Revis with a good shout. They threw for a quick single. That one just goes out in front of point on the offside.
Can you imagine if we got to practice under pressure?
I know.
What would you do at rugby league commentary? Send your kids out in the park and take a tape recorder with you?
Yeah.
Score a try in the corner there, please, son, so I can describe it.
Yeah, look at some old videos on YouTube and
do
some comms on there. Yeah. You can do that sort of thing nowadays,
No, but back when you started, you wouldn't be able to do that.
Rhodes is in again. Revis is forward.
YouTube was a thing of the future.
It is, or it was.
It was when you started commentating.
Oh, it was.
It was when I started commentating.
Absolutely, yeah. One of the highlights I'll take from this Yorkshire season, thinking about John Sadler and what he was talking about, and how he works with the young players, with that innings by Will Luxton at Old Trafford in the T20. We'll just see this ball from Rhodes. Rhodes in, Revis defends, straight back up the pitch, no run. And it was the runs he scored, but it was also how he scored them, and I mean, you've seen him a lot more than me, but the fact how, you know, when the ball arrived at the point where he was about to hit the ball, how still he was. And after he'd hit it, it would stay so still as well, head down. Some terrific power hitting from him that night, and it was almost taking it to a new level. Rhodes in again, Revis pushed out onto the offside, because Johnny was the big story, I guess, that night, but just the way that Luxton played.
Yeah.
And, you know, so some of the work they're doing, these guys, you know, in practice, you could sit and watch and admire it all day, I think, couldn't you, actually, in terms of some of the new techniques that they're learning constantly.
I'm sure he's a player, Will Luxton, that we'll get to talk about plenty more in the future, Graham.
Rhodes comes in now, past the umpire, running towards us. Revis is forward, right behind it again, pushed out onto the offside.
He'll be disappointed, just as I suppose somebody like Ben Cliff with the ball would be disappointed. They've not played in these last few matches, but you'd expect that, and you'd want that, wouldn't you?
Yeah.
You know, you'd want that hunger at their ages, and Will, there's definitely a future there, I think, from what we've seen of him.
Yeah, very much so. 210 for 4, Yorkshire then. Revis this time pushing forward again into the offside. So some good lines and some good lengths from the Durham bowlers since tea, something we didn't really see before the tea interval. And they're just pegging Yorkshire back at the moment. 210 for 4. Yorkshire 61 bowled, 25 overs remaining today.
Yeah, time for a change, I think, isn't it, in the box? We'll bring Emo back in. Thanks to Graham for the moment. Ben Rain is going to continue at this Kirkstall Lane end of the ground, just the one slip in place with Agarwal on strike. And he's given us a treat with some lovely play today. He sets himself up once again. In comes Rain short. Again, just lovely how he got in line there. It was up round his head, but he was still able to just almost stroke that ball square, tennis style. Picked up a very comfortable single, 128, 211 for 4.
Yorkshire AB on Blue Sky says just wait for Yorkshire's inevitable collapse. Lewis Swallow says Durham could have done with Mark Wood for this one.
I'm just looking through that massive list of people congratulating Mayank Agarwal for his runs today. The same ones who had a popper in for his 2 ducks. No, can't see those, as that's wide of off stump and Revis leaves. Bent Nielsen said 2 good sessions from Yorkshire. I'd hope for a bit more for Lyth, but a 69 on your birthday can't be that bad. Glad to see Agarwal stepping up. A big partnership with Wharton wouldn't go amiss. Well, of course, that has now come and gone. Come on, Yorkshire, says Ben. Get a big lead. And
Still 135 behind at the moment.
Yep. As Rain bowls, and that's turned to leg by Revis. He'll double his score with a single. Jim Green from a little bit further back, we were talking about Lyth with John Sadler. He says, with regard to Lyth, you noted he was more patient and less aggressive than he used to be. In red ball cricket, he's hit only 1 6 all season. I think T20 is all about being aggressive. Jim says, didn't play well in the 100 the previous year, hence why he was available for the 50 over comp. Could this be the reason why he's not played well in white ball? Could be. You might have something, Jim. Thanks for your message. It's just, for me, just a bit of a head scratcher as Agarwal solidly blocks this latest delivery.
Just looking at the scoreboard, Durham are going to have about 6 overs tonight with a new ball, aren't they? Doing the maths there, 81, 85, 86, yeah.
Yeah, it looks that way, although we'll be getting sun drops behind the western terrace. Things may change light-wise. At the moment, absolutely superb
Well, the lights
conditions.
are a lot better than yesterday. We had the floodlights on all yesterday afternoon, didn't we? And that's black cloud sitting over us.
Yep, here's Rain, wide of off stump, and Agarwal leaves.
I've just been out on the balcony there. It's beautiful. It's like a perfect summer's day. Really warm, still. I mean, can you see a breath of wind anywhere? None of the trees are moving, are they? They're all just still. Drink it all in. It'll soon be winter. No doubt some shops are already playing Christmas music.
And on that optimistic note, Ben Rain turns at the Kirkstall Lane end of the ground and makes his way in, and Agarwal defends into the offside to complete the over at 212 for 4. It reminds me of that story that George Best used to tell about Bobby Charlton. That when he got up on the morning, he looked in the mirror and smiled and said, "Thank God that's over for the rest of the day."
Yeah. Funny that George Best was there and heard that, isn't it? Yeah.
I think there's usually a bit of poetic license.
There's a few places.
Jokes.
Yeah, there's a few places obviously advertising for Christmas dinners and things like that because you've got to get them booked up, haven't you? But I got home last Monday after there was no play on the first day of Durham, Worcestershire. You overhear from Rhodes from the football stand end. That's turned away by Revis down towards fine leg. Rain comes round and cuts it off. He'll get 2, moves him on to 4. What does it? Or has he moved it on to 2? He's moved on to 2. He's already up there. Wow. That is fast. 212 for 4 then, partnership 9. Yeah, and I got home and... Oh no, well, it's gone on slow. Took a while. He's on 4. 214 for 4, partnership 11. And my daughter was watching Christmas films. There are now Christmas channels on the telly, and I'm thinking, in mid-September, really? This is defended by Revis, goes out the cover. So obviously I got a bit knocked about it, as you'd imagine. And
Not you.
yeah, I went on social media and I said, this is not on. Too early. And then there was a knock at the door, and it was the Rinklins man with the Christmas brochure. You can't escape it, can you? But the Christmas film channel in September, the kids have only been back at school a fortnight. Only just had August bank holiday a couple of weeks ago, didn't we? 3 weeks ago now, is it? Rhodes to Revis, that's played back to Rhodes.
Maybe we should start doing preview pieces for the 2026 County Championship in November, when the fixtures come out.
Yeah. A few years ago, the season had just finished, and I was off for a few weeks. On the Monday morning, I went into Newcastle with my wife to do some shopping, and we walked into a well-known department store, Christmas carols. 1st of October, we walked out again. Rhodes bowls, that's away for 4. It was a half volley outside of off stump, and Revis has driven it through the gap on the offside to the west stand for 4.
Which, was it the particular carol that you didn't like?
All of it. Not in October. I think it was that warm. I'd arrived in this shop in a pair of shorts and a t-shirt, trainers. It was a summer's day. Christmas carols. Also, a few people this year will be spending Christmas in the warmth in Australia, watching the Ashes. Rhodes in again to Revis, that's left alone. So my mate Neil's going to Adelaide first and then off to Melbourne. He plans to have Christmas on the beach and then off to Melbourne for the Boxing Day test. Or it'd be Christmas on a beach in Melbourne, won't it? Then the Boxing Day test. You going over there, did you say?
I am.
Where you
I'll be at, theoretically I'm at the Boxing Day test.
Right.
People keep telling me they're going to get me some tickets. I don't actually have physically one in my possession yet.
Ooh, Revis plays at a shortish ball, wide of off stump there from Rhodes and nearly clips it to the keeper. End of the over, 218 for 4. Yorkshire trail by 128. Revis has 8. Agarwal has 128. Are you tapping up anybody you know from here who might have links to the England team?
I've not tried that one actually, no. But you never know. If all else fails.
Well,
I might just send Harry a nice message.
Yeah. They've had an overseas player playing for Whitburn this summer called Rufus Zampati, who's from Perth, and he's just gone back home on Monday. So he's made some good friends while he's been playing for Whitburn. Actually came and might have been the game when you were up. Durham were playing Yorkshire in a T20 on a Sunday, and Rufus and Neil were on air with me, and you were doing your bit in the other part of the room.
Oh, yeah.
It was a Sunday afternoon when they came.
Okay.
I can remember very little about the game. I think Durham might have won. Potter's back into the attack. I think Durham did the double this year, didn't they? Because they beat Yorkshire in York.
Yeah. Well, they hammered Yorkshire at York, didn't they? This fella got some wickets that day, Matthew Potts.
Got a fifer, didn't he?
Yep. 218 for 4 then. He's back on 14 overs, 4 maidens, none for 44 so far, and doesn't get a wicket with that first delivery to Agarwal. They've brought in a man just off the straight, sort of short straight mid-wicket really. There's also a man fairly tight on the one at cover, Graham Clark. Off mid-on, a slip, gully, sweeping square on the offside, and then 2 men set back, one in front of square on the leg side and one down at long leg, which means there's an easy single if Matthew Potts bowls it straight at Mayank Agarwal, and that's the case as he turns it down to long leg. Where was I again when I went up your way in May? I went to the shack.
The South Shields, the Stack.
Stack at
Seaburn.
At Seaburn, yeah, that was it.
Yeah, it's just about a mile from my house. I've only actually been in there a couple of times, and the first time it was when restaurants opened in an outdoor setting after COVID, sort of April-ish time, 2021.
It's a big place, and there weren't many people occupying it that night. Potts is in, that's punched out square on the offside. Revis gets through for a single.
Yeah, that was like a Monday or a Tuesday night or something, though. You were in there, weren't you?
Yeah, well,
wasn't the sort of night to go there, really. We went down, it was my wife's birthday, and it was a beautiful sunny day, but it was very crisp, northerly winds off the sea in April, and we'd asked for a seat in the sun, and they said, oh, we've got to put you over there, and they put us in a seat in the shade. And we had coats on, body warmers, jumpers, hats, gloves.
Ball short of length, and Agarwal gets that one away to mid-wicket, just got the front knee up, Adam Lyth style, and give it a punch away in that direction. 130 now to him, 221 for 4.
It was bitterly cold in there because we were in the shade, and the guys rolled over some of those portable heater things, and literally the next table to us, which was maybe two yards away, they were in the sun and they were sitting in t-shirts. So that's the only time I've actually been there for a drink and a meal. There's a lot of different places in there.
Yeah, Potts in, and that's
slower ball, that one.
Yeah, Revis watching it go by.
I never really think of it. It's just down the road, and I never enters me head.
Yeah, a nice bit of something to eat in that pub next door.
The Seaburn Inn.
That's all right.
It's a nice bar in there. Yeah. Other bars do exist in that area.
221 for 4 with 22 overs and this one ball remaining on day 2. That ball tails its way in towards Revis, bit of swing imparted on it by Potts, and Revis blocks. So 15 overs, 4 maidens, none for 47 now for Matthew Potts. The most recent wicket to have fallen was that of Johnny Bairstow, out first ball. One that he nicked through to Ollie Robinson off Ben Rain, who's been very, very good and picked up 3 for. The other wicket to have fallen in this Yorkshire innings so far, Adam Lyth for 69, caught by Potts off the bowling of Ghaffari.
Basically, let's see what's happening with that Hampshire-Surrey game. Surrey 146 for 5, so they're only 45 ahead in their second innings. So if Hampshire win that, then basically Durham have to win this one, or Essex have got to royally mess up. Rhodes starts anew over here to Agarwal. Played short on the offside. What's going on with Essex today? Oh my lord. They're 235 for none. They only got 2 bowling points, but they haven't lost a wicket yet, and they're only 15 runs away from a batting point, so that's not looking good. Yes, I think this is down to Durham to try and do it themselves, or they're going down. It would appear. They're just 2 years up, all those years away. Woods bowls, Agarwal leaves this alone. Agarwal on 130. Goes for a little wander off towards square leg. Got hit on the arm very early in his innings today. The physio came on 3 times to treat him and put a bandage on his arm, and he'd be rattling with the painkillers he's taken. But he's still out there. All these overs later, he's faced 160 balls. And that is played out towards the covers to Hogg for 1. At least with Division 2, you play everybody twice. Some decent pubs in Derby. Canterbury's not too bad.
I wouldn't know, because I've only been at Derby once.
Oh, yeah.
25
They always
years
play
ago,
at Chesterfield, don't they?
Yeah.
What are the positives? Worcester. Glamorgan have come up. So there's no long trip to Cardiff, no long trip to Hove, no long trip to Brighton or to Southampton. And it's motorway infrastructure. Rhodes comes up again, bowls. Revis plays back to him via the ground.
Now you say that, yeah. I've not thought about that, but that's it. Yeah. 90 miles, 85 miles or whatever it is up to your place.
Might get a nice outground game against Lancashire somewhere. Blackpool or Sedbergh. There is Bristol though. That's a long journey. Rhodes in, that's gone through to the keeper. 222 for 4, so 18 away from a batting point, Yorkshire. What was the maths? How many points did Yorkshire need out of this game to stay up? Was it 10? 10. So they've got the 3 with the ball. Durham need 2 more wickets for the next bowling point. Need to get to 9 for 3 bowling points. Rhodes balls down the leg side, they're appealing. That seemed to me to be a long way from the bat. Judging how far Robinson's gone across to take that, the umpire Mike Burns says no, end of the over.
222 for 4. Still 124 runs before they rub off what Durham posted, so nowhere near there yet.
They're well within the follow-on now anyway. Not that Durham would have enforced the follow-on.
Pot's going to continue at the Kirkstall Lane end of the ground then. Story of the day so far. Durham resuming on 322 for 7 this morning. Potts for 31. Hogg without scoring, and Rain for 101 to 3 wickets that went down by the time they were all out for 346. As Agarwal leaves Potts' first delivery of the over. Ghaffari not out 1 on those first 2 wickets. Well, fell in the first 37 minutes of play. Jack White 5 for 69 for Yorkshire. George Hill 2 for 57, a wicket apiece for Matt Milnes, Jordan Thompson and Don Bess. Finlay Bean then LBW to Ben Rain for 1. Before the lunch break, Yorkshire 28 for 1 at lunch. Adam Lyth then out for 69, caught Potts bowled Ghaffari in the 41st over as Potts bowls to Agarwal, who's going to help himself to a nicely played leg glance for 4 runs down through fine leg. 135 now to him, 226 for 4. That was the only wicket to fall before the tea break, and then 2 since then. James Wharton bowled by Ben Rain for 7, one that he played into the ground and clipped either the stump or the bail on its way behind him. He'd gone for 7, and then Johnny Bairstow, well, after another over from the other end, his first ball facing Ben Rain, so I'm caught behind by Ollie Robinson without scoring. So 203 for 4 at that stage. They've added a further 23 since then. Not like a fairly long day so far. We've still got over 20 overs remaining. Scheduled close of play is in just what?
Well, they didn't start this session at 4 o'clock, did they? So
no, they were half an hour late when they go for tea.
Looking at about a 6 o'clock finish, which is just timed nicely for the start of Total Sport.
Be surprised unless we see a lot of spin if they're going to get in the better part of 21 overs by 6 o'clock. And I'm supposed to be doing my end of day wrap on our sports show at 6:05, so I reckon that's going to be postponed a bit.
No, they'll probably be walking off then. It'll be timed just nicely for you.
There's a bit of movement around out there. Mike Burns is going from square leg to point.
As things stand then, Durham have to win this, which would relegate Yorkshire. All Yorkshire need to do is draw, and they're safe. So whose shoes would you rather be in?
Yeah, they've set an interesting field. They've got another man behind square leg, and he's going to bowl short at Agarwal, who decided that he's going to go through the offside instead then. He's going to load up the onside, and he stepped away and has smacked that away through the covers from fairly high.
And that was a bit
where he took it.
That was telegraphed, wasn't it? The grunt was the giveaway. Agarwal knew it was coming, just stepped aside and just clattered it. Gave himself plenty of room.
So on to plan C, which is now involved sending another man out. So there's a man on the cow corner boundary, or just a couple of yards in from there. Man on the mid-wicket boundary. The man backward of square legs just shuffling back a further few metres. Another short ball. Agarwal takes it on. And he's been dropped by a fine leg coming round.
Dropped him. He came running in, did a forward roll and dropped the ball. Just what Durham didn't need there. He's taken the bait and then he's been put down on 139.
So single to him there. And, well, Potts doing his part of the bargain, getting the player to play the shot. But a bit of teamwork, and unfortunately Ghaffari couldn't complete his part of the bargain. Field completely changes now with Revis back on strike, and he gets solidly in behind this delivery. I've got to say, good to see from Durham, good to see from Matty Potts. They're coming up with a plan, they're trying something, and it nearly worked. As I say, it worked from his perspective. They've got to try and win this game, and so you can't just keep things as they are if things are not going quite as well as you'd like. They're still not going badly for Durham, 231 for 4, but could have been a whole lot better if they'd have seen the back of Agarwal with that dropped catch as Revis plays one into the leg side to complete the 66th over. 20 precisely remain. 231 for 4 with Agarwal, 140 not out, Revis on 9.
I think if he just slid in on his front there, and he probably would have held on to that, but they're all trying to take the catch and doing the somersault forward roll thing. It's knocked the ball out of his hand. Matty Potts has just gone and tapped him on the back. I have to say, hard luck. Durham needed that to go into his hands, though. Here's Rhodes from the Howard stand end. That's been left by Agarwal. Some prehistoric birds have suddenly entered the stadium and seem to be attacking each other. What a noise they're making. Murder of crows. Landed on the roof of the East Stand. Is that still a hotel or not?
I think there are still rooms at the top, yeah.
231 for 4. Rhodes in. Agarwal defends. Ball goes to Potts at short extra cover. There were a couple of people this morning, or was it yesterday morning, when I was When I arrived in the car park down St Michael's Lane, and they were putting suitcases in their car, which got me wondering, had they stayed there, is that still open as a hotel? Do they refer to it as the Headingley Lodge or something like that?
Yeah, I think so. That was what it was originally called, I think, yeah.
Rhodes to Agarwal, plays it out through mid-wicket for 1 run. He takes himself onto 141, 232 for 4, deficit's 114. It's very similar to the lodge they built at Old Trafford back in the late 90s, early 2000s, and I remember staying there in the 2000 season. Went back a few years later with the kids on February half term, and we spent a night in there, 4 of us, 25 quid including breakfast, which was an absolute bargain. I bet you couldn't get anything like that now in the new Hilton at Old Trafford. I bet the prices are a lot different. Rhodes bowls to Revis. That's played back up towards the bowlers and no run there.
Jim Green says, Jonathan, whatever Agarwal had for lunch today, I'd like to know, as he came out a changed man from all previous evidence of his time with Yorkshire.
What do you have for breakfast?
Was that you eating your words for lunch there, Jim? I'll leave that one hanging. He'll come back to me.
Comes Rhodes again, and that's cut away down towards deep point by Revis for 1. He moves on to 10. Partnership's 32, 3-3 for 4, deficit 1-1-3.
There you go. We've got just a little bit of cloud, and that gives you an idea of what the light might be like when the sun drops that little bit further. Okay for the moment.
Rhodes with a short one. Agarwal just watches it under the bat and sort of deflects it off down towards long leg for 1. At the end of the over, so 19 overs to go, 67 bowled in this innings so far. Yorkshire 234 for 4. Durham all out this morning for 346. Rain made 101, and Jack White took 3 of the wickets to fall today, including 2 in a double wicket maiden, and he finished with 5 for 69, his first 5 for Yorkshire. Adam Lyth made 69, Beans made 1, Wharton 7, Bairstow got a first baller, and Agarwal's got 142. So basically 2 men have got all these runs. So sometimes how it happens.
Yep, Agarwal on strike. It's a shame there's not more season to go when you see a knock like this, because he's really in control of what he's doing out there. Cue middle stump out of the ground as that's down the leg side, yeah.
Jamie's emailed, he says Northampton's nice in April. Well, I've had a couple of Aprils there. One of them was a bit of a shock to the system in 2024, because Durham started their first division season at Northants, who'd just been promoted, and the week before I'd been covering Durham against the MCC in Abu Dhabi, and I had a few days in an apartment complex in Abu Dhabi on Dubai Marina looking at the crystal clear blue seas, and I went down to Northampton for the first away game of the season, and I must have dreamt that I was still in Dubai, and when I opened the curtains the next morning I was looking at the bus station roof.
Potts in short with that same field as he had set for Agarwal in the previous over, but this time he guides it to Ghaffari, and it's along the deck, 1 run.
I wonder if he's trying to target his arm again here. Yeah, so opening the curtains, thinking, it's still dark in the hotel room, thinking you're going to be looking out at Dubai Marina and luxury yachts, and then you see Northampton bus station roof. That was a reset to the system. And then I think it was 2018 when Durham went down there, never got a ball bowled in 4 days, totally washed out. That was in April as well.
Yeah, great advert for playing the county championship in the summer, I believe. There's a bit more of a conflab here between Rain and Lees, who then lobs the ball back to Matthew Potts, still in search of his first wicket of the match, and bowls it now, and Revis plays and misses to a delivery on the rise, about fifth stump, something like that. Matthew Revis has got to double figures here. 10 of the partnership for this fifth wicket that is so far worth, 32.
Had an email from Paul Gowland. I think he sent this to the wrong commentary team. He said, "I'm enjoying the commentary in the live feed. The pair of you are so knowledgeable and entertaining." Do you think this has gone to the wrong people?
I think probably so. Here comes Potts in again. That's worked off the legs by Revis and fielded by Hogg. No run.
He said, "I went to the Boxing Day test at Melbourne following the 2005 Ashes win, and we were caught in a huge hailstorm and the start was delayed because of rain. Currently listening in Cyprus and it's still 27 degrees. Too hot. Far too hot. 20 is plenty."
House. As Potts turns at the end of his run. Bring Marty back after his update, and then I'll disappear for a bit. Leave the boys to it. 2:35.44. Agarwal with 143 against his name. Revis, though, on strike at the moment is on 10. And Potts comes in. Oh, Revis with minimal foot movement has a bit of a flash at that one wide of off stump. So at this moment in time, just still one or two precarious moments for the man who has really impressed, as we were saying when John Sadler was alongside earlier today in 2025, Matthew Revis. He's not got himself in yet, and he's now faced 37 deliveries, 1 boundary. He's 10, and that's credit to Matthew Potts, who keeps on coming. And he's in again, that energetic run-up that Potts has. And Revis punches to mid-off for Rain to field. No run. Like I said when we were up at the Riverside earlier in the year, where you are quite a bit lower in the commentary position, you feel like you're closer to the game. You're over the game where we're sitting here, but closer up. You kind of feel like Matthew Potts could be playing centre in a rugby team. He's got that sort of build, pair of thighs on him and all that. Might take a bit of stopping if he took the ball under his armpit and ran at you. 57 off 17 overs and 4 maidens for him. It's going to be Will Rhodes to continue from the Howard stand end. He comes then. That's tucked away into the leg side by Agarwal first up. Takes the easy single with the field set back over there. And Durham might be happy enough that they've rotated the strike and can have another go at Matthew Revis here, because, as I say, in comparison to numerous innings he's played this year, doesn't yet feel like he's wholly comfortable out there. On for 32 for Will Rhodes as he makes his way in once again. The sun just offering to peek its head out from behind that cloud now. That's nicely played, Matthew Revis. We've given a few pats on the back to Mayank Agarwal in terms of how he's played backward of square on the offside. And Rhodes just giving Revis a bit of room to work with. Played his battle in that right third man. Classic job style, really. 4 runs. 4. Feel a bit better life after that. 2 for 4. Lees wants to inbox info on Rhodes, who can balls again. About solid in behind that delivery. 106 now to sit Yorkshire. 10 runs short of earning point.
Sorry, Rose ball and a still 5 down. 6 now, so the lead is not. Durham effectively another 6 to win, which is done. Ray pushing this ball point. Leo goes for 7 to 204, so the deficit. There's a 70 goal tonight at the close of play. Parry. Turns yet. I'm just going to take it here. So all turns off to square leg 1.
That's wicket Agwell now.
There's enough. We dropped 6 runs ago, 130 away shot before from fine leg. I just can't envisage them taking it. If you struggle to do it, must see common throughout these roads. Well, not back there actually.
And continued effective in my batting from this. The thing looks very numerous times at both ends on both sides. So back for potentially we'll see some deterioration today, but we're on approaching the end of
122% start, but they were all after 46, only 4 runs and down over the third batting point. That was deeply this morning.
Potts starting his 18th over of the day. Short ball, and that's just hammered, cross-battered, straight back over the bowler's head by Agarwal for 4 more. It was very short, he had plenty of time. We all understand what Potts is trying to do, but he just didn't get that in the right place.
Banged it in far too short, just sat up nicely.
Yeah.
Graham Clark has come running from the gully area all the way up to this end of the ground to retrieve that ball. Nobody else has bothered. Potts is walking back to his mark, so Clark's effectively come all the way up to long off from the gully area to retrieve that. Everybody else has just stood and watched it.
There are closer fielders out there, aren't there? 4-2 Agarwal brings him on to 149 out of 246 for 4.
There is nobody up this end of the ground but one person, the nearest person to it was actually Alex Lees.
Here's Potts, short again, pulled through the leg side, that's racing away. The applause is because that will bring up his 150. It's fielded out on the boundary edge by Beddingham, but well, what a knock this has been. 151 not out from 176 balls for Agarwal. It's been absolutely outstanding. It's been the difference between the two teams so far in the game. Short ball by Potts, pulled away, picked up a couple, they've run 2, and 151 for Agarwal. Terrific innings, it really has been from him. Here's Potts again, short again. Agarwal's in behind it and he's got that away again off the meat of the bat, I think.
What
yep.
on earth are these tactics about?
And the umpire at square leg
6.
signalled 6.
I was just going to say, Agarwal had 4 sixes to his name when he got to 100. That's the first 6 he's hit since getting to 100. And he had 11 4s to his name once he got to 100. He's hit another 7 since then, but
Yeah.
I don't know, you know, the definition of madness. If at first you don't succeed, try again.
Yeah.
And has that brought up the 250 as well? And a batting point for Yorkshire.
It has indeed. It has indeed. 77 balls for the fifth 50 of this Yorkshire innings. And it brings Yorkshire to within 92 of Durham now with 4 wickets down. Here's Potts again. That's a full toss. And that's just pushed into the offside. They'll go through for 1. There's a possibility they might get 3 here. Great running between the wickets. It brings him up to 160. And, well, that's brilliant from Agarwal, you have to say. He's just hit a brilliant 6. He's brought up his 150 and then he's pushed a full toss into the offside, and there is acres of space out there on that offside area because they've been bowling the short stuff towards the leg side. And really clever batsmanship from him. Quickly run 3, appreciated by the crowd, and he's now on to 160. Well, we said he needed to make it a big one for Yorkshire, and he's well on his way to doing exactly that at this moment in time.
15 from this over, and there's still 2 balls left.
Here comes Potts, who's worked hard all day.
Oh!
And that has hit Revis, I think, on the helmet,
He hasn't offered a shot there. They're not giving leg byes, he's not played his shot. It's just come off his helmet and gone for 4.
Yeah, absolutely.
Surely that's a dead ball.
Well, you're absolutely right. Didn't play a shot. Hit him on the helmet quite clearly. There'll be a head injury assessment almost certainly here for Matthew Revis. Physio comes on. And, yep, he did.
19 off the over with that 4. That's unfortunate from Potter's point of view. That should be a dead ball.
Well, that was a good short ball, wasn't it? That some of the others haven't been, but that was...
Agarwal's coming to go to the loo.
Having a well-earned break. 261 for 4. And Potts has now bowled 17.5 overs, 4 maidens, no wicket for 72. That was one of the best of his shorter deliveries on this occasion to Revis. And as is customary nowadays, of course, the obligatory head injury assessment, quite right, caution first. And that will take place out in the middle. At the moment, let's hope he's okay. I'm sure he is. He looked fine. He just removed the helmet as soon as the incident occurred. So let's hope that he is okay. So 261 for Yorkshire then, in reply to Durham's 346 all out. 3 quick wickets for Yorkshire this morning. And Yorkshire have dominated proceedings pretty much throughout the day, you would have to say. Live opening the batting, of course, with Bean. Live 69 from 127 balls. Caught Potts bowled Ghaffari. Bean out for 1. LBW bowled Rain, and Rain has been the pick of the Durham bowlers, I think you have to say. Agarwal is 160 not out off 178 balls, 18 fours and 5 sixes. Wonderful innings. Wharton batted a long time for 7. He batted 52 balls for his 7. And for this decent crowd that's in today, the one disappointment from a Yorkshire perspective was Johnny Bairstow out first ball, caught behind by Robinson off the bowling of Rain. And as I mentioned, Rain being the pick of the bowlers, 16 overs, 6 maidens, 3 for 29 for him. And of course, add to that the exceptional 100 that he made earlier on in Durham's first innings, 101 off 105 balls for him. So personally, it's been a terrific effort as far as he's concerned. Pleased to say that it looks as though that head injury assessment has now been completed. So Matthew Revis will put the helmet back on, gloves back in hand, as is the bat. And it looks as though Agarwal's back out there, having taken a short break. And he will resume as well. So we've got 1 ball remaining in this 70th over of the day. And we've got 16 overs remaining after this one is completed. So it looks as though we'll be continuing after 6 o'clock potentially at this rate. Yorkshire are going at 3.74 in terms of the run rate, and they are 85 behind Durham. And we're back underway. So here comes Potts to complete his 18th over then. Bowls to Revis. Revis unmoved, unnerved by the hit on the helmet. Right in behind that one, pushes that out onto the offside. That's the end of the overs. That's 70 bowled in the Yorkshire innings. A 261 for 4.
10 overs to a new ball. Not that it really matters anymore, does it? I don't think. 4 down, that's all Durham have managed today. Yorkshire said yesterday they were happy to get Durham 7 down on this track, so we know it's a good batting track. Ryan Campbell said so on Tuesday night. They'd created a green seamer and then created a flat track where you'd get nothing more than a draw, and that's all Yorkshire needed to worry about, drawing the game. Here's Rhodes to start a new over here to Agarwal from the football stand end of the ground. No run there as it's played to mid-wicket.
Yeah, 7 wickets falling on the first day, 7 wickets have fallen on the second day. Wickets have been hard to come by generally. Will Rhodes has bowled pretty well since tea. Tight, anyway, not giving much away. Decent line and length. Not many scoring balls.
Here comes Rhodes again. That's gone off to gully area. Doug the Full Mackham says Yorkshire sign Agarwal, Hampshire sign Washington Sundar, we sign a Richmondshire club cricketer.
That's pretty much along the lines of what you were saying earlier, Martin, isn't it?
A big gamble for Durham to bring in a lad who's not played in county championship cricket before. Has only played a sprinkling of first-class cricket as well. Rhodes comes in, that's left alone. He's not the reason why they've struggled this year, and he's not the reason why they're in a relegation scrap that they look at the moment like they're not going to get out of. They've just had very little fight this year. There's just been this resignation about this team, I would say, since about mid-July, really. When the chips are down, the body language is so telling. Rhodes again, bowls. And that's fired out through the covers. Hogg can't get there, it's 4 runs. And at this rate, Yorkshire will be in the lead by the end of the night, unless Durham can get Agarwal out, and he's enjoying himself. That's another boundary for him. Deficit is down to 81.
Yeah, running out of superlatives a little bit to describe some of his play today. He has scored
With one arm, effectively.
Yeah, still taking that left arm off the bat, isn't he? He's played some quality shots all around the ground. That was a delightful cover drive up towards or across towards the Western Terrace, I should say.
Brian Kirby says Matt Revis was hitting on the helmet taking evasive action. That means the award of 4 leg byes was absolutely correct. This has gone through to the cricket. I don't think he even saw it, and he never offered a shot.
No.
So, and I think it's unfortunate that signalled as a 4. It should have been a dead ball.
Yeah, well, they, as you see so often, when the batsmen are swaying away to get away from a short ball, the bat and the hands go down, don't they, away from the ball.
I can't recall in all the years I've commentated on cricket where a ball's hit a helmet and gone out for 4 and been given as leg byes.
No.
Rhodes in again. This has gone off to square leg. The over. 266 for 4. The deficit is 80.
A buzz of discussion around the ground, isn't there?
We're inside the last 16 overs now, but there's still 15 to go, so this is going to be probably about a 6:10 finish.
Yeah. I don't think many people look as though they've left either.
No.
The majority are still here.
Why would you want to go home? Your team's scoring loads of runs, the sun's shining, it's warm.
Last game of the season.
Yeah.
Change for Durham from the Kirkstall Lane end, and we're going to see Daniel Hogg coming back into the action, back into the attack. 11 overs from him, none for 43 with his right arm over. Full toss, same answer pretty much. Straight down the ground from your man Agarwal, I should say. Alex Lees couldn't do much about that at mid-on. Straight down the ground, terrific shot. Good timing. Really need to do much other than present the face of the bat, and it races away across the quick Headingley outfield for 4 more. Agarwal onto 169 out of 270 for 4. Here comes Hogg again. Played down towards that wide, second, third slip area there. No addition to the score. That's been a very profitable area for him during the course of the day, Agarwal, so far. Took that blow on the arm early in his innings. I still wonder whether he might be going off for that X-ray at the end of the end of the day. Here's Hogg again, short, pulled, left foot in the air for Agarwal. Just works it around towards the mid-wicket boundary, and they go through for 1 more.
Somebody earlier in the day was trying to recall a game here where Durham were in a relegation scrap and stayed up by half a point, and they said they thought it was about 30 years ago. It was the end of the 2006 season. Durham had been docked points for slow overrates and whatnot, but they got a draw here following on and stayed up by half a point. Oh, that's worth a shout.
Oh, that looked close, didn't it?
It was worth a shout, definitely. Nowhere near the bat. That's thudded into the pads.
Yeah.
Steve O'Shaughnessy says no. Let's watch this again. Going down the leg side.
Yeah, general shape, wasn't it? Just going down the leg.
Hit the knee roll.
Yeah.
But it was angling across too much.
Yeah.
Yeah, it was Middlesex and Notts who went down in 2006. Durham stayed up. It was their first year back in the first division, having come up as runners up to Lancashire the previous year. As this is played.
That's off the back foot. And they will go through for one more. Revis with a single to add to his total. He's on to 16.
They stayed up for 13 years before they were relegated by the ECB over financial issues. And it was the longest unbroken stint in Division 1 at the time. Everybody else had been up and down at least once.
Here comes Hogg again. Nice line outside off stump, straight through to Robinson. No addition to the score. Of course, Yorkshire trail by 74 with 14 overs remaining. Here comes the physio again. Now then, who's asked for the physio this time? Is this...
Well, no, it's his 10-minute check-up after he got hit in the helmet.
Of course. All good. Check-up complete. Yeah, so 272 for 4. Yorkshire's day, as we mentioned so far. Durham, you would think, would be needing a couple of quick wickets here before the close of play to send them in overnight with a bit of a spring in their step ahead of day 3 tomorrow. Change of bowling by the looks of things. Ghaffari with his leg spin coming back on now. 12 overs for 70 for him before this.
Balls to Revis. This partnership's now 70. So you'd imagine Ghaffari will bowl the next 4 overs from the football stand end, and then the new ball comes.
Yeah. Yeah, 2 quick wickets after tea. And now a rebuild, as you say, with a good partnership building.
This one's tapped away by Agarwal for a single to square leg, 1 run to him, takes him on to 171.
Looks keen for a few more as well, doesn't he? Chances taken. Nice and cautious, sensible.
Ari to Revis. Revis defends this one, rolls back to the bowler. Ghaffari bowls. Revis looks to cut and gets onto that one very late. They're appealing for an LBW, but there seemed to me to be plenty of bat in that. Yeah, he's back to us as he played it out for a single towards point.
It's fielded about 5 metres from the boundary edge in front of the Western Terrace.
Yeah, he's got some hard pads then.
Yeah, unless it's maybe just clip the pad first and then bat.
Sun just bathing the majority of the seats in the east stand at the moment. West stands in shade now. Wall defends that one, rolls out to the offside, no run there. So the shadows from the roof of the Howard stand, the rugby stand end, have now more or less gone. Mm-hmm. They've shifted away across to the left and have more or less disappeared. Agarwal's come down the track about 5 yards there. Ghaffari's appealing for LBW. There's no way any umpire would be able to give that out.
No.
So far away from the stumps. End of the over.
275 for 4 in this pre-new ball period here in the Yorkshire innings. Durham just trying to use up a few overs. 13 remaining in the day before the close of play here. And new ball is due in 7 overs. So we will potentially see the new ball before the close of play today. Could be an interesting period as we see Hogg coming into bowl again. Just a bit of drift inwards for Hogg this time. Revis cautiously pushes out into the offside. Revis has faced 50 balls for his 18. Been out there 71 minutes, couple of boundaries. Argowal, in comparison, has faced 191 balls for his 171. Scored at a really good rate as well. Here's Hogg again. Again pushed out into the offside by Matthew Revis. No addition to the score. Slip and a gully in place. Short mid-wicket. Mid-on, mid-off, man out of cover. Mid-wicket boundary fielder there, arms crossed. Just waiting for some action, waiting for something to happen, Durham, at the moment, as this partnership continues to build. That little bit of spring that had in the step after taking those 2 quick wickets seems to have gone away now. Decent ball from Hogg, just tucks up Revis there on his hip, doesn't make contact with bat, hits his body, and it's fielded there by the bowler. Without any further addition to the score. Yeah, the members in the East Stand are enjoying a glorious autumnal evening here at Headingley this afternoon. The sun has been shining brightly in their faces for quite a few hours now. Hogg comes in again. Revis plays it out to mid-wicket. Big shout of yes from Revis as they go through for a comfortable single. Sun low in the sky now, as you would expect at this time of year. Revis on to 19.
Still up there.
Yeah.
Should be a worry if it wasn't.
He certainly would. Hogg. 2 balls remaining in the over, well pitched up. Argowal, as he's done really well, picks up the length really quickly, gets on the front foot, really compact player, and that's pushed out into the offside. Another single to him. Yorkshire happy to pick up the singles at the moment. Boundary fielders on both sides, square of the wicket. Plenty of ones around, that's for sure. As Revis now finds himself down at the striker's end. Hogg comes in. This is his 13th over. Decent ball again. Again, good angle into the right-hander. Revis can only just push that out into the offside. And that is the end of his 13th over. So 13 overs, no wicket for 51 for him. And it's Ghaffari who's going to continue to bowl from the Howard stand end, as you thought, Martin. We'll probably see him through to the new ball.
Somebody's disabled buggy's got a rather loud reverse button on it, hasn't it? Unless it's an alarm for something else.
Yeah, I'm not sure what that was.
1 for 73, Ghaffari, 13 overs, 1 maiden.
Oh.
Agarwal drives him down to Clark out long on 1 run. He moves on to 173, dropped on 139 by Ghaffari. Top edge off a bouncer from Potts down to fine leg. He got to the ball but did a sort of tumble as he caught it, forward roll sort of thing, and dropped it. Revis with a late cut on that one. Plays it down towards third man. Emilio Gay chases after it, 1 run.
Don't want to tempt fate, but could we see Agarwal 200 before the close of play?
Quite probable. 11.4 overs to go. A couple of sixes would get him near, wouldn't it?
It would.
173 on the board now. Before he comes in again, and that's short, and it's a medium pacer. Cut off by Hogg, tumbling on the boundary. Deed point, 2 runs.
He's worked hard on that boundary over in front of the Western Terrace, hasn't he, Hogg? He's gone through 1 pair of trousers already.
Yeah.
Tumbling away in the outfield again. Saved a couple of runs.
Agarwal on 175. Ghaffari bowls to him. That's a 6, or is it going to be out? Oh, Clark's caught him.
That's out. Did speak too soon.
Clark has caught him at long on, diving in low. Well, bit of an anticlimax to what's been a fantastic innings. He didn't get hold of that properly. I think that's come off the toe of the bat. It went low and hard to Clark. And he's gone for 175 from 195 balls, 24s and 5 sixes. 281 for 5.
Well, the crowd rise to Mayank Agarwal, and quite rightly so. It's been an outstanding innings, a magnificent innings. It's been full of quality. He's played shots all around the ground, as we've mentioned before. He's really disappointed with himself. He's not removed the helmet, not removed the gloves. He's not acknowledged the crowd, I don't think. He crosses the boundary rope now. And, well, he shouldn't be overly disappointed, having just scored 175. Fabulous knock, as far as he's concerned. He's done his job. He will be disappointed to get out sort of close to the finishing line in terms of day 2. I get that, understand that. But in this pre-new ball period, that's, I guess, Martin, just what Durham were looking for, really. They've picked up a wicket maybe they didn't expect to get.
No, yeah. I think he could have gone on batting all day there. He must have been listening to us, a couple of sixes, and he's going to try to do one. And off he goes. So George Hill, the new man, one of the many off the Martin Spate production line at Sedbergh School.
Great season with the ball, that's for sure. And I'm sure there's plenty of runs in there somewhere. Not necessarily seen as many as he would have hoped in red ball cricket, I would suggest. Hill, 281 for 5, then Yorkshire, 65 behind. And Hill drives up the ground. There's a parry, a left-handed parry.
Going to go for 4,
and that's going to go for 4 up towards the Howard stand. It does indeed. So first ball, Hill's forward. I think it was a full toss in the end, wasn't it? He struck it really well. And that brings Yorkshire to within 61 of Durham now. So good start to George Hill's innings. 4 off his first ball. Ghaffari with 2 for 81 to his name. All pitched up, and full respect from Hill. Front foot, really great bend on that front leg there, getting right in behind that one from Ghaffari. And that completes his 14th over. Yorkshire had 285 for 5. 14 overs, 2 for 81 for Ghaffari. Couple of wickets for him. One thing that you quite often see with leg spinners, they do pick up wickets. Picked up a couple, but being expensive. But again, it just brings Durham back into the game.
Here comes Hogg from the Kirkstall Lane end. First ball bowled of the over to Revis. It's defended. It rolls up to Rain at mid-off. If Durham could get another wicket before the close, then they've got 2 bowling points on the board. And it would be roughly similar to the day that Yorkshire had in the field yesterday, with Durham 7 down at the close of play. The thing from a Yorkshire point of view is that they were able to wipe out those final 3 overs, final 3 wickets very quickly this morning. Hogg in. Oh, Revis doesn't know where that's gone. It's got an inside edge. There's a lot of dust came up around leg stump there, and it's gone off the backward square leg. The floodlights have come on. When did that happen? Didn't notice that.
I didn't notice that. But yeah, they're on now, which really does seem odd with a bright blue sky with very few clouds overhead.
The camera's trained on one of the houses behind us, and the reflection of the sun on the window, and maybe the floodlights as well. Hogg turns, running away from us, bowling to Hill. Hill plays the ball up to mid-on, no run there. How many runs has he had? Why is that jumping around? George Hill this season, where is he on my list? 332 runs at an average of 18. 350s. He's got 4 centuries and 16 50s in all. Highest score 169 not out in a home draw against Middlesex last year. Hog balls, that's defended, goes back to Hog. Previous best score to that was 151 not out against Northants in 2022. Product of Sedbergh School between 2016 and 2019.
Yeah, I think it's probably fair to say that he came into the team predominantly as a batter who bowled pretty well in terms of his all-round capability, but this season he's become more of an all-rounder who bats pretty well.
In comes Hogg, that's defended, and it runs up to Lees at mid-on. Made his debut against Derbyshire in the Bob Willis Trophy in 2020. That was the competition where there were 5 championship-like matches. Durham had a final warm-up game here at the end of July. It was meant to be a 3-day game, so I drove down to do the commentary on it, and just as you could imagine, as the cricket season was about to eventually get underway in 2020, the heavens opened and there was no play on day 1. Doidgy rang me up, I was at Wetherby, and he said, just hang fire. So I just parked up at Wetherby for a bit, and then he said, head home. So I came down the next day instead. This is a dot ball, it's gone to the gully. But remember a game at Leicester that year where we had some incredible thunderstorms after what had been an amazingly dry summer, and then a home game in Chesley Street, which was actually Derbyshire's home game, and it rained, and Dave Fletcher, the Derbyshire commentator, was complaining about the weather in the northeast, and I said, well, this is your home game, it's your fault. So, the physios come on to talk to the umpire here, Steve O'Shaughnessy. So what's going on now?
Interesting conversation. A drink.
Nice. Has he got a headache?
Yeah, it looks that way. Just administering some painkillers by the looks of things there.
Yeah. She was waving to the dressing room for a drink, but Steve's gone off with whatever she's given him. A couple of paracetamol or whatever. He'll just have to try and swallow them.
Tough character. Yeah. So Ghaffari will start a new over then from the Howard stand end. Bowling to Matthew Revis, who just works that away through the leg side, through mid wicket for a single. Yorkshire trail by 59.
All faced 195 balls. He was batting for 287 minutes. This is a quick single here from Hill.
Yeah, George Hill started well.
What did he hit? 24s and 5 6s.
Yeah, wonderful innings. Ghaffari in again then. Right arm. Oh, some turn there.
Well, it was the way it just skidded on, wasn't it?
Yeah.
I wonder if that was a little top spinner from Ghaffari there.
Yeah, it was on the back foot, wasn't he? Looking for the cut there, and you're probably right. There probably was some top spin there from the leggy, with a decent assortment. Bowls again to Revis. Revis right in behind it, pushes it back up the pitch. No run.
Farsley in the Bradford Premier League. Revis up until 2023.
Yep. Played out into the offside. Before that, it was Burley and Wharfdale in the Airedale and Wharfdale League. Same club as Harry Brook.
Nice area, Wharfdale.
Yeah, definitely. Here comes Ghaffari again. Revis pushes that up towards mid-wicket.
In fact, I'll be over there tomorrow night having me tea.
And that is the end of another over. He's getting through them quickly. 77 bowled. So 3 overs before the new ball is due. We've got 9 overs remaining in the day. And Yorkshire are 288 for 5. And with that, we'll bring Doidgy back into the action.
Yeah, Jonathan coming back in. We've got about half an hour of play remaining here, and we're 3 overs away from the new ball as well. So Boyd's coming back in. I will step away.
Here's Hogg, Kirks to the lane end. Ball short of length, and George Hill turns that one into the leg side for Matthew Potts to do the fielding. No run. Lights on, and daylight full on as well, with the sun getting lower. I mentioned a while ago, it just this time of year, as soon as that goes down, it really changes the feel out there. Hogg's in again, and Hill leaves this ball that goes past him on the rise. And a couple of messages in with regard to the laws of the game and the ball that hit Matthew Revis. If a batter is taking evasive action and the ball hits the helmet, then it's leg byes. Leg byes don't count against the bowler, says Kate Holdsworth, and Carl Williams of the Sea said something similar. Here's Hogg, wide of off stump, and that is cut by Hill through third man. And it's going to be 4 runs. Takes him to 9, the score to 292 for 5. Second batting point in sight. Second bowling point in sight for Durham as well.
Yeah, there was no question that there was no way he was playing it short. He was taking evasive action. And the knowledgeable public out there confirming that the 4 leg byes apply.
Here comes Hogg again, down the leg side. George has a flick at that one, but doesn't make contact. Ollie Robinson with the take.
That's Carl Robinson. Carl with a C who messaged in yesterday when he was reminding Sharpie about his days at Ossett Cricket Club and playing against Altoffs Cricket Club. Thanks for Carl for getting in touch again.
Played at Altoffs, both cricket and footy, as Hogg is in, and George Hill right over the top of that, defending it to Ben Rain at mid-off. 2 tough games of football actually at Altoffs back in the day.
Yeah, I had some great memories of playing at Altoffs cricket on the other side of the fence, not the football. Some great characters playing in the Altoffs team back in the day.
Hogg in again, final ball of the over is wide of off stump, nicely cut by George Hill. There is a sweeper out there, so I'll pick up just the 1. 10 to George now, 293 for 5. Gareth Tarr in Chertsey down in Surrey says, you're lamenting the Christmas film channel being active in September, but actually this has been running for at least a month. Meanwhile, I also have seen mince pies, turkey gravy granules for sale in supermarkets. One wonders how people who buy into these early festivities keep the festive period special. My birthday is the 4th of December, exactly 3 weeks before Christmas, so I consider the day after the point at which any Christmas... Yeah, the day after that point at which any Christmas festivities can begin. Go on, you tykes, could be a close one, he says.
You've got no room if the kids are getting too excited in September.
Here comes Ghaffari then to start a new over, bowling to George Hill, who started confidently. Hill on 10 already. Revis 22. Hill with his 10 from 14 balls. This over and 1 after this, and then the new ball will be available, so you'd think we'd probably see potentially a stint from Rain and Potts up to the close of play. Ghaffari with his leg spin then, and Hill will wait. From the Howard stand end, that's short, that's going to be pulled all along the floor, and that will race away. Will it be for 4? No, it won't. There's a fielder out there, gets round quickly, but he kept it all along the ground, importantly there, George Hill. They go through for 2. That wasn't one of Ghaffari's best one, it was short, but he got away with it. couple conceded, 295 for 5, just 5 away from 300 Yorkshire then. Here's Hill working this one through the offside fielder on the fence there. That's Daniel Hogg, and they go through for another single.
Marty's had an alternative text in. The laws are always up for debate.
Looking forward to hearing this one. Here comes Ghaffari. Straightish ball to Revis, watchful. Matthew Revis on 22 pushes that out towards extra cover with no addition to the score. 296 for 5.
So William messaged in. I'll tell you after this next delivery.
Yeah, Ghaffari quickly through these deliveries now, and brings Revis forward onto the front foot, pushed into the offside field at extra cover again. That is the end of the 79th over.
So William said it's not a dead ball in first class cricket, it is at lower levels. Brackets, question I should say, was it Shan Masood who was run out in similar circumstances? Yeah, we did have that, didn't we? A bizarre thing.
T20,
yeah, it was.
Lancashire.
It was last year, the year before.
Yeah, last year I think. Yeah.
But of course, that's not first class cricket either. The pedantics will come back and say that's T20 cricket. So, well, I'd like to think that the umpires know what the laws are, and they're out there. They made the call at the time. 296 for 5. Then with 7 overs remaining in the day, I think we're going to get them all in as well as Hogg bowls. Straight. Hill tries to whip it away to leg and misses it. That will be signalled as a leg by Steve O'Shaughnessy. A thud on the pad. So George remains on 13. 3 more needed for a second batting bonus point, and 1 more needed for Durham for a second bowling bonus point. The point that Mayank Agarwal was caught by Graham Clark at long on off Ghaffari. There was an audible. I was sitting outside, and one of the Durham players was really in that sort of come on frame of mind, as that's defended by Revis. And so, maybe thinking that that was the key to victory. Still looking like Durham are going to need to do that. I'm saying that I haven't checked the Surrey score for a few minutes now. Let's have a quick look in. Yeah, 218 for 6, at 117 in front. Still not thinking that's enough, but cricket does strange things. Revis turns that one backward of square, but not off the bat, because Steve O'Shaughnessy again signals that's a leg bite.
What are we expecting here then, Doidge? Expecting Durham to take the new ball tonight and have a spell with rain and pots, or keep it until first thing tomorrow?
I'd have thought take it now, have a little dart, and then it's still only going to be half a dozen overs all in the morning.
Yeah.
It's almost like having 2 goes, isn't it? In comes Hogg again, looking for his first wicket in the match. Not from that delivery, because that's nicely timed by George Hill. Ben round to his left at mid-off to do the fielding. And on to 14. 299 for 5.
Yeah, Rain, who's been the pick of the bowlers, he's bowled 16 so far in this innings, 3 for 29. Potts has bowled 18, no wicket for 72, but they have looked the most likely to make the breakthroughs, that pair.
In comes Hogg, and Revis drops that into the offside. No run. Kate says it doesn't matter if the batter is playing a shot or not. And leg byes don't count against the bowler. I think we would have all known that leg byes don't count against the bowler.
Yeah.
Okay, well there we go. 299 for 5. As Hogg comes in to bowl, and then it's punched into the offside by Revis, and there's no run. I wasn't in the room at the time that happened. I was down in the
not quite
the stand.
Not quite sure what Kate's trying to say there. Is she saying that even if he was trying to play this shot, it would still be 4 leg byes? I think what we were saying earlier was he wasn't playing a shot, so therefore it's 4 leg byes. Not sure. I mean, he clearly wasn't playing a shot. He was trying to evade a short ball, and his arms were, as they often do, the arms drop, don't they? So, 2.99 for 5 then. And right on cue, here comes the new ball for Durham. So can they make another breakthrough or two with the new ball before the close of play on day 2? Yorkshire are 47 in arrears at the moment. Need just one for the 300, and it's going to be Matthew Potts who will bowl from the Howard stand end. And another couple of wickets here in this last 6 overs of the day. And it will be a very similar day to the one we saw yesterday in many respects. Durham finished the day yesterday on 7 down. Yorkshire would be 7 down if they lost a couple. Let's hope not. But Potts is back at the end of his mark now. George Hill with a spin of the bat in his hands. 2 slips in there for Durham now as Potts comes in. Ooh. That's a really good line. First ball up for Hill there. He just manages to push that out into the offside. Not sure if that was off the bat or pad. Looked a bit more like pad. But a difficult, dodgy, troublesome few overs for Yorkshire potentially here now.
Yeah, you called it.
Here's Potts. To Hill on 14, past the umpire. Really important stage of the game. Really important stage of the season in the last game of the season. Pushed out onto the offside by George Hill. No addition to the score. Hill goes down, does some gardening. Revitt does exactly the same from the other end. 2 Yorkshire youngsters just catching up in the middle. Another spin or 2 or 3 or 4. Or 5 or 6 of the bat by Hill. As Potts comes in now. Oh, there's some movement off the pitch, and that beats the outside edge through to Robinson, the keeper. Not much that Hill could have done about that. Great delivery by Potts.
You got your Christmas shopping done yet, Graham?
I've not even started to even think about it. But we did go into a garden centre last week or the week before, and it was absolutely fully stocked of Christmas items.
Yeah, fibre optic trees, all that.
I was looking for plants and flowers and things like that, but nowhere to be seen. Here's Potts. Good defence by Hill. Middle of the bat, back up to the bowler. Yeah, it's coffees and Christmas presents in garden centres now at this time of year, really, isn't it?
All that TV advertising to come.
Yeah. Two balls remaining of this over. Potts is in, driven up the ground by Hill. It's a good drive, and it's a pretty decent stop by Will Rhodes up there. Gets something on it, gets something behind it. Allows Hill to go through for a single. The applause in the background is because that brings up the 300 for Yorkshire, and the 6th 50 has come up in 68 deliveries. They now trail by just 46.
And a second batting point. Back in your day, it would have been TV advertising saying, look forward to a lovely orange and a shiny new penny at Christmas, wouldn't it? And in Marty's day, it would have been something like Spiratot. Buckaroo, something like that.
Buckaroo, yeah, absolutely. Operation.
Yeah.
It's a booty of football.
Somebody in the Queen's English saying, the fun surgical game for all the family. Mousetrap.
Mousetrap, great game, wasn't it? Great game.
Meanwhile, you might have even got a packet of top trumps, and if you did, Ben Rain would have been in and among the all-rounders, I think, in the pack. If if it was county cricket top trumps, wouldn't it?
Certainly would, on today's evidence.
16 overs, 6 maidens, 3 for 29 is a great set of figures on any day, particularly when you're backing up a ton at the same time. So excellent all-round effort from him. 300 for 5 and 5 overs to go. George Hill on strike and 3 slips in place as Rain gets his hands on the second cherry. And his first delivery, very much a loosener feel to it, but it was still asking George Hill to play.
My mum used to talk about apples and oranges for Christmas presents when she was young.
You'd hope that they were, if they were wrapped up, that it was fairly late on and not like bought 3 weeks before, past the sell-by date. Did they do sell-by dates in those days?
I doubt they did.
Rain in, and that's left by George Hill, close to off stump.
Well, you remember all the mouse traps and the scale extricts and all those wonderful games. You forget about the socks and the handkerchiefs, underpants, etc.
The annuals and all that.
Yeah.
The annuals he didn't want. And from the back of the box, Marty says Notts have won the title.
Notts have won it.
Rain, and that's a beautiful shot by George Hill, standing tall, gets an applause from Matthew Revis from the other end, and why not? Just about the hardest shot in the book to execute without losing your shape, and he did that well. Lovely on drive for 4 runs, 19 to George on 304 for 5. So Marty's saying they got 3 bowling points. They've now got 3 batting points, Nottinghamshire. They're 109 runs in front with a wicket remaining in the first innings. So that's defended by Hill into the offside. And therefore, those calculations. In fact, Andrew Sampson on a blue sky posting has said Kyle Verena is the first man to win the County Championship and the World Test Championship in the same season, and he hit the winning run in both. Well done to him. Congratulations then to Nottinghamshire on being 2025 County Champions. First title in 15 years as that's pushed out into the offside, no run. And they've halted a run that up to, well, last week, I guess, really. Everyone seemed to feel that Surrey would be continuing.
It's probably not something that many people would have bet on pre-season, Notts to win the title, is it? Most people's money would have been on Surrey. Expensively assembled squad. Good for the game.
Rain to Hill. He has to be watchful in defence. And is so. End of the over. 4 now to go. 304 for the loss of 5 wickets, Yorkshire. With Revis 22 and Hill 19. A partnership so far for this 6th wicket worth 23.
Yep, the young guns at the crease. For Yorkshire, George Hill's already faced 30 deliveries for his 19. Played some nice shots as well. Revis has been watchful and patient. Has faced 69 for his 22. Matthew Potts, who's got a very big tour to Australia to come. So he'll go from Headingley down under with England. As he comes in now from the Howard stand end, there's a drive at that one by Revis. He gets a thick inside edge and it misses the stumps somehow. He's got away with one there, Matthew Revis.
Yeah, a bit of luck on his side. Of course, last time Notts won the title, there was a little bit of a Yorkshire connection there because Ryan Sidebottom would have been in the team back in 2010.
Yep.
Glorious evening here in LS6.
Potts turns again at the end of his run, running in towards us, past the umpire now. This time Revis shoulders arms, allows that one through to Robinson. Good leave from him. that little bit of tension in the air, as we were saying. Yorkshire trailing by 42 at the end of day 2. 304 for 5, Yorkshire at the moment.
Ooh.
That's our effect, Mike, there. He's been caught in the wind, but that's played down to finally. They've gone through for one, a risky second. There's a great throw coming in. Bales are taken off, but Revis has got back for the 2. Clipped it well off his hip, down to fine leg. Ran the first quickly, and he had to run the second quickly, because for a moment I thought he was just in a little bit of trouble there. But that goes, as I say, down to fine leg, and they pick up just a couple. 306 for 5, Revis on 24. Bit of a committee meeting at the far end. Alex Lee's having a chat.
Sounds like a committee meeting back in our studio.
It really does. As Potts now comes running in again, Revis waits. Front foot by Revis, played out just behind point on the offside, go through for a single. Ripple of applause as Yorkshire survive every ball. A few people have left the ground now. It's been a long day, and a lot of people on the east side of the ground have been in the sun for a long time after the first hour and a half or so. But many people are still here, enjoying the action. Why wouldn't you on the last round of fixtures of the 2025 season? Here comes Potts again. Hill off the back foot. Good back foot punch from him. Fielded out there in the covers by Ghaffari. Straight to the fielder, no addition to the score. 1 ball remaining, and there will be 3 overs remaining after this. Partnership worth 26, so Hill's got 19 of those. So he struck the ball pretty well since he came in. He's found the middle of the bat numerous occasions. Last ball from Potts then. Still looking for his first wicket of the Yorkshire innings. That's driven. Delightfully driven by George Hill. Just slightly over-pitched by Matthew Potts there. And we all know he's got the talent to play those shots, don't we? That's a terrific shot. Half volley outside the off stump. Through extra cover. It goes through for 4. Yorkshire reduced the deficit to 35 now. That is the end of another Potts over. 20 overs, no wicket for 80 for him. 311 for 5, and we've got just the 3 overs remaining now in the day.
Yeah, he's worked hard without reward, Matthew Potts. Going at 4 and over off his 20. And Ben Rain, who has been among the wickets, as we know, with 3 of the 5 to have fallen so far. 3 for 33 off 17 overs, 6 of which have been maidens. They have finished at Southampton, with Surrey still got 4 second innings wickets remaining, are 124 in front. It's not completely over that one just yet. As Rain is in, and that's pushed into the offside by Revis. There's no run. If that tail wags tomorrow morning, there'll be a few palpitations among Hampshire folk, I'll dare say. Revis just goes through that routine of scratching at the guard, shifting the pad a bit, twiddling the bat. It waits now as Rain comes in again. Feels like he's just maybe held that one back slightly. It's pushed to Potts at mid-off, no run. It's also the close at Chelmsford, where Essex finished 295 for 2. So 138 behind Somerset, with 8 wickets in hand. Still playing at New Road. Worcestershire 264 for 6 in their second innings, just 37 in front. Sussex look like very much like they're going to finish the season on a win and completely ensure First Division future. As Rain is in again, that's wide of off stump. Revis leaves. They've also closed in Division 2 at Lords. Gloucestershire 146 for 3. Miles behind Middlesex with 7 wickets still in hand in the first innings there. Glamorgan 41 for 2 at the close at Sophia Gardens. 68 behind Lancashire with 8 wickets remaining. Nottinghamshire now all out for 374, leading by 116. It's the innings break there, so they are continuing at Trent Bridge. There'll be a few celebrations for a few moments, but they'll have to be back out on the field with the whites on, the players, for a little spell at least. So that's a dot ball. And it doesn't sound great at Canterbury, where it says injury.
Oh dear.
Kent 115 for 1 after 36 overs following Derbyshire's declaration at 698 for 6. So whoever is stricken comes through that okay. Rain bowls, and there's a few hands on heads because that was straight as a die and turned round the corner by Revis for a single. It's also the close as well at Leicestershire, promoted Leicestershire of course, 86 for 2 in their second innings there, 326 out of Northamptonshire, 8 second innings wickets in hand. Still 1 ball to come and then 2 overs to go.
Nothing on the Kent social media relating to an injury. Just talk of players leaving the field for bad light, but that was 40 minutes ago.
And Ryan completes the over with another dot then to Hill. Sorry, what was that, Graham?
There's nothing on the, you were talking about the injury, the Kent, in the Kent game, but there's nothing on the Kent social media relating to any form of player injury that I can see. Just mention of some bad light and players coming off, but that was about 40 minutes ago, I think it was. So 2 overs for these 2 Yorkshire batsmen to negotiate, remaining on day 2 here. We've got a really interesting couple of days still to come in this game. Yorkshire have had a pretty good day 2. I think you would say they've just about edged it. Started the day well, mopped up the Durham Taylor's. Potts comes in, pushed out onto the offside. Revis plays out towards mid-off.
I think you've got to say, as dispassionately as you can really, 5 wickets in hand and just 34 behind, they're in front in the game. No, you wouldn't say any more strong than that, would you?
No.
Because things can change quickly. Wicket now, a couple of wickets now. Yeah, you got Yorkshire just ahead.
Just ahead, in a tight one. Here's Potts again. Revis pushes it out to the offside. It's into the gap. It's going to be fielded by Ghaffari, but they're quick off the mark, these two. They're great runners between the wickets, these two. And they were both of the same mind, and they go through for fairly comfortable single in the end. 313 for 5, 33 adrift.
Still to come for Yorkshire. Don Bess will be next. Jordan Thompson, Matt Milnes. All 3 of them can bat. And Jack White brings up the rear.
Here comes Potts, still after that first wicket in the game for him. Hill's right in behind it again. Pushes that out into the offside. JT's farewell game. Matt Milnes' farewell game.
Yep.
As Potts makes his way back up to his mark again. Takes his time once he gets back to his mark and starts that run again. 2 slips in late in the day at Headingley, as Hill again finds the middle of the bat and pushes that back up towards mid-on. There's not been a great deal in it for the bowlers generally during the course of the day, but just enough to keep everybody interested. Potts has battled away manfully, I think you'd have to say, without any success today. Rain is the man who's taken all the plaudits in terms of Durham's bowling attack. Here comes Potts again. Yeah, perfect forward defence, right out of the textbook, George Hill. Up towards mid-off. No addition to the score. 32 the partnership. Just 11 extras conceded by Durham, so it's a pretty good effort. Floodlights shining brightly at Headingley, as we've been saying. Sun still shining. As Potts comes in again, and Hill plays that one up towards mid-on, and there's no addition to the score. So they're negotiating their way, these two, through what was potentially a tricky, awkward period towards the end of this second day. But they've negotiated it pretty well so far. One final over to come, and it's going to be Ben Rain who will bowl it. 6 balls to see through.
Yeah, and a quick commercial, because on the back of this, those who want to listen to it, on BBC Radio Leeds, we've got our evening sports show. I'm going to be having a chat with Colson Smith, who is back in the studio presenting, as Ben Rain bowls to Matthew Revis, pushed out into the offside, no run, more or less straight on the back. As soon as we say goodbye here, we'll be having a chat on there. Colson, obviously former Corrie, presenting our show this evening, but he is the chairman as well of Castleford Cricket Club, just up the road. So he knows his game. Looking forward to that. So that you'll find that on BBC Radio Leeds on the usual frequencies and on BBC Sounds in a few minutes' time. As in comes Rain, and Revis opens the face and runs that one into the general region of gully. It's been a fantastic day weather-wise. Yesterday we were expecting it, but we didn't get it. With the floodlights were on because they had to be for other reasons. Here they're just maybe to offset a little bit of the brightness of the low sun coming in from over the western terrace for half the field or so. Yorkshire 313 for 5 with 4 balls remaining. Kevin Sharp will be back on commentary with us for day 3 as Revis leaves one wide of off stump, not tempted to get involved this time. And then Graham, you're back Saturday.
Looking forward to that.
Hoping we get some play to finish the season with. The forecast, from what people are telling me, is pretty grim. I don't think Yorkshire will be too bothered about that, I guess, if they get out of tomorrow okay. But there'll be more concern for the visitors, perhaps, in that respect.
There is some rain about in the forecast, but not until after 4 o'clock.
Oh, right, okay. Here comes Rain. Ooh, Revis is tempted into playing at that one. 3 balls to go in the day. Wouldn't have wanted to be tucking the bat under the arm as he is now and walking off. Not for another couple of balls yet, anyway. Feature of today, well, 2 centuries. A cracker from Ben Rain. 105 balls, 10 fours, 5 sixes. Adam Lyth, of course, as well, with 69 on his birthday. And then a brilliant 175 from Mayank Agarwal. Well, he was caught by Graham Clark at long on off Ghaffari. Rain bowls, and that's down the leg side of Revis, and he'll have one more ball, a legitimate ball, to safely negotiate here, and that will be that for day 2. Let's give you a quick wrap on the bowling figures, because Ben Rain with ball in hand has been very good as well. 3 for 34 with just this 1 ball to come. Matthew Potts none for 81 off 21. Daniel Hogg none for 58 off 16. 2 for 86 off 16 for Ghaffari, and Rhodes 14 overs, 1 maiden, none for 43. And the final ball of the day is going to go for runs. As Revis just leans on that, plays it through mid-wicket, so he will finish day 2 on 28 not out. George Hill, 23 not out. A partnership so far worth 33 unbroken for the 6th wicket. Yorkshire trail by 32 runs at 314 for 5 from 86 overs in their first innings. So as we know, so far 1 bowling bonus point for Durham to go with the 2 batting bonus points, and Yorkshire 3 bowling bonus points, and now a couple of batting bonus points. It's been a good day, Graham.
It's been good. Yeah, there's been some great cricket. The century from Mayank Agarwal will live long in the memory. That is for sure. Sensational knock from him, 175. Adam Lythe's innings as well, 69 on his birthday. And these two are walking off and have built a pretty decent partnership towards the back end when things looked as though they may be tricky. But Revis and Hill see Yorkshire through towards the close, just 5 down. And I suspect at the start of the day, Yorkshire would have probably taken that. They talked about batting long in this game. They've been able to do that so far and still have 5 wickets remaining coming into day 3 tomorrow morning. So, yeah, terrific stuff. Really enjoyed it.
Yep, we'll look forward to day 3 then. Hope you can join us for that. We'll be back on air on Sports Extra 3 and at the BBC Sport website and app, as well, of course, as the Yorkshire stream from around about 5 minutes before the start of play. But from Martin Emerson, Graham Colley and myself, Jonathan Deutsch, thanks for your company today, and we'll do it all again tomorrow. Good night. Got you.